I'd like to call this meeting to order at 2:01 in the afternoon of May 13th, 2025. May we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Adam Johnson,
Present.
Commissioner Justin Green,
Here.
Commissioner Hank Hughes,
Present.
Commissioner Lisa Kokari Stone,
Present.
and Chair Camila Bustamante.
Present. Thank you. Let's all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to please stay standing for land acknowledgement. Acknowledge that this building is located on traditional homelands of the Tewa people, a place known as Ogapoge, White Shell Watering Place. We honor the land itself with all those who have deep connections to the land. Santa Fe County is committed to being in relationship with the neighboring indigenous communities and all people who remain stewards of this land throughout generations. We have a moment of reflection. Ms. Emma Felt.
Thank you, Commission, and everyone that's here. I'm with the Santa Fe County Assessor's Office. I'm an appraiser working under Isaiah Romero and Ivan. I'd like to just say a prayer over Santa Fe County and our communities. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day and for our many blessings. We ask your guidance and your direction over Santa Fe County and over the decisions made this day. Please bless our communities in your precious name. Amen.
Thank you. And do we have anything else? Moments of reflection. Thank you. All right. You can be seated, please. Our next item is approval of the agenda. Manager Schaefer, are there any changes to the agenda that has been posted and provided?
Chair Bustamante, no, there's no recommended changes from staff relative to the agenda as presented. Would note that the initial agenda for today's meeting was posted 7 days ago, last Tuesday, and the amended agenda was posted on Friday afternoon at about 3:40 p.m. The only substantive changes to the actual agenda itself were to update the caption relative to miscellaneous action item 7B and to add a new miscellaneous action item 7C. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer. Do we hear a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve agenda is presented.
We have a motion to approve the agenda by Commissioner Green. Do we have a second? Second from Commissioner Kokari Stone. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. The agenda has been approved. Approval of the meeting minutes from the April 29th, 2025 meeting. Do we have any comments, concerns, or a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve.
Commissioner Green has motions to approve.
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Hank Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
The meeting minutes from April 29th have been approved by the Board of County Commissioners. Consideration of Commissioner proclamations, resolutions, recognition, and other items. Our first is requesting approval of a proclamation proclaiming the month of May 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month in recognition and support of the National Alliance of Mental Health and Illness and its efforts to raise awareness about the importance of addressing mental health and reducing the stigma. Commissioners Kokari Stone and Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante. I'd like to first turn it over to Alex with our county, and then Commissioner Johnson and I had a few comments to make, and then we'll go into and then Mr. Fred Sandoval, and then we'll go into proclamation. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Stone, thank you very much. My name is Alex Dominguez. I'm with the Community Services Department, Behavioral Health Services Program Manager. This proclamation is being co-sponsored by Commissioners Lisa Kakari Stone and Commissioner Adam Johnson to proclaim the month of May 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month in recognition, celebration, and support of efforts to raise awareness about the importance of addressing mental health challenges and reducing stigma. Santa Fe County remains a leader in the area of increasing access to behavioral health supports for county residents in a number of ways. One, Santa Fe County is a longtime standing supporter and partner of the National Alliance on Mental Illness local affiliate, NAMI Santa Fe, founded in 1984. NAMI Santa Fe is a proud affiliate of the National Alliance on Mental Illness, the nation's largest grassroots organization advocating for mental health. What began as a small group of family members seeking support around kitchen tables has grown into a leading voice for mental health advocacy, education, and support across the nation. NAMI Santa Fe strives to improve the quality of life for individuals and families affected by mental illness through advocacy, education, support, and public awareness. To my right is Ms. Betty Shover. She is NAMI's Santa Fe Executive Director. Two, Santa Fe County also established a formal Behavioral Health Leadership Council, which is a volunteer body of behavioral health professionals and related stakeholders whose purpose is to provide guidance and recommendations to the Community Services Department, the Board of County Commissioners, concerning a comprehensive system of behavioral health services to better meet the needs of the county residents. Appointed members include those with lived experience, as well as subject expert organizations such as NAMI Santa Fe, New Mexico Solutions, Presbyterian Medical Services, Christus St. Vincent Regional Medical Center, the LifeLink, the Santa Fe Recovery Center, the City of Santa Fe Via Positiva Behavioral Health Consulting, and the National Latino Behavioral Health Association, which works to fill a need for a unified national voice for Latino populations in the behavioral health arena and to bring attention to the great disparities that exist in the areas of access, utilization, practice-based research, and adequately trained personnel. Also to the right of Ms. Betty, Ms. Sylvia Barella. She is with Via Positiva. She is the National Managing Director, Mental Health Services, who also serves as the Santa Fe County Behavioral Health Leadership Council Chair. To the right of her, Mr. Fred Sandoval, Regional Director for the National Latino Behavioral Health Association, also great support, and representatives of our Leadership Council. Three, Santa Fe County has well developed the La Sala Crisis Triage Center, which offers crisis support and intervention services for those experiencing behavioral health challenges. La Sala is a public-private partnership between the county and community providers that operate the services. New Mexico Solutions operates the Crisis Center, while the Santa Fe Recovery Center operates the on-site managed withdrawal services or detox services. Four, additionally, Santa Fe County started the Connect program, which is now a jointly operated network with the City of Santa Fe and includes more than 80 different local health and social service organizations that use navigators to connect people in need of resources to help address areas of behavioral health, housing, healthcare, transportation, and more. And five, lastly, Santa Fe County significantly helps to address the areas of behavioral health through its many contacts with local providers who offer clinical behavioral health services to those in need with low barrier access points and absent ability to pay or citizenship status. These are some very, very admirable programs that Santa Fe County offers. These programs would not be in place if it wasn't for the great support of our Board of County Commissioners, the leadership of County Manager Schaefer and his staff, And with that, Madam Chair, Commissioners, we stand before you for questions in regards to the proclamation.
Thank you. Commissioner Kokari Stone?
Yes, thank you. I just want to thank each of you for your leadership, and I'm very impressed and in awe of the services we offer and the team like Ann Ryan as well sitting there who partake, as well as Alex, and the nonprofits and the champions in our communities. I just want to mention I was a behavioral health provider, a licensed therapist for many years, and my biggest insight of why today is so important is that part of our role as public officials is to alleviate public suffering. If we can prevent it and alleviate, but not escalate it. And when people tell you you're depressed, they're depressed, or they're sad, or something happened to them, we have to believe people. And we have to start breaking the stigma of silence and making mental health part of our physical health, the holistic health. And I think that we also need to start, I want to honor and recognize veterans, our elders, our youth, those who have suffered and passed before us, like my uncle, who was homeless and had schizophrenia, and recognize that they're courageous warriors, many of them who walk and suffer with us every day. So let's be kind to our mind and know that the greatest journey is between our heart, our minds, and our bodies. And I just want to thank everyone for leading this, and I want to defer to Commissioner Johnson for comments as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Kokari-Stone. I want to echo what Commissioner Kokari-Stone said. I want to thank Santa Fe County staff, Ann Ryan and her team, Jennifer Romero, Alex Gallegos. You guys do amazing work, and we at the county are committed to behavioral health. And this is just a small gesture to that, but it's an important one. All of you up here today are critical to raising awareness of challenges that people face in their lives and how to seek support, how to remove stigma around those issues, and to really provide access and information. And we really, really appreciate that, as well as the comprehensive treatment programs that our partners and we as a county provide. So I really want to thank all of you for your hard work, and to Commissioner Kokari-Stone for the resolution as well.
Anyone else? Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Commissioners Kokari-Stone and Johnson. Everybody goes through bouts of mental instability, right? And so whether it's really severe, whether it's through trauma or through chemical or through other issues here, it is a broad spectrum of causes and support systems that our staff and our community come together for this. And so awareness is the biggest part of this, education and knowing that it could happen to anybody. In my family, it is, I've had some significant issues with it, with family members, and so I thank you guys for bringing this forward. I thank everybody here for this, and the awareness is a lot of it, a lot of the first step, right? And then knowing how we can get people help, and then having the support systems to help them. So it takes a village, and I want to thank you all for being a part of this here and bringing this forward. You know, you can't have 3 sponsors on a bill, so I'm not offended. You guys beat me to it, but thank you very much for bringing this forward.
Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you. I just want to say I really appreciate all the work you do, Fred, particularly you, because I've known you forever, and Alex and the others. I think it's great that we're doing this. I think we need to do a lot more, and we just need to always look for more opportunities to do more for mental health. It's not addressed very well in this state. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes, and I'm so grateful. I look out and I see everybody I know right here. And I'm just going to say, we can call Betty the one who was leading the Santa Fe NAMI, but let's just say rock star, because this woman came from Denver and took something, put some serious wheels on it. I was the executive director for the state office for NAMI, which essentially just means I made sure they had all their handouts and their workbooks and everything they need. Because the beautiful thing about NAMI is that it is run the programs, the courses, if you will, the meetings are run by peers, people who are in a situation where they either have a diagnosis or a concern, or they self-identify as peers, and they are empowered to work with each other and help each other. I'm very familiar with the Warm Line and how it has helped people just get on the phone and get back in track. It is an amazing organization. And with this, I'm going to put the plug for NAMI Walks. I was at Costco yesterday, and this guy had his NAMI Walks shirt on, and I'm going to put a big old challenge out here for Santa Fe County. We have this walk thing, right? We track our steps. But what if Santa Fe County did a NAMI Walks team and got some serious dollars? Can I see a show of hands? What? Let's do it. Because when we look at funding, NAMI has always been self-funded. And it's one of those where we look to those donations and we look to the inner workings of the people who are benefiting, being friends and family and the peers. So I'm so grateful for the work that all of you have done. And I will hand this back to Commissioner Kakari Stone. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners, Chair, and members here today, community members. Alex, is it okay since Betty and Sylvia are going to read the proclamation? I asked Mr. Sandoval just to make a few comments as well from the National Latino Behavioral Health. Thank you.
Oh my God, this is a very familiar place. Fred Sandoval, I'm the Executive Director for the National Latino Behavioral Health Association. I'm going to take you back in time very quickly, but get to the present as quickly as I can. At one point, as the City of Santa Fe Health and Human Services Planner, we were able to start something that has started and isn't far from being finished because of the work that Santa Fe County helped do, dating back to what was called the Local Initiative Funding Partners, which was a Robert Wood Johnson funded application that the city received, the first of its kind, to create a crisis response team in the city and the Santa Fe, which then got extended to Santa Fe County. So that was about 1998. So I hope that dates a little bit about how the history that's here at this present table is a reflection of all the work that this community has committed itself to over the years. I used to count the number of county commissioners over those years, the number of city managers, county managers, city councilors, and mayors who all contributed to where we are all at today as a system of care. For those whose lives have, as a result of a mental illness or mental disorder or a substance abuse condition, we have lost many lives. We are here to commemorate those whose lives we've lost, including my sister, who suffered from chronic paranoid schizophrenia. She was a veteran of the United States, and what I said to President Bush when he came to Albuquerque to announce the New Freedom Commission was, I said, Mr. President, treatment works if you can get it. And he said, I finally understood that because Senator Pete Domenici informed me, educated me, helped me understand what this was about. And when I realized that my best friend had depression, it was because he received treatment. We are all champions in this room. I want to acknowledge the folks that are here behind us. We are the voice to combat stigma. That means we do this every day, and I want to acknowledge the work that the county staff have done because they help to really continue this work moving forward for all the services that are present today, because we started something that has not finished. I want us to continue to do that work because right now the risks are so high. One is, for instance, only 1 in 10 Latinos get substance abuse services. We know that Latinos, only 5 in 10 get mental health services. So you take the entire population of the country, and 20% of our country is in need of treatment access services because of those conditions. Each one of us that here can bear witness to this in some way, our friend, a family, a loved one, a coworker. All of us must pledge our lifetime commitment to doing this. And NAMI National was a reflection of that work because my very first day on the job as the mental health director in Santa Fe, it was Virginia Wilson, who was the NAMI Santa Fe president at that time. I'm going to date myself now. That was 1992. My first day on the job, Virginia said, Fred, can we work together? Not only did we work together, years later, her son came to work for my organization as the accountant. People who suffer from these conditions are our brothers, our sisters, the people we love and cherish. I want to thank you all for giving me this opportunity to comment that this particular campaign here is something that we live every day in our organizations. This is a way to remind ourselves, to commemorate that, and to have other voices join us in this anti-stigma fight. If we don't do it, we will contribute to the suffering that takes place. So let's all work together to orchestrate fighting the stigma that exists in this country and be prepared for what's to come over the next few years, because things are changing immediately under our feet. And I'll leave that for a different time and space. Thank you, Commissioner, for your leadership. Chairwoman Bustamante, all I can simply say is you honor all the families, caregivers, natural support systems, family support systems that have made it possible for our loved ones to live as long as they have, because they live 20 years shorter than everyone else. And of course, Commissioner Hughes, he and I go back to the times where we developed the first set of homeless programs that actually Santa Fe recognized when we did a survey to identify all the homeless that were here. All of us are contributing into this, and please, if I can certainly say this to the leadership that's all here, we have more work to do. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you for the opportunity to make my comments.
Thank you very much, Fred Sandoval, and I want to thank you personally for helping break the stigma and addressing the stigma specifically in the Latino culture, because you and I have spoken before, within our families, it's, you know, we don't talk about it no matter where the cousin is somewhere out in the streets, right? So thank you so much for doing that work for all of us nationwide with the National Latino Behavioral Health. Go ahead.
Okay, so if we'll have the honors with Namni, Sylvia, and to read our proclamation, all three of you, and Alex. Thank you.
We'll get it started. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Kakari Stone. Santa Fe County Proclamation proclaiming May as Mental Health Awareness Month, introduced by Commissioners Lisa Kakari Stone and Commissioner Adam Johnson. Whereas 1 in 5 adults and 1 in 6 youths in the United States experience mental health challenges each year, and many suffer in silence due to stigma, discrimination, or lack of access to appropriate care. And whereas it is estimated that approximately 2,500 Santa Fe County adults have a serious mental illness, highlighting the need for accessible mental health education, support, and services. And whereas mental health issues affect parents, siblings, neighbors, friends, and co-workers, touching every part of our community and daily lives. And whereas, I lost my spot, sorry. Trauma, systematic racism, poverty, violence, substance use, displacement, and historical injustices can have a lasting impact on an individual's mental, emotional, and physical health. And whereas addressing trauma and promoting mental wellness requires a whole community approach, including trauma-informed care, culturally responsive practices, peer support, early intervention, and strong social support networks.
And whereas Santa Fe County acknowledges the disproportionate burden of trauma on Indigenous communities, communities of color, LGBTQ+ individuals, veterans, and those living in rural or underserved areas. And whereas early identification and treatment can make a profound difference in successful management of mental illness and recovery. And whereas greater public awareness about mental illnesses can help change negative attitudes and behaviors toward people with mental illness. And whereas Santa Fe County is committed to creating a community where every person has access to the resources they need to thrive, heal, and live with dignity. And whereas the National Alliance on Mental Illness, NAMI Santa Fe affiliate, through its support, education, and advocacy programs, helps to address the needs of individuals and their families impacted by mental illness, and advocates for better mental health services, systems, and laws by partnering with Santa Fe community entities. And
Whereas NAMI Santa Fe works to help abolish stigma through community outreach activities and sponsorships, such as Recovery Rally, health fairs, public forums, New Mexico Legislature's Behavioral Health Day, NAMI's monthly speaker programs, presentations, and news media. And whereas NAMI Walks, the nation's largest mental health awareness and fundraising event, is being held on Saturday, May 17th, 2025, at Alto Bicentennial Park, Santa Fe. And whereas Santa Fe County's Behavioral Health Leadership Council is an advisory board comprised of behavioral health experts and those with lived experience, whose purpose is to provide recommendations concerning a comprehensive system of behavioral health services to better meet the needs of the residents of Santa Fe County. And whereas Santa Fe County's Behavioral Health Leadership Council is actively working to help address service gaps in partnership with NAMI Santa Fe and other esteemed community organizations, including the National Latino Behavioral Health Association, which was established to fill a need for a unified national voice for Latino populations in the behavioral health arena, and to bring attention to the disparities that exist in areas of access and utilization. And whereas the important work of NAMI Santa Fe, the Behavioral Health Leadership Council, the National Behavioral Health Association, and the many National Latino Behavioral Health Association, and the many other champion organizations that serve as beacons of hope for those struggling with mental health challenges, will prove essential to the implementation of Senate Bills 1 and 3, which passed during the 2025 legislative session and establish a behavioral health trust fund and a regionalized approach to behavioral health reform. And whereas the 2025 observance of Mental Health Awareness Month by the County of Santa Fe will help raise awareness of the importance of mental health, and that with proper treatment, recovery is possible. Now therefore, be it resolved that we, the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month.
Thank you for the applause, but let's make sure that we've passed it. We don't know yet what's going to happen up here. There's going to be a lot of discussion, I'm sure. Do we have a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve the proclamation as is.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners.
Thank you for the beautiful work that you all do. Next, we have a request for approval of a proclamation proclaiming the month of May 2025 as Jewish American Heritage Month. Commissioner Justin S. Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to thank the folks from the mental health field for sharing this month with the Jewish American Health folks here. To have two recognitions in 1 month is pretty rare, and it's wonderful. So thank you very much. So this is a relatively new initiative on the national scale, and this would be only the second jurisdiction in the state of New Mexico to acknowledge Jewish American Heritage Month. And I want to give a shout out to the city of Santa Fe for leading on this, and for Santa Fe County to helping me bring this forward today. Our heritage is important to all of us, and it brings an acknowledgement of some of the culture that makes us who we are. And, you know, I may not be the best Jew out there, as people will say, but I do take a lot of the cultural cues that I've learned over the years, and want to thank, the folks that brought me up with that as part of that. In a lot of this, Jewish heritage goes back as long as the Spanish settlements in New Mexico. Some of the earliest settlers here were cast out of Spain during the Inquisition and sought an opportunity and a new life here in New Mexico. And many of the villages and communities in northern New Mexico, including Santa Fe and Chimayo and up in the hills, still have peculiar little traditions that that can be traced back to Jewish traditions from way back in the day. And so, you know, some of them have adopted Catholicism or a hybrid of things, but somewhere back there's a little bit of their Jewish heritage in that, and I think that there are things that they bring with them in there. You know, Judaism and the Jews in America, Jewish Americans, have been civil rights leaders. Some of us were on the front lines with Martin Luther King and Cesar Chavez, and really, Jews as a vocal minority have always recognized that beyond themselves, there are lots of minorities in America, and our diversity is one of the things that makes America special. And we support all of these different traditions. And so these can be different religions, these can be different races, these can be different sexual orientations. And you know, Jewish Americans have been on those front lines for equality across the way. I love my Jewish heritage. I love, you know, some of my folks, friends up here on the dais might say that I ask one too many questions up here, and I will blame that a little bit on my Jewish heritage. Oh no, it's but you know, there's one of those traditions in Judaism that I think is really, you know, we go for second opinions for doctors, and that is questioning authority. We go for different little things that is in our heritage, in our culture, is, to me, it traces back to Passover, right? So young children are forced, for lack of a better term, to question the elders in the room, and that's scary. But that actually teaches us at a very early age to be able to feel comfortable questioning authority. And that is, for us, for everybody out here, you all need to question us all the time, and you should never be scared. And so it's not a matter of whether you're Jewish or not, whether you have permission. You have permission all the time. But this is one of those things that Jewish heritage does teach us at an early age. I do want to bring up that anti-Semitism is on the rise. It is very disappointing, and we need to sort of call it out and sort of address it. But it's not just anti-Semitism. I'm going to say it at every level. It is sexism. It is racism. It is every ism that we hate is on the rise, and we need to address that here. And so if the Jews in the room can be some of those people that recognize that as a vocal minority, we can help other underrepresented and sort of other minorities sort of stand on their own 2 feet. We stand side by side, everybody, when the opportunity and calls for it. And so I want to thank everybody for coming out here and supporting this today. I will pass the baton and the mic to my other commissioners if anybody would like to say anything here. And we do have 2 guests that would like to speak to the topic when it's appropriate, Madam Chair.
So you prefer to have the guests wait? I think it'd be
Well, it's up to you.
I would love to hear from those who are visiting in support of this proclamation.
Rabbi and Lonnie, would you please approach?
A little intimidating. You had it last time. The other time you had 6 people here. We're ourselves here. But anybody want to join me here? Okay.
Trust that you are supported in this conversation.
Okay.
Thank you, Rabbi.
I feel the support. Thank you. I'm Rabbi Beryl Levertov from the Santa Fe Jewish Center downtown here. Our Jewish heritage, and thank you, Commissioner, for bringing this to the floor. Our Jewish heritage dates back 3,337 years. We just celebrated Passover, as the Commissioner mentioned, and that's when we were freed from bondage. And 50 days later, we received our message from the Creator of all at Sinai in front of 2 million people. That's what the Jewish heritage is rooted in, and that's what we brought to the world. We are now in the midst of the countdown between the Exodus of Passover and the revelation at Sinai of Shavuot in June 2nd. This is the basis of our heritage, and although we're a small, tiny, persecuted minority with an unfathomable stance in the world, with God's protection, We survived despite all odds and have influenced the world in incomprehensible ways. We appreciate the county taking the time to highlight these contributions the Jews made in society, in our country, in our state. As the commissioner himself mentioned, your commissioner is Jewish. So that's very heartwarming to have such a leader here. So I call on all my fellow Jews to deepen their practice in our heritage by doing more mitzvot, good deeds, like charity, prayer, study, tefillin, Shabbat candles, and more. Every action brings more light into the world. And to everyone else, we appreciate your support, especially in these trying times. One of the ways you could learn more about heritage and our tradition is by visiting the Manhattan Avenue Deli at the Jewish Center. You will get a good taste of chicken soup, of matzo ball soup, and pastrami sandwiches, and really have a good feeling of 3,000 years of tradition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi. Okay.
A little taller. Hello. Honorable members of the Santa Fe County Commission. My name is Alonet Zarom Zandan, and I'm a proud resident of the city of Santa Fe and the county of Santa Fe. And as the co-chair of the Jewish Community Relations Coalition of New Mexico, we thank you for this meaningful proclamation recognizing Jewish American Heritage Month. Your words, which we will read and hear shortly, are more than just a gesture. They are a reaffirmation of our shared values of inclusion, respect, and justice. At a time when anti-Semitism is on the rise, as Commissioner Green has already mentioned, it is rising across the country. Your support sends a powerful message that hate has no home here, that the contributions of Jewish Americans will always be honored and celebrated and seen. And we see that even more so in this particular book that actually documents the history of Jewish pioneers in New Mexico, and it weaves into the actual history of all of New Mexico. So I want to thank you, and we all want to thank you for standing with us, not just in remembrance, but also in solidarity and hope. Thank you. B'shalom.
Thank you. Thank you. And before we read the proclamation, do we have any comments from the commission? Sorry, I tended to look here, and you'll be next. Okay. Commissioner Hughes, absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I appreciate this proclamations, and I recently realized that most Jewish people live in either two places, Israel or the United States, and very small minorities in other countries. And so American heritage of Judaism is very important to us. And I think you're right. We need to acknowledge that no hate belongs in Santa Fe. And that's what we'll do today.
Commissioner Kakari Stone.
Just want to thank you, Commissioner Green, and honor who you are and your traditions, and all of you that you claim to be Jewish and those that which you don't. I want to thank the rabbi for joining us and the speakers. Jewish Americans rocked my world. I went to Brandeis University for my doctorate in social policy. And as a first-generation Chicana who grew up in an agricultural working class, it was that moment in life where I knew academics, scholarship, and social justice really are the key ingredients to policy change. And just having that honor to study there, and I always carry that with me, all those lessons and the tradition and the importance of learning, and that we co-learn, and that commitment to anti-discrimination and anti-Semitism. So thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Green, for this resolution. Thank you, Rabbi. Thank you, Lonnie. Thank you, friends. When I was growing up in Santa Fe, I had a host of Jewish friends, and I often found myself at temple on the weekends, more often than any other religious place. So I want to thank the Jewish community of Santa Fe for a longstanding tradition of openness, for advocacy, for activism. The mark is felt in our community, and I want to acknowledge that. So thank you all, and thank you again, Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Commissioner Green, for bringing that. And Commissioner Green said it's okay for me to announce that this weekend is also the Festival Sephardi in Albuquerque that will be run or sponsored by Nahalat Shalom, and Rabbi Lynn Gottlieb will be leading that celebration, which I attend because when you talk about those folks who were running from the fires, thank you to my family, we're alive and we're here. La Cienega, La Bajada are very well known for not ever having, and frankly, having been warned against the Pueblo Revolt. And when I met with some elder women from Isleta, believe it or not, who are Kiris speaking, the question was, well, why didn't La Cienega and La Bajada have any of the Pueblo Revolt? Why were we warned? And there is record in oral tradition that they were warned in advance of the Pueblo Revolt. And the answer was because they never made us build a mission. We were still practicing many of and I will be reading a poem on Saturday of some of the traditions I grew up with, having 2 card-carrying Catholic grandmothers who still celebrated their Sephardic traditions and have enough Ashkenazi, unfortunately, to have some of the health effects. So, but here I am, and I'm grateful. So thank you for letting me share that. And it's May 16th will be the regular Shabbat, and then the 17th and 18th starting at 10 a.m. on Saturday and 12 noon on Sunday. And it's a lovely event. It's just beautiful art, music, and food and celebration, as you mentioned. We know how to celebrate. So please, and thank you sincerely, Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to my fellow commissioners for your kind words and appreciation of our community. So I will read the proclamation. Here we go. Santa Fe County Proclamation proclaiming the month of May 2025 as Jewish American Heritage Month, introduced by myself, Commissioner Justin S. Green. Whereas the Jewish American community has made innumerable and lasting contributions to the social, cultural, economic, and political fabric of the United States, and whereas Jewish Americans have a rich and diverse history that dates back to the early colonial days of the United States, with Jewish immigrants and their descendants continuing to enrich the country's diversity, and whereas Jewish Americans have made significant contributions to the arts, sciences, politics, education, business, and more, shaping the identity of our nation through their achievements, resilience, and commitment to community. And whereas Jewish Americans have helped lead the fight for civil rights, equality, social justice, striving for a world where all people are treated with dignity, respect, and fairness, and whereas Jewish American Heritage Month was first established by President George W. Bush in 2006 and has been recognized annually since at the national level, providing an opportunity to honor the cultural and historical significance of Jewish Americans and to educate others about their unique contributions. And whereas Santa Fe County, known for its rich history and diverse cultural heritage, is proud to celebrate the contributions of Jewish Americans and their important roles in shaping the fabric of our local community and the broader national story. And whereas, to its knowledge, Santa Fe County Board of Commissioners believes that this commemoration, along with the City of Santa Fe proclamation also passed this month, may be the first time Jewish American Heritage Month has been formally recognized in New Mexico this month. And whereas the Board of Commissioners is reflecting the pride and gratitude of the Jewish community in Santa Fe County and across the state, and whereas Jewish American Heritage Month also comes at a time when anti-Semitism continues to be a pressing concern across the United States. According to a recent report from the Anti-Defamation League, anti-Semitic incidents of harassment, vandalism, assault have reached an all-time high in 2024, and the highest since the ADL began tracking these incidents in 1979. while New Mexico reported among the lowest numbers of such incidents, with 47 recorded in 2024. This marked a significant increase from only 8 reported incidents statewide in 2022. And whereas Santa Fe County remains committed to being a community that fosters unity, respect, and understanding, the Board of Commissioners recognizes the importance of standing together against hate, bigotry, and all forms of discrimination. We affirm our dedication to building a community where all people, regardless of background, feel welcome and valued. And whereas the region of northern New Mexico has been home for generations of descendants of Sephardic Jews who, during the Spanish Inquisition, were compelled to convert to Catholicism and to practice their Jewish faith in secret, and whereas these individuals, known as crypto-Jews, preserve Jewish customs such as lighting candles on Friday evenings, observing the Sabbath, refraining from eating pork, and circumcising their male infants, often in clandestine settings, and whereas historical research, including the work of Dr. Stanley Hordes, has documented the presence of these traditions and the resilience of these communities in northern New Mexico, and whereas the Society for Crypto-Judaic Studies, co-founded by Dr. Hordes, has been instrumental in researching and preserving the history of these communities, and whereas descendants of crypto-Jews continue to explore and reclaim their Jewish heritage, often blending it with the rich cultural tapestry of New Mexico, and whereas the Jewish community of Santa Fe County, like communities throughout the United States, continue to enrich our local culture and contribute to the ongoing development of diverse, inclusive, and harmonious societies. Pardon me. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 as Jewish American Heritage Month.
Mazel tov.
Mazel tov. Hold on. We have to vote.
Do we have a motion, Commissioner?
I would like to make a motion to adopt this proclamation for adopting the month of May 2025 as Jewish American Heritage Month.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner, we have a motion from Commissioner Green, a second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Mazel tov.
Mazel tov. Thank you, guys.
Justin, are you sure you're not a rabbi? Or the length of the proclamation? You sure you're not a rabbi? That was. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The consent agenda. Do we have any items that we would like to have pulled? Or do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda as provided?
I move to approve the consent agenda as provided.
We have a motion to approve the consent agenda as provided by Commissioner Hank Hughes. We have a
Second.
second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We have a resolution number for item B.
Yes, resolution number 2025050.
Thank you very much, and the consent agenda has been approved. The Assessor's Annual Report and Valuation Maintenance Program. This is a presentation of the annual report, and then we will have a resolution approving the county assessor's property valuation. Happy to see you, Isaiah Romero. Thank you for being here as county assessor.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I am Isaiah Romero, the Santa Fe County Assessor. The Deputy Assessor, Ivan Berry, to my right. I will be presenting on the annual report. I'm assuming it will be placed on the screen shortly. Okay. Oh, shortly. Okay. There we go. Okay. All right. We're good now? Thank you. There we go. Okay, we're going right and left here now. Okay, so this is the 2025 annual report. First thing we have to discuss is the different values that are within our office. I like to, there's the definitions, but then I also like to give you the example there. So you have market value, which we do have for every property within Santa Fe County. We have a market value. Then you'll have the assessed value, which, as you can see, has the land value improvements and total assessed value and can be affected by the 3% limitation of value. You then have the taxable value, which is 1/3, and you then have the net taxable value, which is the value taken from the taxable value minus the exemptions, which will give you the net taxable value. That will be important to discuss. What is on the next page? Which I'm glad I brought this here because I'm like getting older and can barely read that up there. So you have the itemized comparisons of 2024 versus 2025. The first box, you have the real estate values, which includes residential land, residential improvements, non-residential land, non-residential improvements. You have the total value there for the year of 2025 of $12,014,884,993. The year prior, it's an increase of 5.97 from the year prior. You then have the personal property, which would include business personal property, manufactured homes, as well as livestock accounts, which has also increased 10%, which is for the year of 2025, $114,040,114. And again, as I said earlier, it's an increase of 10%, 10.67%. The next box, you will have the exemptions. So the first one we have there is the veterans exemption, right? So we've had a constitutional amendment that has been passed by the voters. Okay, I'm seeing something different up here, just so you guys know, and it's kind of freaking me out, but I'm good. I'm still going. So we have the exemptions there. The veterans exemption, we had a constitutional amendment that was passed. So you'll see that the exemption amount has increased from $18,662,968 to $45,875 for the year of 2025. That's due in effect to the fact that the exemption has increased from $4,000 to $10,000. You then have the 100% disabled veterans. And one thing I want to speak about that is next year we will have the percent disabled veterans, right? Another constitutional amendment that has been passed that will be in effect, and we will see another decrease in valuation when that comes into effect next year. So the total amount of exemptions for the year of 2025 will be $1,461,678,000. $624,974, and that was an increase of 8%. You see the grand total of net taxable value on the bottom there. For the year of 2025, $10,667,300,133, which is an increase from the year prior of 4%. It was requested previously. Commissioners wanted to know about the agricultural exemptions and the amounts. You'll see that on the bottom left. Agriculture use types of use of dry use, grazing, irrigated. You have a grand total. Well, I'll go through them. So the dry use is a value reduction of $6,327,572 in the whole count within the whole county. You then have the grazing decrease amount of $477,537,777. Irrigated of $89,278,98 for a grand total of $573,142,447. To the right of that, you have the box that reports on protests and the amount of protests and the amount of value that was protested. For the year of 2024, we had 1,403 protests or appeals, and the year of 2023, we had 1,676. The total NOV amount on those protests for the year of 2024 was $1,845,786,180, and the year of 2023, it seemed like that it was more of it was $2,202,536,939. The owner's value, what they believe the value was to be for the year of 2024 was $1,026,037,526, and for the year of 2023 was $1,293,216,129. The final adjusted figures on the bottom, grand total for the year of 2024 was $1,289,097,980. For the year of 2023, you have $1,633,574,630. We're going to go to the next page. So when you consider market values, I stated earlier, what is the total market value for properties? We had an increase in 2025 that we had picked up. We say picked up. We had added to the tax rolls, right? Of $636,255,312 for the year of 2025. For the year of 2024, you had a bit less of $407,431,832, and it was slightly more in 2023 and decreased in 2022 and decreased further in 2021. I'm going to go to the next page. So, I mean, in closing, in closing of that page, you would state that, I would have to say that, we have picked up some new construction. There are apartments being constructed. There are homes being constructed. Not as much commercial as that we've seen in the past. And that'll be shown I believe, in the building permits section of this presentation. So the growth of net taxable value. Oh yeah, I got to switch it there. Was higher in 2025 of $579,549,717, which was an increase from the year prior of $396,744,482. And the year of 2023, there was a bit more construction and growth within the county, and that's why that year is so high, and less in 2022 and 2021. So the Santa Fe County Assessor's ratio study. So our office is audited annually by Property Tax Division. We're currently going through that with our office right now, and they are then posted on Property Tax Division's website if you would like to see those for the years prior. These are the measures of central. So your mean, your median are measures of central tendency, as well as coefficient of dispersion. To the left, those are the numbers that we've had for this year, and with a number of 2,012 sales for that year. As you see to the right, IAAO, which is industry standards for assessors' offices. you would see that we're within the standard for the mean, the median, the coefficient of dispersion, and as well as the PRC, or the price related differential. Next page, we speak on building permits. I'll go ahead and go over the 2025 or the 2024 building permits. You have city building permits of 1,356, county permits of 1,641, a grand total of 2,997 total. And you'll see that permit totals in the I don't know how to explain that. That would be the box, the bar graph at the top. And again, it just reflects that 2024 had a little bit of growth in comparison to 2023. However, 2022 had more growth. And the same with the city permits and the county permits. It kind of, city permits and county permits do tell a little bit of a different story. And it may be that individuals were wanting to, move out into the county opposed to the city. You're starting to see in some of the information we're seeing now, more sales happening within the city. So sales affidavits, our office receives sales affidavits for all residential homes within Santa Fe County. We do not receive, statutorily we don't receive vacant land or commercial sales. So you won't see that here, but you will see a report for residential sales, which statutorily we do receive residential sales. For the year of 2024, you see city affidavits of 1,498 and county sales of 1,136, a grand total of 2,634. And for the year of 2023, you had city affidavits of 1,463 and county affidavits of 1,417, grand total of 2,880. So the next page we have itemized comparison of 2024 versus 2025 for total residential value, which has increased by 7.25% from the year 2024 to, or the year of 2025 is increased in comparison to the year of 2024. A lot of that has to do with a lot of properties aren't at market, however, they are increasing at 3% of value. The next box is total non-residential value, and it was a decrease of 2.46%. Year prior, we had increased commercial, and the year prior to that, we increased commercial due to the fact that during COVID, we had decreased commercial properties because they were closed, or you weren't able to have access to hotels, and it somewhat decreased their values according to their income and utilizing the income approach to value those properties. We increased commercial last year and the year prior, and this year we've seen a decrease as a whole of 2.46%. So the total net value of residential and non-residential, and keep in mind that non-residential isn't just, commercial, but it's also vacant land. So you may have vacant land that is now built on, which is now residential, so that value is also taken effect and decreased for the non-residential. So your total net value has increased for Santa Fe County within the assessor's office of 4.2, essentially 4%. Okay. So the next page is the assessor's office accomplishments for 2024. So one award that we received is the 2024 ACE Award for Excellence in Community Service, and it is an award from Amentum Technologies. I think Ivan has worked pretty hard, as well as other members within the office, to achieve this, and I'm putting you on the spot, brother. Do you want to talk a little bit about this?
Yeah, sure. So I'll kind of just touch on what it says there, because a lot of this goes back to some of the work that was done in 2023 and 2024. During that time, we had upgraded our website to be more aligned with the Santa Fe County platform, because we always had our own independent website, but we wanted to make something that was more user-friendly and had the look and feel of the county's website. So we did a complete overhaul of our website during that time. let's see, the functionality and enhancing the accessibility for the user during that time.
Thank you, Evan. Next accomplishment is Assessor Romero was elected vice chair and then elected chair of New Mexico Counties for Assessors offices. And with us, it's important for us to be a part and in making decisions and making policy and following statute. Having a group of individuals like the other assessors' offices throughout the state helps me and helps us to continue to stay strong in making decisions and going over items and hey, have you received an opinion on this item, or have you received a court case on this item, so on that item, and allows our offices to be together, right, in unison as all assessors' offices throughout the state. IAAO Certificate of Excellence in Assessment Administration recertification. So our office in the past was considered an Office of Excellence through IAAO, and this is another one where Ivan has worked really hard on, and I would like for him to kind of speak on it. That's okay.
Yeah, for
Thank
sure.
you.
So I'm going to try and bring this up, and then we'll bring it back down. So the Certificate of Excellence in Assessment Administration, it's a prestigious award that is, as you can see on the screen or on your screens, it's only, there's only 59 jurisdictions. It says worldwide, but this is also just across the nation. So out of 3,007 counties, we are one of 59 that have this, I want to say certification or designation, and we are the only one in the state of New Mexico. So we are going through the process of recertifying. We did all of our requirements and we have submitted that. So all we're doing now at this point is waiting to hear a response. So hopefully we will have word of us being recertified here in the near future.
Not that low. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So yeah, with that, Ivan told me, he said, Isaiah, I was told by IAAO, if no news at this time is good news. So good news right now. We haven't heard anything, right? So the next thing is our workflow systems implementation. This is a big one for our office, and this is one where if Casey was here, our systems administrator was very instrumental on. And essentially what I like to say is, you come into our office, you bring us a document, you email us a document, anything that comes in the front desk or through our CRN system, it will go through our workflow system, and it's going to go to each individual, and it's going to be placed in that person's box so they can work on it. You're able to pull out statistics. I think we have, that says right there, 30 workflow systems in daily operations. And Ivan, do you remember the number of touches? And if you can explain that a little bit, as Casey had stated.
So I'm probably going to get it wrong, but from what I understood, talking to Casey, he said that our monthly interactions between staff members and, just tasks in general is about 46,000 touches throughout the office every month. So it is being used. It's been trained well, and it's been received well, and the staff use it. So it's one of those things that we have implemented that is actually in daily use, and we're really proud of that.
And the really cool thing is we're almost paperless, right? So the only thing keeping us from being paperless are dinosaurs like me, I say, because I like to see paper, right? There are probably 10 individuals within the county that receive a paper check. I'm one of them. I like to walk to the bank. I always say that. So there's a laugh there. And talking to Casey, we are super close as long as those individuals are willing to buy in, and the new staff that come in, the workforce that comes in, they're willing and ready and actually rather have a digital copy. So we're headed that way, utilizing workflow within our system. And the cool thing about it, again, is I don't I'm not at home thinking like, where's this item? Where's that item? Those things are directed and guided to every individual's box, right? Almost everything within the office. I'm not going to say everything, but almost everything within our office is directed through a workflow system, and is made sure that it's pushed through and maintained and scanned right for anyone in the public that would like to see it. So collaboration with human resources on job description and updates. We close collaboration. We with close collaboration with human resources and support of Deputy County Manager Leandro Cordova, we developed and implemented a new data analyst specialist position. So with that data that now we're collecting or we're creating with the workflow system, we now want to collect that and organize that and produce that. So this position will help us to present that data and that information as our office continues to grow in creating data. Short-term rental evaluation process. Our office has implemented a new procedure for evaluating short-term rental properties, including a comprehensive auditing process. We are proud to lead this initiative within the state of New Mexico and look forward to its expansion in other counties such as Bernalillo. To be honest, there were other counties that were addressing the subject matter of short-term rentals. We followed them, but leading the way in many other ways, right, through processes. Fiscal year budget, we successfully completed the second year of our fiscal year budgeting process. This experience has deepened our understanding of current procedures and allowed us to make necessary updates to improve planning and execution. Hospital protests and settlements, we're actively working with legal counsel to resolve ongoing hospital protest cases. Our commercial staff have played a crucial role in supporting the complex process. So with that, stepped into the assessor's office role, saw that we didn't have an application for hospitals in the form of should they be exempt, right? They're not a government entity. I think we can all agree to that, right? Hospitals are not a government entity. So we needed an application, and to be exempt per constitution, you have to be charitable, educational, or religious. So we didn't have an application claiming which one they had, what they wanted, right? So we're going through that process. We're waiting for a decision from the board, from the state currently, from that, from the hospital protest. Ongoing collaboration with human resources will continue to strengthen our communication and working relationship with human resources to better serve our community. This collaboration includes strategic staffing efforts, positional development, and aligning our office resources with evolving community needs. We're always thinking, we're always trying to follow the trends and the work, right? If we see that there's more work happening in one area, we're trying to address that and move some of the staff in that area. A lot of that that has changed is individuals. We don't need as many individuals on the field, right? Now that we have digital and photocopies of orthophotography, so we've been able to address that and change and move staff in that manner, as well as seeing that the appraisal is also changing, right? Appraisal was once, get out in the field, see your comps. Well, now it's looking at information. Let's look at this data. How do we break down this data in the form of neighborhoods and getting other individuals to support our mass appraisal system appraiser. Okay. New Mexico County's assessors affiliate involvement. We spoke of that. Yes. Oh yeah. Sorry, Ivan. So assessor's office goals for 2025. Yeah. We will continue to strengthen our communication, and I spoke of that with human resources. Our interdepartmental collaboration and public engagement. We value the continued partnership with the Treasurer's Office and Clerk's Office. Together, we have participated in various public relations initiatives, including local radio appearances, fiesta celebrations, holiday and Christmas events, and other community outreach efforts. These joint initiatives foster a stronger connection between our offices and the public. There's a lot of change that has happened and is happening within the clerk's office and the treasurer's office, and I'm grateful for the relationships that we've been able to forge with our offices, because it allows us to not stop the work that is happening within our office with the information that we need from the other offices, right? We need deeds. We need to send values to the treasurer's office. What's changing in your office? What issues are you finding? We don't mind having communication and having monthly meetings to discuss that. So, future technology advancements. Looking ahead, we remain committed to utilizing technology to enhance our operations. This includes active participation and implementation of the enterprise resource planning system, as well as upgrading our GIS system to the parcel fabric model, ensuring more accurate and efficient parcel management. And that again, that's us just being progressive in moving on with other tools that are evolving Potential restructuring and organizational improvements. We continually assess our organizational structure to identify opportunities for increased efficiency and strategic alignment. Our team remains open and adaptable to potential restructuring efforts that enhance workflow, clarify roles, and better support our office mission. Key operation focus areas. We continue to focus on improving process in complex operational areas such as mobile homes, agriculture, business, personal property, and short-term rentals. These sectors often involve self-reporting, which presents unique challenges. As a result, we are actively exploring new strategies and tools to ensure accuracy, compliance, and equitable assessments. And, you know, we're still trying to address some of our Achilles heels, right? And one of them is mobile homes, and one of them is agricultural. So we're trying to address that through processes, through orthophotography and new capturing new photos, and business property is another one, right? Auditing business personal property as those accounts come into our office. So.
All right, Madam Chair, Commissioners, I guess that's halftime, and here's here's the other half. My part is on the property valuation maintenance program. I'll try and touch and go through this really quickly. We have a more in-depth exhibit. I believe it was Exhibit B. So if you want to know the details of everything that we're talking about, it's going to be in there. So I'm going to give us like the 30,000 feet type of view of our office. So the property valuation program. So what are we talking about? We're talking about our statutory obligation to determine valuations of all property subject to property taxation, and that's here in the state of New Mexico. This report is commonly known as the Property Valuation Maintenance Program, and the purpose is of planning and implementing an efficient and effective program of updating property value. So the key components of the Valuation Maintenance Program is, one, the valuation and data maintenance of all taxable parcels on a yearly cycle, as well as a door-to-door reinspection plan of all taxable improved real property every 5 to 6 years. So our cycle is actually every 4 years right now. So we'll get into the details on what that looks like. We'll start with our operating budget. So the assessor's office, we have 2 different funds that we operate out of. We have the general fund, which is directly funded from the county coffers. And we also have the County Property Valuation Fund, or sometimes known as the 1% Fund. So those are the 2 separate budgets that we operate out of both of those funds. The procedures there are, we have, planning, which is January to February, preparing forms in February, informal budget hearings in March, commission hearings in April or May, and then final adjustments in May. Our goal is to obtain adequately funded budgets and other resources necessary to complete a comprehensive, fair, and equitable valuation plan. So that's what the goal is of what we do and what we operate out of. So here we have the 2 separate funds and the amounts. So you'll see on the top left-hand corner, we have the Admin General Fund, and that is the general fund. You can see that we are close to what we were during last fiscal year, which is going to be, $3,088,000 compared to the $3,138,000 in the prior year. And then on the other side, on the bottom, we have the 203 fund, or the 1%, which again, we're very close to what we were last time. We try to stay as flat as possible within reason. Anytime that we're looking to add anything new to our office, we're trying to make sure that we stay budget neutral. And so we're making changes on our side, cuts in other places to be able to support the requests that we have. And here you'll see the cumulative. This is both together. So this is what our budget looks like in comparison over the last 4 years. The next section that we will talk about is real property ownership transfers. So this is something that happens all year. Anytime that transactions or transfers are happening within the county, this is what we're talking about. So this is responsible, or this task is responsible primarily by our data appraisal program manager, as well as 2 assessment specialists that process about 30 to 50 property transfers every day. This is one of those things, like Isaiah mentioned, that will go through workflow and has many checkpoints through the process, from when we receive them to quality control checks, supervisor checks that happen throughout the whole process to make sure that we are showing what is legally recorded and that's what will be reflected on the accounts. The goal is to enter all transfers into a database within 2 weeks of the county clerk's filing date. And so we're also very thankful to the county clerk's office, who have technology available for us to receive these property transfers on a daily basis. The next section that we'll talk about is GIS, parcel mapping and maintenance. So this is one of the statutory obligations of the role of the assessor, is to not just find all property, but to locate and map them. So the time frame on this, again, is also January to December, so it never stops. In our office, we have a GIS supervisor as well as 2 GIS technicians. They research plats and other legal documents to initiate the changes to legal boundaries for every parcel within the county. The goal is to update all records and maps each year prior to mailing the notices of value for the upcoming tax year. We try to complete that with minimal to no errors. However, we are humans, and we are trying the best we can. So there you go. Valuation and appraisal. So we're now talking about real and personal property. So again, this is something that happens all year. We have 3 chief appraisers, 6 senior appraisers, and approximately 12 appraisers, and a data appraisal program manager and our chief mass appraiser. Every year, valuing all properties, 90,000 plus parcels in Santa Fe County, is a tremendous undertaking. However, this cycle is most beneficial to the taxpayer. We do take into account the market conditions of Santa Fe County and specific neighborhoods. And so, in New Mexico, there is a 3% limitation to valuation for all residential properties. So we take that into consideration and have that applied to every residential property account that qualifies. The procedures that we use to conduct this is sales affidavits, new construction permits. So we keep up with permits in the county and the city, land splits or consolidations, agricultural review, and that includes grazing, irrigated, all that good stuff. We use CAMA, which is a appraiser term for computer-assisted mass appraisal for modeling, and we have our modeler in the house, Daniel. He's here in the blue shirt. He does a lot of this modeling in February. So if you see him around and he looks grumpy during that time, it's because he's doing a lot of work. So bear with him. We also do a lot of data entry. Obviously, like I said, 30 to 50 property transfers every day. So a lot of data entry happens. Business personal property and livestock renditions. Again, these are things that are self-reporting, so they're very difficult for us to have a complete handle on these, but we are working to the best of our abilities to do so. As far as manufactured home valuation and tax releases, which again, those happen on a daily basis. And shout out to our customer service staff as well, because they take in a lot of tax releases every day. And a lot of times we're having to do those transactions in Spanish. So a lot of our staff that are speaking Spanish, shout out to them too, because there's a huge need for that in our community. We do follow the 3 approaches to value. These are the sales comparison approach. We have these cool little diagrams here to show what each one mean. The sales comparison is that cool one with the little house. So what you do is you compare recently sold local similar properties to the subject property and then make adjustments for the differences, and you're able to determine a value on the subject property using that approach. Then you have the cost approach, which estimates the replacement cost of the improvements less the estimated depreciation plus the market value of the land. So that's how we primarily will value many things in the office, is through the cost approach. And then all of these things are also subject within whether it's residential or non. If they're residential, they're subject to that 3% limitation of value that I talked about earlier. And then finally, for commercial properties, we have the income approach, which requires an appraiser to capitalize the net income after allowable expenses of a property into an estimate of market value. And Isaiah, our assessor, is honestly probably an expert in this area. And this is something that he did as a chief appraiser for many years. So these are the 3 approaches that we use in our office. Quality control and preparation of valuation data for printing notices of value. So this happens during February to March, or if it's a year like this year where we actually requested an extension, that happened from February to April. This is going to have our systems programmer, 4 quality assurance staff, and then all appraisal staff. And what we're trying to do is, after all of the appraisal work has been completed, prior to notices of value being mailed, data is processed and reviewed for errors. This is necessary to prevent any major problems prior to the mailing, and to avoid additional costs that may come with our printer service. Our procedures include checking for errors, possible field reviews to make sure that we had everything correct, and then to deliver the data to the printer service. All right, the next thing we're going to talk about is the mailing of the notices of value and intake period. So this is going to be April or May every year. This is going to be the moment that we're in right now, which is the protest period. We call it all hands on deck. There's a lot of people that are needed to make the office run smooth and efficiently, and right now we're in that period. So all assessors are mandated to mail out all notices of taxable value by April 1st of each year, unless you have an extension like this year. I know, and it says that, I guess. The notice of value is the culmination of the assessor's responsibilities. I like to refer to it as our love letter to the public. I don't know if people like that type of love, but that's what we do. We send out the notice of value. So we mail the notices of value. We have public assistance outreach programs that we go all around the county. And Madam Chair and Commissioners, I want to thank you guys for taking the opportunities to come to some of our outreach events and meeting with the public. So we really appreciate that too, as well as other elected officials. I know that we've extended the invitation and we've had people join us for those, so we really appreciate that. As well as receive protest petitions, which Isaiah was talking to me earlier. I think we're at 183 as of yesterday afternoon for this year, 183 protests, but we'll see what that looks like, right?
So, yeah, and the year prior we're at 181 at this time.
Yeah. So we're right on track to end up with something close to what we had last year. Hopefully, we'll see what it looks like. And then the application review and data entry, and that also could be for when people are applying for exemptions, such as the head of family, such as the veterans, which has increased, as Assessor Romero stated earlier. All right, so we'll talk a little bit about valuation protests. This is going to be from April to October-ish. It just really depends on the complexity of some of the protests that we receive. Each year, everybody receives their notice of value. They have 30 days to file an appeal or a protest. We like to get those resolved as soon as possible, but if they don't get resolved in an informal process, they will go to formal, which, you know, pushes things out a little bit further. This would include in-office reviews, on-site inspections, informal conferences, and then formal hearings. So a little bit about the formal hearing. The County Valuation Protest Board it consists of 3 members, 2 members and 2 alternate. I know I said 3, but it says 2 and 2. Technically, there's only 2 people who are operating from the public side, and then 1 from Property Tax Division, so that's how you get the 3. The hearing is an open meeting and is also recorded for appeal purposes by somebody from Property Tax Division. So this is what the formal protest hearing looks like. So here's that historical protest data. Last year we had 1,403 protests, and the year before 1,600. So this is just a historical look at how many we receive every year. If they don't file for the protest hearing, but they get their, because here's something that happens in our office quite often, is we send our love letter to the public. They read the top corner that says, this is not a tax bill, and they think it's not important, right? So they toss it until they get their tax bill. And then now they got problems. Now they want to talk about, can I protest this? And by that point, it's too late for what we can do in our office. Well, at that time, they do have the opportunity to do something called a claim for refund. Yeah, you have to do it through the district court. And it's the process of how you do that is here on the screen. But it's essentially handled by the district court, so they have to go through that process. Staffing and professional development. So this is what our office looks like. We have about 45 employees when fully staffed. Right now, I believe we only have 2 vacancies. And so that's what our office looks like. Let's see, you know, to accurately and professionally accomplish what we need to do in the office, we'd like to hire educated, experienced, and motivated, highlight motivated individuals who are passionate about the things that we do in our office. We like to provide continuous training and educational opportunities for our staff members, whether that be through IAAO, which is the International Association of Assessing Officers, or through things like New Mexico Edge, which has a track specifically for, and I do talk about that here, specifically for the assessor's office. I'm also, teach some classes in Edge to help with that track, for the entire state of New Mexico. So that's kind of a cool thing that we do. And we're also thankful to Santa Fe County Human Resources, who has allowed for this type of accreditation or these type of designations through New Mexico Edge to be considered for supervisor experience. So that's something cool that we like to recognize as well. All right, periodic door-to-door reinspection plan. So this is where we're really talking about our reassessment or reappraisal program. So we like to have this completed by the end of the year, and we have a 4-year parcel by parcel reinspection program. We did phase 1 in 2023, which was the southern part of the county, which would be Edgewood, Stanley, all of that. We did finish phase 2 in 2024, and we are now currently in phase 3, which is going to include a lot of the city of Santa Fe properties. So we're looking at about 21,882 physical reinspection. So when we say physical, that could be either they're going out into the field and actually reviewing the property, or they're doing reappraisal through aerial imagery that we have, which is brand new as of October of 2024. So there you go. So this is what our plan looks like. To the left, you have residential, and to the right, you have commercial. So obviously, there's more residential coverage in the county, less commercial coverage. However, the commercial reappraisal is a lot more detailed, and there's more things to consider. So with that, that covers our reappraisal plan. If you have any questions, we'd be free to answer anything you may have.
Do we have any questions for our assessor's office? Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Assessor and Deputy Assessor here. I got a few for you. We have a bunch of federal and tribal land. How do those get addressed either through PILT or other pricing mechanisms, and how do those affect our income in terms of property tax collections? And do we go for PILT? Do we receive PILT?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, so in the question of tribal land, it is exempt from the property taxes, and the question of PILT, we haven't gone. We were about to go through that process with a hotel in downtown Santa Fe. We answered some of the questions. We are currently going through that process right now. I believe I'd have to get an update from the manager's office.
Okay, so the land, the hotel is tribal land, and so is there? What's the difference between one tribal land versus another?
Sure. Madam Chair, Commissioners, the difference would be if it's been placed, the property itself, in the federal government's name, in which this property that I'm speaking about currently has not been placed in the federal government's name.
Okay, so yes.
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Green, relative to the Hotel Santa Fe property in particular, the payment in lieu of tax payment directly from Picaris Pueblo was something that we had negotiated with the Pueblo in exchange for support for their fee to trust application. So that's a matter of contract between individual tribal governments. There's nothing that requires a tribal government to offer a PILT as part of those transactions, but with regard to Picaris Pueblo, they in fact did. If you're talking about federal payments to local governments who have a lot of federal land, forest land, what have you, in their jurisdiction, and it's not an assessing issue. Mm-hmm. That's more of literally an act of Congress issue to make sure that they're funding those payments, and that's a direct payment from the federal government to local governments, not something that directly impacts the assessor's office, as I understand it. I hope that answers your question.
It does, and I guess just as a follow-on, do we have any federal lands that we collect money on with any negotiation, or do we put that to our delegation to try to get payment for that?
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Green, I'll have to get you the detailed information in terms of what our recent annual payments have been relative to those programs. I don't have them top of mind. That is a concerted area of lobbying effort nationwide, as well as throughout New Mexico, given the abundance of federal land in New Mexico as well as western states. So the short answer is yes, that very much is an area of focused lobbying, not only by New Mexico counties, but also NACO relative to that annual. It's not annual, but those reauthorization efforts through the Congress.
Okay, and I know that there's some national lab land in the at the northwestern edge, and I don't know if that includes in that space, but it'd be interesting to know how we can, they've got some leases in Santa Fe, and they've got some land up in near the San Ildefonso area up there, and I wonder if that's a different class of land that we might be eligible for some income that way. But maybe for a different conversation. Do you have a number of homes that were reassessed due to the STR regulations this year? How many people, how many homes, how many properties were reassessed?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, I could produce that for you, but not at this moment. Yeah.
That would be good to know because I know some people who were.
Yeah, I was going to say, Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, I believe yours may have been one, so. we'll
Maybe
look into
one.
it.
That's great. Great. Okay, good. Okay, good to know. Good to know. All right.
Considering, Madam Chair, Commissioner, that this question usually comes up with you, yes.
Yeah, okay. Does a minor building permit trigger a reassessment, a complete reassessment? So if somebody goes and pulls a permit at the city of Santa Fe or in Santa Fe County to put a gate, a wall, or something minor, but does that trigger suddenly a full-on reassessment that suddenly makes them like not have that 3%?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, someone would ask you to define minor, but I'm not going to.
Okay.
However, I will state that we do follow building permits, and as we follow building permits, any new that comes from the building permit to the property is assessed as new. Whatever was there prior will be subject to the 3% limitation to value. For instance, you were stating a porch. Let's just state that, or you didn't say porch, you said a wall, but let's just talk about a porch. For instance, the porch will be placed at market value, while the rest of the house will be subject to 3% increases.
So only that portion that is new gets that new valuation, but the historic portion stays at the 3% increase if that is appropriate at the time.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Commissioner Green, as long as there was no changes to the old portion of the property, that is true.
Great.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, this is a good time to plug what we were speaking to Commissioner Hikari Stone about earlier today, that there are multiple things that would release the 3% limitation of value, right? One would be changes to the property in the form of construction. Another would be change of use, right? The use of the property has changed. That then would in turn, we would have to, per law, release the 3% limitation of value, as well as the change in ownership. So if there's a change in ownership, there's that there directs us, per state law, to release the 3% limitation of value.
Yep. And how many special districts do you manage for assessments, or is that I think that they're like, whether it's a school district or whether it's a soil and land conservation district or whether it's a irrigation district, do you manage any in Santa Fe County in terms of the assessment, helping those districts, special districts, manage their property assessments for those levies, or is that only through the treasurer, or is that a different space here?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, I don't understand which districts you're speaking of. There are multiple tax districts. There are which districts are you precisely
Just
speaking
any,
of?
just a raw number of how many districts do you manage the geography and the parcels for?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, are you speaking of the water districts or soil and water
School
districts?
districts, water districts, soil and conservation districts, any of the subdivisions of the state that seem appropriate for the assessor to.
Okay. Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, remember there was one that you brought to us, for example, is a special water, I believe, water district. Those individuals need to send us a shapefile, so we then would be able to map. But first, per statute, we have to receive a shapefile to be able to map and include those parcels into that.
So I understand that groups sort of need to figure that out. What about like the school district? So Santa Fe School District has given you a shapefile, and you kind of know the boundaries of that pretty clearly, so it's easy for you to.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, that is so. Yes.
Great. Okay. And then this may be the longest answer part of this thing. Can you explain yield control and how that sort of affects maybe not. So, I mean, it'd be great to know. I know there's some new commissioners up here that may not understand that, but how, all of this increase, is my understanding, does not really result in us getting that much more income in terms of property taxes because of the yield control sort of ratio. You probably can explain it better than I can.
Well, Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, if I can explain to you yield control, I believe I would be able to receive a Pulitzer Award, right, or something like that, because I'm not sure there are many individuals that can explain to you the details of it. I can give you an understanding of yield control that essentially, if values drop significantly in a certain area, it won't, yield control will account for it to where they still collect those dollars in that area, right? So in the same way, if you increase values largely in an area, it won't affect the rate, tax rate, the rates, I'm sorry, yes, instrumentally.
So this year when we had, I think on there, like $600 million worth of increased values, our taxes kind of went down because it got spread out over more people, or how did?
Yeah. Madam Chair, I'm sorry, guys. The abbreviation sometimes makes me. Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, we do post all tax rates on our website, and if you look at the tax rates from last year, yes, there was an effect the value had on the tax rates and decreased most residential tax rates within the county, as well as some commercial. So we have seen that happen.
So is it possible for in the future for you to be able to tell people, like when yield control impacts are coming in, how that impacted their taxes in some sort of letter to the community to say, due to yield control increases or yield control decreases, this is how these things might have impacted people. It's just a transparency thing that might be interesting for some people. Maybe some people couldn't care less. I don't know. But I think that it is one of those, weird esoteric parts of the job that you do that affects us, and that people might say, why is this working out this way?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, I would probably direct him to someone else that works probably closer to yield control at that point.
Who makes that decision?
Who makes what decision?
Yield control aspects. Sorry, yes.
The yield control statute is actually administered by the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration. So all of the inputs that DFA utilizes to make that calculation. Some come from the assessing offices. So Mr. County Assessor reports up the valuation data. That is a factor in the calculation. And then they also look at inflation, if you will, to help gauge how much the cost of government has gone up. But ultimately, again, that's not something that is an assessing function. It's something that is implemented and ran by the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration, Local Government Division. And so when we receive the property tax rates from DFA in the September timeframe and the rate setting order, that would be when we can actually see and parse out what the impacts of the yield control statute were, either to increase or decrease property tax rates. And if the county assessor disagreed with what I said, he'll obviously correct me. But again, that's really something that's overseen by the local government division as they go through their process to set the property tax rates based upon inputs from the county assessors and others. But it's not an assessing function.
Great. Okay. Thank you for parsing that out. Thank you very much. That's it. Thank you, guys. Good job.
Thank you. Manager Schaefer, we are 5 minutes past our 3:45 for public concerns, and I'm wondering if we are able to continue to finish this, the assessor's presentation, or if the commitment to 3:45 can be moved legally, if you will, given that it's been published that it was 3:45.
Chair Bustamante, I believe that you can continue with this agenda item and finish it and then proceed immediately to matters of public concern.
Thank you very much, Attorney Boyd. Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple quick questions, and some of them were building on what Commissioner Green asked. So you must track real estate transactions and improvement transactions as a percentage that increases above and beyond the 3% increase. I'm just wondering if sometime we could get a little bit of information on that. I'm kind of curious myself, and maybe you have this offhand, although it seems a little bit of a complicated ask. You know, how much of the property tax that we receive is sort of that standard 3% increase rate, and what percentage of it is transactions that increase above 3%, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner, I don't have that readily available, but I would love
I'd
to
just be
invite
interested to know, because it would talk to the real estate market and transactions. So I think that'd be something that we would be interested in seeing. Or how many properties decrease in value in a given assessed year?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, how many properties value increase per year?
Decreases, like how often does someone receive a property tax bill that is lower than the previous year?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I've seen that there are multiple neighborhoods that have decreased as a whole.
Okay.
To get you the number of accounts that have decreased in value individually.
And I'm asking that mostly because I'm sort of curious as to if it's sort of an assumed rate of increase, and I think that answer says that it's not.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Johnson, the other thing to consider is sometimes there may be a decrease in a neighborhood, if we're talking about residential, where it could still be, the market value may still be way above, and it may still increase the 3% because the assessed value and the market value have such a large gap between the two. So it could still increase when there's a decrease in the market value.
Okay, I understand that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, as I've been stating, we take a look at the market value, and if their current value is less than that, then we will increase it.
Okay, so that's when the decrease would happen, if the market value is beneath the assessed value. Okay. No more questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Have anything? A quick question. How do we assure that people on fixed income, elderly, those who've had their homes for a long, long time, aren't going to be taxed out of their ability to stay in their homes?
Madam Chair, there is in current statute the 3% limitation to value. It's where if you've lived in your home more than a year, your value should only increase 3% by 3% if you haven't made any changes to the property, to the ownership, or to the use. There's also the exemption. You want to go over that one?
Yeah, so we also have it's not really an exemption, it's more of a benefit for those who are 65 or older and have a combined household income of $42,900 or less, or 100% disabled and have at any age and have that same financial threshold. If they are under that and they apply and qualify for 3 consecutive years, there is a thing called a valuation freeze, which will freeze their property value from going up at all. However, because of bonds and tax rates increasing, possibly, we can't say 100% that their tax bill will not go up, because it still can, based off of whatever's being voted on and whatever budgets may impact the tax rate.
Okay, thank you. I'll just state for the record, we know that the cost of goods is going up, period, and is expected to. So when we have an increase in taxes and we're not seeing the income to people, ideally it would be something through a governmental entity that would put some relief in that tax area. But that's just to state that out loud. Do we have a motion to approve the county assessor's property valuation program?
Make a motion to approve the county assessor's valuation program.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Kakari Stone. A second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Commissioner Green. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
We've all been passed. Thank you very much for your good work. And
Thank you.
that resolution number is 051?
Resolution number 2025-051.
Thank you very much. Okay. I would like to, we have people waiting online. We have 5 people, and then we are going to take a break. Okay? So I am also going to ask, because of the timing, we usually have a 3-minute limit. I'm going to ask for a 2-minute limit, please. And we can go ahead and start. Do we have anyone in the chambers who is here for matters of public concern? Raise your hand if you're here for matters of public concern. Okay. Online?
Chair Bustamante, we have Chris Michelle's online.
Okay. Go ahead. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Michels.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Thank you.
Okay. First off, I want to say that as a member of the public, I just find that you absolutely have no control of your agenda. That you just proved that again, like you proved it last week, or last meeting. You need to get a consultant in and learn how to run a meeting. You just let that assessor run his mouth for about an hour. All you had to do is read the report and get a 5-minute report and get on with your agenda. You don't seem to realize that that's an option. You are not doing the published work. You have lost control of the meeting, and I think it's bloody well time that you consider that. The other thing I would mention, and now you're apparently going to take the huge run over and having this guy run his mouth and try to take that out of the public input period. I mean, look at yourself. I mean, what the heck do you think you're doing? Learn how to run a meeting. Don't just let these people read these endless reports. You can read the reports and they can summarize it. The other thing I would ask you, and I've been meaning to ask you and missed my chance last time, is just exactly what laws do you people follow? You're sworn to the laws of the state of New Mexico. Currently, you're in violation of Open Meetings Act, you're in violation of the EPRA, you're in violation of your own resolution for sunshine laws, you're in violation of the budget laws. Perhaps you should put out a list of the laws that you actually follow, because you're not following all the laws that you seem to be sworn to. So again, consider this. Why are you in these jobs? Is it so you can break the laws? It seems to be what you're doing is, as soon as you get some attorneys saying is, oh, we'll take care of you, don't worry about this, your attorneys are also part of breaking the laws. Your attorneys directly have broken and continued to break Open Meetings Act. They've continued to break the EPRA Act. So how can you ask these attorneys who are busy breaking the laws to advise you on lawful procedures? The answer is you can't. Those attorneys you have, including your new county attorney apparently, are totally untrustworthy. They tell you whatever they feel like telling you. So please get yourself some competent legal counsel, shape up, follow the law, or resign. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Michels. Next.
Chair Bustamante, our next speaker is Camilla Brom.
Go ahead, Ms. Brom.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you very well. Thank you.
My public statement pertains to the arrangements being considered regarding the pending Board of County Commissioner
we
hearing.
just lost you somehow. We heard you when you said, "Can you hear me?" And then when you started speaking, It went very low again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes, we do.
Okay, great. Thank you. My public statement pertains to the arrangements being considered regarding the pending Board of County Commissioner hearing on the AES Rancho Viejo permit application. I recently met with the county AES case manager, Dominic Cisneros, to discuss a few things, including the specific hearing. And I learned that County Manager Greg Schaefer and his department are in charge of logistics for all Board of County Commissioner meetings and hearings. I also learned the county manager wants this particular hearing held in the chambers and not elsewhere. Additionally, Greg Schaefer has proposed that only certain individuals, such as parties of record, technical experts, and neutral presenters, be allowed to attend in person during these first 2 days of testimony, while the general public would participate virtually And then public comment would take place on the final day of the hearing, still in the chambers, but then the public could show up for that. Although this has not been finalized, I didn't want to wait until it was before bringing this to your attention. The chambers do not constitute a reasonably sized venue for a hearing of this significance, and restricting public access to a public hearing is unacceptable in my opinion. And although virtual meetings were necessary during COVID-19, this isn't the case anymore. The arrangements being considered by County Manager Greg Schaefer go against the intent of the Open Meetings Act. And in New Mexico, a county quasi-judicial public hearing needs to be offered as an in-person public forum, not just virtual attendance, and it should be adequate to accommodate in-person attendees. But by limiting access to this hearing, as the county manager has suggested, this may open the door to a violation of both the Open Meetings Act and the public's due process rights. So I urge you to make sure this hearing is open to the public as the law intends it to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Chair Bustamante, we had one other person sign up to attend virtually, but I do not see them online. They go by Sky Rivers.
Okay. If we do not have anyone else online, we will break now for, we'll be back in at 4:15. Okay, we will see you at 4:15. I'd like to get control of this meeting without any question whatsoever. Let us start. It is exactly 4:15, as I promised. Once a year, we have an assessor's report. I am grateful for the time that we spent learning about it. It needed to be done. Thank you, and thank you for everyone who is still here in attendance. We have moved now to, we don't have any appointments or reappointments, action items. We are now on miscellaneous action items, and we have a request for a resolution requesting budget transfers for various projects. Thank you, Yvonne. And I think I do want to point out something. If there's something that we want to just discuss that sounds like it's just ruminating and we want to share something from our youth, which I know I have been guilty of, maybe this isn't the place to do it. So let's keep our conversations, our questions to the actions and anything that can be valuable to what we're doing here. And that would include those who call in. When it's productive, we want to hear about it. So thank you. Go ahead, Yvonne.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the item in front of you is a budget resolution to move funding from completed projects to projects that need additional money to be able to move forward. This bar is in support of items B and C following. This action item, we are looking to move money between Rancho Alegre road project to the Los Pinos Road project, and then the Northeast-Southeast Waterline project to funding from the Northeast-Southeast Waterline to the Romero Park project. There is no overall increase or decrease to the budget. We're just literally moving money where it needs to go to be spent. And with that, I am Public Works Department and stand for any questions.
Do we have any questions for Yvonne regarding moving money from one person to another? That's already been approved for expenditure. Any questions? Do we have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Johnson, a second by Commissioner Kakari-Stone.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Yvonne. Item B, request approval for agreement 2025.
Chair,
I'm sorry, resolution number 2025-52. Thank you. Thank you.
2025-052.
Thank you. Item B, Chemo Construction. Thank you.
There it is. Okay. Yeah, item 7A, 7B rather, request approval of agreement number.
I'm sorry, if you can make sure you're talking right into the microphone.
Sure.
Thank you.
Resolution, request to approve agreement number 2025-0258 PW/DK with Chemo Constructors Incorporated for construction services required to build the Los Pinos all-weather crossing structure and roadway improvements per the final construction plans in the amount of $3,133,731.88, exclusive of NMGRT. Delegation of authority to county manager to sign the purchase orders. So this project, as you know, is been on the books a long time. We've got it going again and got the plans complete. We're ready to move towards construction. The history of the site is, obviously the Arroyo Hondo, which we have a lot of flooding issues there in the past, which has created hazards for the traveling public to get through to their properties and for emergency vehicles and commercial vehicles. I don't know of anybody that's ever been washed off that road for sure, but the potential is there. So for a long time, we have planned to get this bridge put in, and it's a 6-barrel box culvert, concrete box culvert. It's 1.1 mile, 1,100 feet in length from end to end. And it will be raised, the elevation will be raised up to match the existing road as it approaches the Arroyo, which will give a better visibility to the traffic as it's going through there. So at any rate, that's kind of the gist of the project. I'll stand for any questions.
Do we have any questions? Do we have a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hughes. A second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item C, approval for agreement 2025 for the construction of Romero Park pipe water line.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm here to request approval for the contract to the apparent low bidder, TLC, for the construction of the Romero Park water line. This water line will take city water from South Meadows and serve 4 county properties currently on well systems that are not sufficient to meet the master plan in that general area. So that'll be Nancy Rodriguez, that'll be the La Familia Clinic, the fire station, as well as Romero Park.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Do we have any questions? Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have access to any effluent for the park or anything like that, or is it all just fresh water?
It would have to be trucked.
And do we have we used effluent for the parks there?
We have not, no, sir.
Okay. So we would just use potable water from our allotment and tying into a city line or something over there?
That is correct.
Great, thank you.
Further questions? Motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
And I'll second.
7C.
We have a motion to approve.
And I'll second.
From Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Green. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item D, thank you, Mr. Hart. Item D, request approval for Capital Improvements Advisory Committee. Herbert Foster.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm happy to make this recommendation on behalf of the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee. But first, a quick definition of what impact fees are. Impact fees are basically a charge to a development to pay for the cost of capital improvements that are needed to serve that new development. A little bit of background about the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee. They were formed by the Commission by Resolution 2013-73. The purpose of the CIAC is to make recommendations to the Commission about whether or not to amend the ordinance for impact fees. Currently, there's $100,000 in the budget to help pay for the studies that we need to determine if the Commission wants to amend the ordinance. I'll do my very best to stretch that money out if you do approve our request to proceed. Next slide, please. Oh, I have it right here. Thank you. The types of capital improvements that are eligible to be paid for by impact fees are a water supply, a wastewater treatment, roads, bridges, buses, bus bays, rights of ways, etc., bike and pedestrian trails and open space, and fire, police, and rescue and essential equipment. Currently, the county ordinance 1995-04 imposes fire and rescue impact fees only. The county does not charge impact fees for anything else for fire and emergency rescue services. The 3 studies that are necessary in order to determine whether the Commission wants to proceed to amend the ordinance or not. This is by state statute, is the land use assumptions. This is a projection of the amount of growth and development that will occur in the county over the next 5 years. That would be approved by the Commission moving forward. The next step is the impact fee for capital improvements. Basically, given that projection of new growth and development in the county, the question is, with this plan, is what are the capital improvements that are needed to service that new development? And then I'm calling the third study the Nexus study, which is to recommend how much you charge for each type of development. It may be per household, per square foot of development, and et cetera. So that will be the third and final study that's necessary to make that determination. I said earlier that the county only, as of today, charges impact fees for fire and rescue emergency services. So I'm going to ask the Fire Chief Black to describe his experience in administering the impact fee ordinance for you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bustamante,
our Chair Bustamante and Commissioners. Thank you for considering the request to procure a consultant to conduct the needed studies to update the fire impact fee program. Ordinance 1995-04, which established the impact fees, predates the establishment of the fire department in 1997. When established, the impact fee program was designed to help individual volunteer fire districts meet the capital needs driven by growth within their respective districts. Since the formation of the county fire department in 1997, fire impact fees have remained a critical funding source for the department. They've helped support the construction of new fire stations, expansion of existing facilities, and the acquisition of apparatus, equipment necessary to enhance and allow us to provide emergency responses throughout the county. In December of 2024, the department consolidated its 14 individual fire department identification numbers into 4 regional areas, leveraging existing resources to enhance emergency services across the county. Updating the associated studies has the potential to align the fire impact fee program with the department's current and future delivery model. This effort will allow us to collaborate between not only the fire department, but other county departments, ensuring that we have up-to-date and relevant information to bring forward recommendations and allow us to strengthen public safety and our services that we deliver across the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. If the commission approves the recommendation, the next steps are that I would be working with the CIC to develop a work plan and form work groups. We want to be very careful and comprehensive in looking at any recommendations we make coming out of these studies. So we want to break the CIAC into work groups according to a work plan. Some of the work groups I'm suggesting, in order to be very, very comprehensive and fully informed, I'd like us to look at what other local governments are doing with their impact fee ordinances and their procedures. Other types of public finance tools that are available to the county, in addition to impact fees, PIDs, bonds, etc. The cost of hookup fees and application fees, those are also part of the total costs for development. Also want to look at the possibility of land dedication requirements. Instead of having developers pay a fee, there may be avenues for them to dedicate portions of property in lieu of, if you will. This CIAC work plan would be brought to the commission for their approval, which is customary within the next couple of months. Along that, with your approval today, we would proceed with the procurement process for the land use assumptions, again, which also require by law to be approved by the commission and by law at the recommendation of the CIAC. We would move forward with the drafting of scope of work and the procurement, drafting the land use assumptions, bringing those to the CIAC, and then ultimately to the commission for your review and consideration. If you want to proceed from there, that will take roughly a year from now. Finally, just to summarize, the recommendation from the CIAC is to move forward with the studies that are necessary to determine if you want to make an amendment to the ordinance that charges impact fees. There'll be plenty of time moving forward for the commission to review the studies and adopt them or give authorization to move forward. And I want to say that this is necessary because state law requires the commission every 5 years to go through this process to make this determination. It was a little over a year ago that the commission said, no, we're going to leave it the way it is. And so we have time, but not a lot. These studies will take over the next couple of years. Like I said, I want to be very comprehensive, very careful, very deliberate in making our recommendations. So I think there's nothing urgent about it, but the time is now to get the process moving. So. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Do we have any questions? Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Herbert. Thank you, Chief. So I know in the past this is really focused on fire, and that's appropriate to an extent. I think that our public safety, our sheriff's office needs to be an additional focus of this. I think, based on what you mentioned and what I've understand, is that is a suitable area of this, and I think our constituents are asking significantly about that. And I would say additionally in the fire spectrum at the fire department, maybe additional focus on medical response. So those would be the two areas that I would hope that we would be able to address and sort of look at ways to support additional staffing, or if it's not additional staffing, it's vehicles or whatever the right thing is for the police department and for the EMS portion of the fire department. Then secondly, you know, I like the idea of people paying rack rate when they're building a luxury home. But then I'm wondering if there are some best practices out there that when somebody builds an affordable home or workforce home or a smaller home that are like starter homes, that we might be able to give some sort of a tiered system. So if somebody builds a 6,000 square foot fancy multi-million-dollar home, there's no discounts given to them. But if somebody builds a 1,400 square foot starter home, that there's a way to give those people or the builders that are building that sort of product a better rate, because they're targeting the area that, one, should stay more affordable. So maybe those, you know, not one size fits all impact fees, but more targeted to our goals as a board to address workforce housing issues and the affordability issues that are around here. So I think there's research that you're doing. You may have some answers to that right now, but it'd be great to see that research come back to us in a way that allows us to target these at, you know, fancy, expensive homes as opposed to affordable or workforce.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Green. The commission can agree to waive fees for affordable housing. I do know that.
Yep.
And there are ways to charge different fees. We will be looking at that, yeah. I'm not certain the legal requirements about square footage and so on, but I'm considering, and we will look into this, about perhaps a different fee if a home is located in the wildland urban interface at high fire risk versus somewhere that has, you know, a high level of service and so on. So there are those kinds of things in its particular setting. Different development patterns come with different costs, you know, very low density rural versus something more suburban, et cetera. So we'll be certainly looking at that, and perhaps north-south in areas of the county, because we have to define the service area. The service area could be the entire county or particular areas of the county that have different costs associated with it. So yes, we can and we will look at those different options.
Thank you. I think those nuances are very important for us to be able to pick and choose, and then we can go through and sort of understand it more comprehensively in maybe a presentation and then further on into how we adopt it. Yeah. So thank you.
Further questions? Do we have a motion to move forward?
I will make that motion to for approval of the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee recommendation to procure a consultant to help complete the land use assumptions, the impact fee infrastructure capital improvement plan, and a nexus study.
We have a motion by Commissioner Green. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Item E, requesting approval of lease agreement between Santa Fe County and the Pueblo of Pewaukee for the Hakona Transfer Station. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it wasn't on.
That better? Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
whoa.
Ooh. I will start over.
I think you're seeing. Thanks, Michelle. Go ahead.
Okay. So I am here representing Public Works interest for you to approve a new lease with the Pueblo of Pewaukee for a parcel of land on which we operate the Hakona Transfer Station. We have an existing lease that runs through 2034, And this is turning out to be our second most popular transfer station in the entire county. So Public Works has an interest of investing further in this property and expanding the transfer station to further serve customers. And in order to do that, we've asked for a lease that extends for more than an extra 10-year period of time. So Pueblo of Pojoaque has agreed to give us a 50-year lease with an offer to extend for another 49 years, and which means we're going to be collecting trash there for a very long time. And with this lease, they are allowing us to have an in-kind donation continue, as with this current lease, where the lease is just valued at $1 per year in exchange for allowing Pojoaque tribal members and affiliated businesses to deposit their trash there for free. Any questions?
Do we have any questions for Michelle?
Just a quick
That are important and relevant to the
Yes, I promise. Thank you. I just want to give a shout out to the Pueblo of Pojoaque for extending this and starting to deal in terms and length of terms that can allow us to invest in this area, to invest millions and millions of dollars to build a transfer station up there. So thank you to the Pueblo of Pojoaque, and I'm in favor of this. And if you need a motion, I can keep going.
Do we have any further questions? We have a motion from,
I will make a motion to pass request for approval for a lease agreement number 2025-0153 PW between Santa Fe County and the Pueblo of Pojoaque for use of land for operation of the Jacona Transfer Station.
we have a motion from Commissioner Green.
I second it.
We have a second from Commissioner Kakari Stone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Michelle. All right, item F, a resolution granting county manager authority to negotiate and execute all documents for the acquisition or permit.
Madam Chair, Commissioners,
Brian?
I would like to just give you a quick brief background. This resolution's in reference to a request for a permit from the Santa Clara Pueblo. We have in the Walnut Circle area, our projects team's been doing a great job currently. We're paving and just finished paving that area and upgrading it. But there's a underground drainage system in that neighborhood that outfalls into the Santa Cruz River. Our staff has maintained that in the past, and it goes back decades that we've maintained it. There's been some obvious rain events that have impacted those areas. So you have the sediment fill in of the river channel meandering and changing. And so now where our outfall for all the drainage area in the underground pipe where it outfalls to the river is now short. So there's about 250 feet to get to the outfall for the Santa Cruz River. This permit, we'd reached out to our partners at the Santa Clara Pueblo just to make sure, is there something we need to do? And so they said, yes, we do have a permit now. This is a 10-year permit. It's $100 for that 10 years, and then we have the option to extend the permit another 10 years so we can maintain this channel to make sure that we're outfalling and there's no impact to the residents in that area. And I'll stand for any questions.
Do we have any questions for Ryan? If we have no questions, do we have a motion?
I will make the motion for the resolution granting the county manager authority to negotiate and execute all documents necessary for the acquisition of a permit across Santa Clara Pueblo lands for the purpose of maintaining a drainage channel into the Santa Cruz River.
We have a motion by Commissioner Green. Do we have a second?
Second?
We have a second from Commissioner Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan.
Chair, I have a resolution number for you.
Yes, thank you.
2025053.
Thank you. 053. Okay, we have item G, a request for approval of a project assignment number 1 for agreement.
Hello, Commissioners, Madam Chair. I'm here to request approval for the project assignment of the Ojo de la Vaca Road Galisteo Creek crossing improvements to Sutter Miller and Associates under their on-call agreement. This project will be replacing an existing low water crossing with an all-weather crossing at a location that's approximately a mile and a half south of Old Las Vegas Highway on Ojo de la Vaca Road. This is a major crossing for the residents south of the creek there, which when it floods completely blocks them off to all the areas north, including I-25. So we did go through the on-call process in February, requesting a quote from Sutter Miller and Associates. The project will include preliminary study through final design, including bidding and negotiation afterwards as well. And that's pretty much it. Any questions?
Do we have any questions? Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that this is a much-needed project for that neighborhood. If there is a low water cross, or if there is water in that channel, and there is, God forbid, a fire in that area, the residents would have a really difficult time getting out. They would take a maze to the far south, and we know that that's just not acceptable. So thank you for moving this project forward.
So if there are no further, is there another question, Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, just one question. Are they considering a bridge or some other type of crossing?
There's currently, the proposal has two options that they're exploring. It's a culvert or a pipe arch, I believe. So not a full bridge. It's a very constrained area with the topography and the curve and the railroad right there. So part of the preliminary study will be exploring what options we have there, but it will be to reach that 100-year flood.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with that crossing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, we have a motion.
Move to approve a project for an agreement number 2025-0101A CMO between Santa Fe County and Soder, Miller and Associates in the amount of $416,155 exclusive of NFGRT to provide the design services for the Ojo de la Vaca Road Galisteo Creek crossing, and to delegate the county manager that authority.
We have
Second.
a motion by Commissioner Johnson, a second by Commissioner Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carried. Item H, resolution establishing the Independent Salary Commission. Attorney Boyd.
Good afternoon, Chair Bustamante and members of the commission. Back in front of you from the last regular meeting, seeking approval of a resolution establishing a independent salary commission. I know that we're trying to be quick here, so I'm not going to belabor this resolution too much. In essence, what it's going to do is establish a body consisting of 7 subject matter experts who will prepare over the coming months a set of recommendations for the salaries to be taken by you all and the other elected officials. As you all know, a recent constitutional amendment delegated the power to set elected official salaries to the county commission, and the request of the commission last year when it exercised that authority, I believe for the first time, was that some process be created for developing recommendations or binding salary decisions. The sense of the commission at the last meeting was we'd prefer recommendations, so I went ahead with that, and that's what the resolution before you does. I know that Commissioner Green asked some questions about qualifications, and I did make an edit to the commissioner qualifications to ensure that the 2 commission-appointed commissioners, this is on page 2 of the proposed resolution. So again, to back up, there are 5 commissioners selected by you all, 5 members of this commission. 2 additional members will be selected by those 5 members. The qualifications of those 2 members must be the same as the other 5. They must meet one or more of those qualifications categories. And my concern there for keeping it kind of broad was that I worry about getting a sufficient number of people interested in this to get a large enough candidate pool for you all to select 5, and then for there to be 2 more to be selected by those five commissioners. So again, the reason that this is in front of you, not with a great deal of urgency, but with some urgency, is that this is an odd-numbered year. In order for this timing to work out, for recommendations to be given to you all, and then for you all to consider those recommendations and adopt them and have them be effective, that all needs to take place this year. So that's why we're looking for you to adopt this resolution, and I am happy to stand for any questions you might have about it.
Do we have any questions for Attorney Boyd and Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Attorney Boyd, so the commission, the Board of County Commissioners, would choose 5 of those. When I look at this, it's not necessarily by commission district, is it? It just is by agreement. So you'll request applications, maybe 10 are received, and the commission chooses 5 from that list. Is that how you envision that?
That's what I would, Chair and Commissioner Johnson, that's what I would recommend. If you look at the set of qualifications on page 2, there's a community organization representative, a current retired attorney or judge, a representative of the human resources injury or an employment consultant, a current or retired chief executive officer, and 1 at-large member. And so I worry that if you divided this up by district, you might have a situation where you've got, you can't fill one of these positions because someone doesn't meet one of those qualifications. And so my recommendation is that you all meet to look at the list, and I'm sure that staff could develop a set of recommendations for who those 5 should be, but then you all meet and select those 5. You could also divide it up and say we're going to go round robin and you pick who you want to be on the commission. But again, the issue with having it be an independent commission and have subject matter expertise makes it a little bit more challenging to have folks who are just straight up representing a district.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you, Attorney Boyd. And your office would make those recommendations, is that correct?
The resolution contemplates the county manager's office, specifically human resources, to be the sort of aid to this commission, because I mean they run the common class study for the county for its employees, and I think they have the subject matter expertise to develop any kind of surveys that the commission might want in terms of studying relevant positions in other jurisdictions. So they'll be providing the support, and certainly we'll be assisting with that as well. But at the end of the day, it's a human resources issue. It's compensation. It's not my area of expertise.
Thanks for the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, just a quick question. Well, maybe a quick question. What do you mean by a current or retired chief executive officer? Does that mean any nonprofit or for-profit, or and what's the advantage of that? What are you thinking?
Well, so I think that they will have a species of private sector experience that will relate to what the positions you all will be setting salaries for. So sheriff, clerk, assessor. And so the idea is that you're not going to be able to get someone from government to run this, either within Santa Fe County or in another government field. And so I think the idea behind that qualification is that this person is going to have a higher level executive experience in terms of guiding policy and strategy and understanding the challenges that come from operating at that level of management, which is going to be germane to the experience of most of the elected officials that you're selecting salaries for. I will note that I studied the mayor's independent salary commission ordinance for the city of Santa Fe, and that this isn't a verbatim copy, but this kind of follows a similar set of qualifications developed for that body in terms of setting the mayor's salary for the city.
So would executive directors of nonprofits qualify?
I believe they would. Chair and Commissioner Hughes, I believe that a chief executive officer is anyone who's held the position of chief executive officer. Now, I think that certainly I wouldn't view the staff's position of determining these qualifications as saying, well, sorry, that's not the right type of chief executive officer. I think it's your call. You get a list. You'll get a list of chief executive officers, and then it's for you all to decide who has the most, the best expertise and qualifications to serve in this role.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. I'd like to add to that. I really prefer your answer to what a CEO would actually be. If you could please just put the language that you stated instead of an executive director of something? Just put an individual who has the experience of, so that it's not something that we're going to haggle over in what might constitute the kind of person we're looking for. I think you were very concise, and I think it got to that point.
Chair, I would respectfully recommend leaving it at this, and I'm happy to continue to make this point heard at the meeting you all have to decide who serves on this body. But I think someone who has, meets this minimum requirement of having led an organization it's easy to administer, it's easy to look at, and if someone just doesn't have that experience at all, then they're not going to make the cut. But if they have any experience in that regard, then yes, that what I've just articulated would become a concern, and you all could have a discussion about whether this organization that this applicant served as the head of has given them the experience they need to really meaningfully study this issue of elected official
I guess
compensation.
I don't understand why it would be that difficult to just provide the content, but if you can add that, I think I don't agree that because it was taken from a city document that it's actually written well. I think that the clarification that we're looking for someone who has outside experience of an executive director or CEO level has certain insights that you would want to disclose, rather than us trying to figure out what kind of CEO has something similar, et cetera, et cetera. I just really would prefer that consideration. Commissioner Green.
So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Attorney Boyd. I'm wondering if item A, one shall be a representative of a community organization. I'm wondering if there's a space for a former elected official in there. And I'm wondering, yes, okay, I see some nods in there. So that would be an added qualification, that somebody who's been sort of on the job, might get it. Of course, if it's a legislator and they've never been paid, they're going to shoot low. But if it's somebody else, they may. So, no.
You never know,
thank you.
Chair. Commissioner Green. So are you suggesting, okay, I'm hearing these as kind of friendly amendments to this resolution. I'm noting here that the chair would like to have the qualification for a current or retired chief executive officer to be broadened somewhat more to include anyone with higher level executive experience, executive management experience.
Reflective of running a larger organization that would have similar. Those were the words that you had stated. It clarified what you were looking for.
So okay, and then I guess I heard Commissioner Green to be suggesting that a representative of a community organization be replaced, or perhaps the at-large member replaced with someone who is.
I was going to say that item 1 could be a representative of a community organization or
okay,
a former elected official. If that's just other folks here.
In Santa Fe County?
Maybe not, right? Maybe it's somebody who's moved here from other places that brings best practices, but they have to reside here.
Commissioner Kokaristo.
Attorney Boyd, thank you. Do we need an exclusionary provision of who it doesn't include? And here's what I was thinking. Can it be a former Santa Fe County commissioner? And if so, does there need to be a reprieve time in which the time they served to being on the committee being like a year out or 2 years? Because who knows the job more than a former county commissioner who could also be a lawyer or judge? But do we want to exclude folks who just recently served? I'm just thinking out loud with you.
Chair and Commissioner Kakari Stone, the only relevant exclusion is for anyone, no member may be a county commissioner's or elected official's spouse, parent, child, or sibling.
Right.
So I don't think that would exclude a former county commissioner from service, and I don't think the resolution needs to be changed to reflect that. I think really just a former county commissioner needs to be encouraged to apply for this, to serve on that.
It just seems like we should have had a member that was a former county commissioner, in my opinion, because you know what the job is, you know it's not part-time, and we have people who might not really understand the sitting in this position and what it entails.
Chair and Commissioner Kakari Stone, I mean, I think that Commissioner Green's suggestion of there be a elected official, a former elected official, be added to the qualifications as a permissive qualification is a good one to cover this. And I just don't think it would make sense to put in specifically former county commissioner, because if we don't get an applicant who's a former county commissioner, then all of a sudden we don't have a spot filled. So the ideal would be that a former county commissioner could apply, and hopefully they'll meet more than one qualification. They'll be a former elected official, and they'll be a retired judge or a lawyer or what have you. And then you all can discuss and select that person as the most qualified candidate for the position.
Okay, and you answered my question. They're not excluded. So that's helpful, and they'll be included under the rubric of elected official. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kakari-Stone. Commissioner Green?
Just as another follow-up, was there an exclusion that anybody who serves on this from them running for a position at that next cycle?
Chair and Commissioner Green, no. I believe that the only exclusion here is for a current member of the commission or an elected official or one of their spouse or family members. So you could exclude them from, I mean, they would be excluded from the commission if they were elected to the position of county commissioner. But in terms of announcing a candidacy,
setting their own, like I think the city's salary commission said that if you serve on that, you cannot run for certain positions, at least in that next cycle.
Can I suggest that if you're making that suggestion, the most natural place to do that is in paragraph 3, which talks about the exclusions we've just been discussing, Chair and Commissioner Green, and I would just insert between be a county commissioner or elected official, county commissioner or a candidate for county commissioner, and then I will wordsmith this to get it to say that essentially current county commissioners and any candidates for county commission are excluded from the commission.
I would say it's not candidates. It's because it's going to happen long before somebody becomes a candidate. So I think it would be another item, like, I don't know, 15, 16, 17, that members of this commission are precluded from running for county office for a term of 2 years after they serve on this, or something like that.
Chair and Commissioner Green, unfortunately with that provision, I think would be unenforceable. I think because this resolution it's a resolution, not an ordinance, so it doesn't carry the force and effect of law outside of the process for this commission. And then if someone declared their candidacy and they met all the other qualifications for candidacy under state statute, I think that they would have a great argument that, no, the county commission cannot unilaterally set additional qualifications by way of resolution, probably even ordinance as well.
So couldn't anybody who applies for this give a certification that they choose, like anybody who applies for this must sign an affidavit saying that they will not serve, they will not run for an office for a period of 2 years after their service?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Green, I don't see what the reasoning would be. If they have input on a salary, not to be deprecating, but this isn't really something like, I'm going to make this a really high salary and go run for this position. But I don't see a conflict.
That's fine. I was just thinking that it would just be sort of to preclude that, but that's fine. Either way, it's fine.
Thank you. Anything further?
So I guess I'd be looking for a motion to issue this resolution as amended. I think the amendments we just discussed would have been to, in paragraph 3 of the resolution, modify paragraph 3A to state that one member shall be a representative of a community organization or a former elected official. Paragraph 3D to strike current or retired chief executive officer, and state and said shall have outside experience at the executive high level executive management level, and then in paragraph, those are the only changes discussed. We didn't really make any changes about the qualification report.
Walker, if I could, Chair Bustamante, I think because you have elected official as a defined term, if you applied it literally, then in 3A, it would be treasurer, assessor, sheriff, county clerk, probate judge, and it excludes county commissioner by definition. So you may want to make it former elected official or county commissioner, just so that you address that definitional issue, because I think what I heard the commissioners to be saying is they'd like that option. So just a technical, sorry to intervene.
Thank you for that
thank you.
lifeline, manager.
Do you want a motion?
Sorry, we have a motion. Commissioner Kakari-Stone?
I make a motion to accept resolution establishing the Independent Salary Commission with modifications and amendments in 3A and 3D, as well as in the definition above.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Kakari-Stone, a second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Attorney Boyd. Okay, we are at item 8, presentations. We have a presentation from the Youth-Specific Clinical Services provided by Christus St. Vincent. And respect of time, and I understand you don't necessarily want to be here that long. I don't mean to put it that way, but we're looking forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Chanel Delgado, and I have the privilege of overseeing Santa Fe County's Youth Services Division. Today, I'm eager to share the progress and accomplishments of our collaboration with Christus St. Vincent since we successfully filled the county-funded clinical position in April 2024 and have made significant advancements in program implementation. In today's presentation, you will see the highlights of success of our partnership and how we are addressing gaps in services. From May 2024 to March 2025, Christus served a total of 214 youth through our youth-specific behavioral health work. Out of these, 120 were successfully referred to outpatient services. Additionally, 76 youth received inpatient care. And a noteworthy accomplishment is the referral of 34 youth to the Santa Fe County's Youth Behavioral Health Case Management Program, which began in September 2024, in which the cases that are referred require intensive support and coordination. This partnership has demonstrated remarkable coordination and effectiveness in our collaborative referral process, ensuring that the youth we serve receive essential support and resources for their development and well-being. I look forward to further discussions about this initiative and the opportunity to enhance these crucial services in our community. With that, it is my pleasure to introduce Kathleen Tunney, Director of Community Health and Equity, and Anna Harlan, the Adolescent Behavioral Health Crisis Counselor.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. We are excited to be here today to share about our first year of this partnership. We are really grateful for the support of Santa Fe County in investing in crisis counselor for adolescents. In the interest of time, we won't dwell on this, but this is just a snapshot of the flow from when someone enters into our emergency department waiting room and comes all the way back to our behavioral health observation unit. Our behavioral health observation unit is located in our emergency department. It's a carve-out space that were people who are struggling with behavioral health, psychological distress can have a little bit of a quieter atmosphere than the rest of the emergency department. Anna started seeing patients on May 8th of 2024. This slide is just a snapshot of individuals served during each of the quarters that we've had so far. You'll see again that quarter four, that first quarter, is lower. It wasn't a full quarter. This slide is just a snapshot of the ages served, with the majority being between the ages of 13 and 19. We do serve 22 is sort of the cap we use for adolescents. However, individuals presenting younger than their chronological age or had a developmental disability were also potentially seen by Anna. And also you can see the breakdown of gender identity. When individuals enter the behavioral health unit, or observation unit, we look at what are their presenting problems, and you'll see that all of these numbers would add up to be a much larger. So all individuals come in with multiple presenting problems. General mental distress, anxiety, depression being significant ones. And you can see that the other category really captures a wide range of presenting problems. Through the past year or so, we've noticed an increase in the particular presenting problems. So on the slide, you can see substance use, homelessness, pregnancy, paranoia, increase in aggression and homicidal ideation and perpetration. So I'm going to turn it over to Anna, who's going to talk a little bit more about the specifics.
Thanks. Madam Chair, Commissioners, can you hear me? This slide focuses on the drivers that lead to the presenting problems. One of the main drivers is bullying in school. A lot of kids come in, experience continued bullying, and indicate that that's a big driver to their stress. This breaks down the accepted referrals, outpatient and inpatient. Even if a kiddo was admitted inpatient, I still make referrals for outpatient referrals for the family to have set in place when the kiddo comes home. This breaks down the inpatient placement. One of the newer partners is New Mexico Behavioral Health Care, which is in Albuquerque. It's noted Mesilla is a really great partner for us because they will see kiddos under 12. And with the Christus St. Vincent Behavioral Health Unit, that can be 18 and older. Not seen on this, we do make referrals to Caseman and UNM. Historically, they just not have had bed availability. We take the first place that accepts them for continuation of care. This is just a small snapshot of the partners that I've referred kiddos to. Some of them, just to highlight the Santa Fe County Case Management, Sky Center, NAMI, Gerard's House, Solace, Youth Shelters. And so this is kind of the criteria that is taken into consideration for kiddos who would be a good fit for the Santa Fe County Case Management. And the number seen on there, as Chanel mentioned, is the referrals from the first year, not up to date. This slide focuses on the gaps that we've noticed, one of those being eating disorders within the Santa Fe County. We're not seeing or able to have many providers who specialize in this or facilities. Another gap is accessibility for families and guardians who do want the services. They themselves run into a lot of barriers, financial, transportation. They don't have health insurance or just accessibility. Another one worth noting is just the number of wait lists. We have so many great providers. There are a lot of wait lists. Getting a kiddo in services shortly after a hospital stay, they're in a very acute state. So it's very important to get them seen by a provider as soon as possible. And now the successes. These are just some of the successes to highlight. One being after the kiddo has been seen by our amazing behavioral observation unit staff, and they're a good fit, refer them to the Santa Fe County Case Management, where Christina is able to provide them with more referrals and care coordination. Another one is for kiddos that go to Mesilla Valley Hospital and New Mexico Behavioral Health Care. What we've seen overall is a decrease in visits back to our emergency room, as well as families and kiddos have indicated that they've gotten what they wanted out of the programs. And then last is our partnership with Sky Center. They have been great, just immediate care, getting kiddos and families in as soon as possible.
we gave you the abbreviated version in the interest of time today, but we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Questions for our presenters? Commissioner Kakari-Stone?
I just want to thank both of you, Ms. Harlan and Tuni, for your work. I think it's really clear. The data that you presented on the gaps and the needs and the types of diagnosis, as well as some of the presenting problems, is astounding and alarming. And I'm just wondering if you can share, just one of you, one compelling statement as we're thinking about a youth center. I see Ms. Romero there in Santa Fe County. What would be the most important part of this youth center? And then we also have the Human Rights Alliance that just put a LGBTQI plus center. And I know that suicide rates and depression and substance use and gender nonconforming and transitioning and gender transitioning needs are really important amongst these youth, as well as homeless. What's needed to be more integrative as we think about Christus, our youth center to be developed, our connector, the schools, public schools, safe zones, in your professional opinion?
I think what's really key is the idea of safety for youth, and regardless of where they are in the systems, that there's safety for them to express what they're feeling, and so to get the help earlier. I think one of something we didn't touch on today was that Anna does field calls from pediatric providers as well as community members to help also guide youth out to not come into the emergency department. So, if appropriate, to get where they can get care outside of the ED, because emergency rooms are stressful, traumatic places. So that is a role that she also plays in giving that advice. So I think looking at those prevention and intervention points, and having just continued, I think we have a great network of providers and certainly the county staff, just to continue as much open communication as possible and providing those feelings of safety for youth wherever they're presenting their concerns.
Thank you so much. And since you have data, and you might have already done this, but are you able to do more analysis that look at correlations or relationships between, for example, suicide and bullying? It seems like you have the numbers, and to maybe share that with our county staff and the community services. I thought when you said political climate, I do know the research on Dreamers and Latinx youth, and political climate from studies in California shows that anti-Latino, anti-immigrant sentiment, and that increases to stressors and anxiety and depression for Latinx youth. And we're going to see an increase on a lot of these issues due to the Trump policies and political climate, as Commissioner Green, with his declaration of valuing our Jewish community and the no hate message we got, that's on the rise. And I think it's important to kind of look at a deeper analysis. And I don't know if we could do some data analytics with you. She's shaking her head.
Yeah, I think we can. I think Anna has collected a tremendous amount of data with the eye of over collecting information. So I definitely think we can look at that and share back with county staff of where we see trends and connections for sure.
That's terrific. Thank you. Thank
Absolutely.
you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you both. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I just have one quick question. First of all, I do appreciate the work you do and this presentation. I wondered why so many people were referred to Mesilla Valley Community Hospital. That's in Las Cruces, isn't it?
I have the mic. So yeah, the primary reasons are when anyone comes in, we usually refer to all of the centers, all of the inpatient facilities, and really it's whoever has bed availability goes first. So Mesilla Valley has historically had a higher rate of bed availability for us, where unfortunately Caseman and UNM, which would be great for families because of its proximity, they tend not to have the bed availability for adolescents or adults. So most of the time when we have to place youth or adults into inpatient, it's oftentimes to areas outside of our region, which is also why it's critical with youth in particular, our relationship with the Sky Center. So youth youth and other partners, but that, as Anna mentioned, we make referrals to outpatient community providers to be ready for youth when they return from any kind of inpatient stay.
Well, do we need to increase our capacity up here in the north? So we don't send, I mean, you send almost half the people south, and that's, that's a long way from your family.
It is a long way. I mean, I definitely think more inpatient beds for adolescents and adults are needed in northern New Mexico.
Thank you. Commissioner Green.
Oh, were you done?
Sorry?
I'm done.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for the work you do. I think it's timely, given that we proclaimed this month Mental Health Awareness Month, and I appreciate the work you guys are doing. A couple questions about outreach. How do people know about this? Like, what are you in the schools? Are you on social media? Are you meeting the kids where they're at? Like,
Sure.
Yeah.
So thank you for that question. So by and large, it's who's coming into the ED is our sort of target group. However, Anna has connected with a lot of our outpatient providers, both mental health providers and pediatricians, to let them know of her position in our emergency department. So that way the goal is that people, again, if a provider is uncertain if they should recommend a child coming into the emergency department, they can call ahead to her and say, like, what do you think? And they can have, that clinical conversation. And then also it allows Anna to prepare the child and family of what it's like coming into the emergency department. So just to, to paint the picture of, we've been having record high volumes in our emergency department in general. And then when kids come in, they have to change into to our behavioral observation unit, change into paper scrubs. It's a whole experience that's not exactly ideal. And so our outreach approach has been letting community providers know of Anna's existence, so they can reach out ahead of time, or and also word has gotten out, and she's received some phone calls from community members. But we're also trying to manage just the flow of youth, and when appropriate, be in an outpatient setting.
So I'm thinking of a few different opportunities, whether A, social media, B, in the schools, C, the 988 number. Like, if somebody calls 988, do they have an opportunity to be onboarded onto your space as a resource when it's not an impending threat? Maybe like 988 is sort of, has a variety of spaces there, and I'm wondering if there's a place for them to get referred to you there.
I think those are all great suggestions that we can look into. I think Anna's role as a crisis counselor is a crisis counselor for those presenting in the ED. So we also don't want individuals calling in crisis to seek clinical help from, if they're not in the emergency department. That's kind of the parameters of her role. However, I think making sure we're well connected with 988 and the advice that they can give, and sort of the having individuals call ahead and get information. I think those are all things we can do and look at to make sure we're reaching people holistically and as thoroughly as possible.
And I want to follow up a little bit on Commissioner Kakari-Stone's data sort of analysis, is sort of to understand, not self-diagnosis per se, but the self-assessment of how you got there. Right? Do you think it was bullying? Do you think it was like to start to have data so that we might be able to get to the root causes and say, kids, be nicer to each other, or whatever, right? The mean girl thing or mean boy thing, whatever is, what are these root things? Or, my family's dysfunctional and I need some space. I need some foster care. I need some mentorship, whatever it is, to get people so that we can start to sort of not be sort of reactionary, but more root cause solution based for us here might have some added value.
Yeah, thank you for that, Commissioner. I know we work closely with Chanel and Christina and Community Services, and have had some of those starting conversations of the information that we learn in from the ED perspective of how that can inform prevention work. And so I agree with both you and Commissioner Kakari-Stone that that's something we can also sort of tie closer to specific data points. But I think seeing sort of the unfortunate outcomes of work can definitely better articulate.
I'm like itching to come to this mic. So, Chair and Commissioners, I just want to say our goal is to divert from the hospital, right? Because we don't want to create more trauma. And the Youth Services Division is actively pursuing and looking at ways to create a crisis continuum for children that can be intercepted before they land up in an emergency room, or at Mesilla Valley or at Caseman. And so that is part of our task, and we're actively looking at what that will look like for our community. And so I just want to say that like our goal wouldn't be ideally for them to end up in the ED in the first place, and that we're able to intercept that before that happens. So through like a mobile crisis response or something like that. So just wanted to throw that out there, that is actively being pursued by the division.
That's amazing. And then lastly, there are niches that we spoke about, whether it's LGBT, or I want to bring another one that may not show up at your doorstep at the hospital, but may show up at the tribal situations. And I'm wondering if we can have some assessment of the need and responses that are peculiar for tribal youth.
Commissioner, Chair, definitely, and we do have tribal partners we have had conversations with and what that continuum would look like on that end. Specifically, I'll throw out Tewa Roots. They're aware of our goal and our mission in terms of creating this continuum of care, and we've had early conversations about what that partnership could look like.
It's great. Thank you so much. Yeah, great job.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the amazing work that you do. This is a very informative presentation, and I may have missed it in it. But earlier in this meeting, we recognized May as Behavioral Health Awareness Month, and we talked a little bit about stigma and resistance. And so I'm wondering if you also collect data or have sort of information about hesitancy from families, from youth who are coming into the ED and, resisting the recommendation. If you have strategies for preventing that or for increasing awareness of the benefits and the services and ways to sort of remove the stigma.
Thanks. We definitely see pushback sometimes, and it can create an opportunity to have a conversation about mental health and to normalize it. And we hear a lot of parents say, well, they're going to miss school, and we have this trip coming up, and it can be a conversation to shift the focus to mental health. School will always be there, and it's important to address the mental health, and especially if it's the first time their kiddo is reaching out for help, to kind of bring that to the parents' attention. Sometimes we also have kiddos who push back, who want the help but not quite there. It's more also opportunities to give them a chance and encourage them to give therapy a try, even if they may not believe it in themselves just yet, just to try 1 or 2 sessions. We let them know it's normal if the therapist is not the right fit. It's okay to go shopping to find the therapist. And also sometimes sharing success stories so they don't feel so alone in what they're struggling with. And that can be an opportunity to offer groups so they don't have to start one-on-one, which can be super intimidating, especially talking with a stranger. And if they're in a group setting, then they can see that collectively they may be struggling with bullying or suicidal ideation, and individually it's their own experience.
Yeah, thank you for that answer. And I think it speaks to what was mentioned by Commissioner Hughes and some of the others about the need for more beds. I could also see resistance to traveling to Las Cruces because how does that separation work? Does a parent need to come? Right? So I think that we, need to work as a community to increase that bed count so that we can serve more of those folks and not send them to the south. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Thank you so much for the work that you're doing. It's so important. And I just feel like I have to say NAMI Youth is so underutilized in this state, and I tried, but We picked up the NAMI youth stuff, but thank you so much. Absolutely grateful. I trust in your expertise because you're doing this every day, all day long. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. And thanks for the information.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have a presentation concerning wildfire mitigation, public safety and power shutoff. Carlos Lucero. Welcome to our chambers. Carlos, it's good to see you in person. You can feel free to pick that up. Just make it yours.
And I guess have control over this. Okay. Okay, good afternoon, or we're going into the evening here. Madam Chair Bustamante, members of the commission. So I'm Carlos Lucero, so I'm the Senior Manager of Government Affairs and Community Relations at PNM, Public Service Company New Mexico. And today, I just want to, I know we're going to try to make this fast within 10 minutes, just to at least go through the presentation, then have questions after. But really, I'm just here to go over our PNM's wildfire mitigation plan, and particularly we'll look at our new tool we have, what we call Public Safety Power Shutoff, or PSPS, and just kind of how this works, how we're making the public aware, any call to actions, and and I'll give an example of how this has been utilized to date. So with that said, we'll just kind of continue on. So the wildfire mitigation plan that PNM puts together, it's ongoing, and we're always trying to update and enhance, to the plan, and really it's about what the plan entails is year-round vegetation management, across our infrastructure, making sure that the trees and any vegetation are trimmed back down so that they don't fall into the line or touching the lines. We have our on-ground situational awareness. We're trying always to upgrade and harden the actual electric grid. And we were working with the communities to collaborate with the emergency responders, the emergency management teams within the county, the cities, and in this case, in the Santa Fe County, we've been working really close with the county and the city of Santa Fe as well. And when it comes to mitigation, the last resort, and what we'll continue to talk about more, is a public safety power shutoff. So what is a public safety power shutoff, or PSPS? Well, it's a tool to keep our communities safe. And that's by, in a sense, preventing, especially during extreme weather, from, say, trees or have the actual electric grid or our power lines become a possible ignition source and possibly cause a wildfire. And so that's the last thing we want to happen. So during extreme weathers, and we've actually seen this, and this is during wildfire season, which is, we say, from March to late summer to going into early fall is what we consider wildfire season. Back in March, we did see some extreme weather, and usually what triggers what we call extreme weather that we did see this past March, and we continue to see in April, was very high winds in our high fire communities. Usually it's over 60 miles per hour, and also, you have to have extreme dry conditions, which we're seeing a lot of during, during these drought times as well. Now, what areas can be impacted? Well, PNM serves over 550,000 customers statewide, throughout the state, and you see that map, and it's almost like just about every part of where we serve could be considered a high fire area, from the southern New Mexico areas of Silver City, Ruidoso, which Ruidoso has been prone to more wildfires that we've seen, recently, to Las Vegas, to Clayton, to the Sandia Mountains of Albuquerque, to the Rio Grande Bosque, and then of course Santa Fe, the Santa Fe within the greater county city area, we do consider these high fire areas, and they're more likely to experience, or could experience a PSPS. And also, I just want to make a note that even within our grid, say our grid shares a transmission, or we share a transmission with either another utility or a co-op, if a PSPS is called, that could actually impact maybe the power going off in those areas as well. So I just want to note that as well. Now, PSPS is not, it's not new to the utility industry. With the recent past fires and even recent fires in California and in the West, there's other utilities such as PNM that have the PSPS as part of their wildfire mitigation, and that's, for example, California Edison, which is the larger utility within the greater Los Angeles area, into San Diego Gas and Electric, to Avista, which is in Washington State, and then even Idaho Power, to give you some examples. Now, what in a sense is the PSPS, or public safety power shutoff process? Well, first, we have to look at, is extreme weather on the way? So usually that's, we're going to be looking at 4 to 7 days out, based on weather forecasts. PNM works really closely with a meteorologist on what the weather is going to look like in the next week, in the next few days. And from there, we can pinpoint, in a sense, what day or days could be more, where there could be a potential for extreme weather and a possible PSPS. Now, it gets to the point where the process is, we evaluate. If it gets close to where the weather is getting to be extreme, then we'll consider mobilization. So we start getting our crews ready, because they're going to have to be on the ground, ready to, in a sense, if we have to de-energize during this PSPS, they are going to start opening certain equipment to start shutting the power off. And really what we're trying to do, especially in our communities, is segment as much as possible. So say, in a sense, there is extreme weather in, say, the Santa Fe area. We don't want to just shut down the whole thing, the whole county or the whole city. But if there's areas that we could segment, that we could keep on, especially for critical infrastructure that's in place, or because of hospitals, schools, water treatment plants, the airport, we'll work with our communities to see where those critical areas are and try to keep those areas with as much, or keep them with power. But there's going to be certain areas within the county or the city that probably will not be able to, just because of the impacts with the vegetation and the chance that it could ignite some kind of wildfire. So we got to be really careful. And then there's the restoration effort. Once the weather subsides, then we can go back and start turning on the power. And I'll get kind of into this later, but really the restoration effort could be longer than expected, depending on how much power has been shut off. And of course, we're always looking for feedback to how do we make this PSPS tool, or even our fire mitigation plan as a whole, better. And we're always looking to the community and even working internally to always try to make it better. So again, I kind of went over this. We're always looking 4 to 7 days ahead. If there is going to be we're going to monitor and track extreme weather. 2 to 3 days ahead, that's when we can start notifying customers and then key stakeholders. I know personally, I've sent notices to the commissioners, the city councilors, stating extreme weather's coming. There's a possibility of a PSPS. That's usually the 2-3 day ahead. When it comes to 1 day ahead, and we're seeing that the weather is still on track to be fairly extreme, and that's 1 day ahead, that we're already not just a possible PSPS, but more a likely PSPS. And then when we get to the day of a possible PSPS, now the hours coming down to that, it's even more than likely we'll call it, and at that point, we will continue to notify customers that you are in a PSPS and give them all the awareness and warnings possible to write it out accordingly. Again, this is just the 5 steps on the restoration efforts. And again, this, depending on how much power was actually shut off, it could take, there could be shorter periods or longer periods before the power goes back on, depending on how we segmented it and how far customers are away from in a sense, the closest power resource. In this case, maybe a substation. So if you're closer to a power substation and we start putting the power back on, or our crews do, after they've patrolled all the lines in that area, then some customers will get restored faster than others. And unfortunately, that's just the way the grid works, the way it works right now. And yeah, so it is an effort to where there's going to be a lot of foot patrol. We'll use helicopters and drones if necessary and available, but we will also abide by any permitting and policy or any kind of coordinate. We'll coordinate with the community to make sure that our helicopters and drones are operating appropriately in the communities. So right now we have had an awareness. We started in earlier this year where we made customers within all our high fire areas or our HFAs aware about a possible or how the PSPS works, and that they could be impacted by a PSPS due to extreme weather. The fact that we're trying to protect and make our communities safe, and there could be a possibility if this happens that their power could go out, and it could be the duration of the power could be pretty long depending on where they're at and how, whose power went off, and really just take the proper steps to prepare. And really, it's about also continuing to working with our communities, the emergency managers, the counties such as, and even the commissioners, that I see in front of me, to make sure that we're all aware on what we need to do and work together and have a real collaborative approach when it comes to wildfire. And again, we've done where we've sent direct customer outreach within the customer bills, emails, bill messaging, door to door, canvassing to LifeWatch. LifeWatch, I think, is very critical because that's where our more customers with medical conditions, and if they are on dialysis or they need oxygen, that they need to let us know. And we're in the process of building that database to make sure that those types of customers that we're real sensitive to their needs, and they have the proper backup emergency contacts so that we can get a hold of them and give them even more awareness and preparedness, of a possible PSPS. And then there's just additional customer outreach we've been working on, press releases. We've actually had radio interviews and shows within Silver City, Rio Doso, and Las Vegas to date. And we'll continue to work with the communities on this customer outreach. And this is just a call to action on how customers, they can go to our website, they can sign up for outage alerts. So it's kind of similar to how you sign up for outage alerts for any non-PSPS outage. If there's an outage, you'll get an automatic awareness or warning stating that your power is out, and hopefully you'll see that we'll try to give you the best estimated restore time as well. So that's kind of similar to how this PSPS awareness works as well. And then, internally, we're just really trying to train our employees, and that's, we have, have more employee ambassadors, and that's kind of where I'm here today. I'm actually an ambassador to present this to the commission today. So, we're really trying to put an all-out effort, working with the communities, even working internally to make sure that we do the best job we can. And again, these are just some examples of what was sent out, and as far as postcards, bill inserts, to make our customers aware that they are in a high fire risk area, and all the information as possible as we can give on our mitigation plan and PSPS as well. And then there's also that QR code that you've seen throughout this presentation, where it makes it easier to put to click on your phone, and you'll go to the link to get even more information on our plan and PSPS. So that's pretty much it. That's my presentation. So if there's any questions, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you very much. Carlos, do we have any questions? Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I just wondered, how do you contact particular residents of it? Like, let's say one small area is going to be without power. Do you have a method to send them all a text message? Or, I guess what I'm getting at, are you hooked into Alert Santa Fe 911, which does have that ability?
Madam Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Hughes, you bring up a good point, because in fact, I'll just give you an example. In Las Vegas, probably the end of April, at the end of March, beginning of April timeframe, we did call one of these public safety power shutoffs. It got to the point where the weather was too extreme, and we did, in a sense, segment the more vulnerable areas are more in the forest areas on the west side of Las Vegas. 2,500 customers did have to, were impacted by this PSPS. Now, the way we went ahead and did it, PNM did it, is through our call center. We have all their information and phone numbers. Anybody that signed up for, that have signed up for our outage alerts were contacted. We did through robocalls, through text messages, to make them aware that a PSPS is coming, that there's a time, it's happening right now at 1 p.m. and it could go up to for another 12 hours. But we're hoping that there'll be less time, and we'll keep you in contact. So that's kind of how that was done. Again, we are working with the communities, because is that the best way to do it, or how can we work with the communities even more, for more awareness and warning?
Yeah, I think that's good to communicate directly with the people who are going to be affected. And but this is a good program, so thank you for the presentation. Yeah.
Commissioner Kokari-Stone?
Mr. Lucero, it's great to put a face to your name and the emails we got in February, March, and I appreciate you being here tonight. I do think there was quite a bit of confusion, and I'm confident we learned from February and March on how to really reach communities within Santa Fe County that are harder to, they have more challenges in getting text messages or emails. And I'm talked to the county manager about this. How do we work more closely with Mr. Call? He seems very responsive. I know you met with the county, but there was a lot of mass confusion when that morning we woke up and we started hearing, I saw in the our Las Acequias Neighborhood Association newsletter first, went out as a text. Power's going to be off in a couple hours. So we've got elderly, we got people living with different medical fragile conditions. So they can't even go 5 minutes without oxygen based on electricity, right? Or suctioning, breathing machines. These are really critical life events. And my biggest concern, and I want your ideas on how you can collaborate more closely with Mr. Call and us in the county, is how do we reach those people? And how do we get them enrolled in this emergency? How do we get the word out for folks who can't be without other types of electricity? You know, we were going out in our own neighborhood just as an individual resident, citizen, trying to get the last of the generators at Home Depot and other places for our elderly family members. So I'd like to know some ideas and lessons learned from that, from February, March.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Stone, and I think, because this is new, and yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways to enhance and make this better, especially when it comes to our the medically sensitive and those on oxygen and dialysis, and really, and I guess the idea is we you know, part of what came out of the Las Vegas PSPS is working directly with, say, the hospitals and even the medical community to work with those. So even if they're not signing up for LifeWatch or they don't, you know, or they don't have the means to just even go to those links and sign up, you know, it's really working with, you know, the medical and the first responders to continue to work with them to make sure that we're doing what we can, you know, P&M with what we're trying to do to contact or have these folks sign up, and working with our first responders, our medical communities, to find out who these more vulnerable customers are. So I mean, it's really going to be a collaborative effort, and we're going to continue to do that. And so that's kind of what we're doing right now as we speak, and to make sure that, and even going back to February and March, I think we could have, you know, because it was new, I think there was a lot of confusion because it was going back and forth. Yes, they are going to shut off the power. No, we're not. And you know, it came down to like the last, you know, in a sense, the last minute saying that no, we won't shut off the power. So I think at this point we're working better internally to say if we are going to do it, we have to make sure that it's going to happen, that the proper notifications and awareness go. So it's like it's going to happen at 1 p.m. and it could go on for this long. But in the meantime, we will continue to make you aware of the situation and give you all the up-to-date updates.
So thank you, Mr. Lucero. It still sounds kind of dubious, and that there's not a specific emergency contingency plan in place, like a flow chart. Here's where we contact first. Here's how we do it. We're working with 911. We're working the county. This contact the city. We have people enrolled who are high risk and high need. We've identified them through the database. They're going to be enrolled in this system. I don't hear a specific plan, and it does make me concerned for people who might be a life or death situation. While we could just, you know, hang out and go offline for a while and work on our cell phones,
right.
This might mean life and death for others.
And Madam Chair and Commissioner Stone, I guess maybe going back to the actual process, and it does go back, you know, a few days before, you know, kind of, if there's a chance of it's a possible PSPS based on forecasted weather, P&M will work directly with the emergency managers, first responders, the hospitals. You know, we're going to get them prepared to know that this could be coming. And so I guess, and that's where the work is being done to find more of those more vulnerable customers. And then when it gets to a point where it's like two to, you know, when they're getting to that 1 to 2 day, that's when we, and depending on where it's at, then that's when we can start even contacting the customer base themselves and getting them prepared. And then, of course, the day of, if it's even, when it's a day of and we're still in extreme weather conditions, and it's more likely that the weather's extreme, and at that point, yeah, that's when the full notifications go back out to everyone. You know, even, you know, back to first responders, everybody that we first started with, well, we'll continue to get a full set of notifications and up-to-date information on the likelihood of a PSPS. So I don't know if that answers your question better, but that's kind of how the process works. And again, it's always going to be that we are going to have to always build on it, because it is fairly new, and we're going to continue to work, you know, directly with communities and everybody else we need to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ambassador Lucero. May you someday become an official ambassador. So a couple ideas here that maybe we have a resource. You know, days in advance, do your work. It's great. Get the notice out there. But we have like Amber Alerts and things like that, and these reverse 911 sort of calls. And I don't necessarily think that those need to go out hours in advance, but when you know this is about to happen, that may be a trigger that we could send out. And the benefit of that is it gets everybody, right? And you can geofence it, so you know these blackout areas where you're going to do it, and it gets everybody, including tourists, right? You know, you don't have to be a P&M customer to do this. So if you're visiting from out of town, and you just sort of go, what just happened, right? You know, you at least have this thing that says P&M is being your local utility, P&M is being proactive and is going to be shutting down the energy in 15 minutes in your area, right? This is not like hours in advance. It is just take precautions and know that this is going to be happening. So I'm wondering if there's a resource that we have in that sort of, that the county manager or our emergency management, Mr. Call has, Director Call has, to sort of help you with that last minute, blanket everybody with a cell phone when you've really made the decision that you have to do that. The next one is, I'm wondering if you can start to do some outreach backwards to like Fresenius and like the dialysis centers, and get your messaging out on their walls and have them go out and start to notify or give you, I know there's HIPAA sort of issues with medical information, but there may be a way for them to send out this to their clientele. The same thing for all of the folks that maintain the oxygen generators. They know who their customers are, and they know that they're going to get a sort of, you know, they're the best people for you to be approaching with that. And then I'm wondering if there's also an opportunity for you, for two things. For us to go work together and maybe get battery backups, right? And so some grid resilience, that maybe we go on behalf of our constituents here in Santa Fe County with you to the PRC and say, if you're qualified with a medical condition and so on, you know, maybe we can put a power wall or something equivalent in people's homes that are of high risk, that, you know, it helps your grid, it helps these customers and constituents, and it's a win-win, and it's an investment maybe by P&M, but it's also helping your grid, right? And it's not for everybody, but it's for these people that are disabled and have fragile medical conditions. And I'd be happy to go to the PRC and sort of throw this sort of thing out there to help these more fragile people. And then lastly, related, maybe is there something that we can do at the PRC that we can advocate for on your behalf so this doesn't become nearly as likely, or maybe less more isolated? And so that might be at the PRC to help you advocate for this and say, look, we're trying to do these proactive things to stop forest fires, but we need more investment in the grid. And you go out there, it sounds like P&M's fighting for yourself. But if somebody like Santa Fe County says, look, we agree, we want it for a whole variety of reasons. We've heard from you all that there's less solar capability. Do you need a letter from us to advocate for some investment so that we can bring more solar on this? Or do we want to do this so that we can make sure that people have batteries or less reliance on a fragile grid? So there are places where we can help advocate for you as well in this. So anyway, thank you for informing us on this, and glad you made it here. We've been talking about this for a couple weeks and months now, so thanks.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, and thank you for having me to, take your time today to present not only to you, but to the community. Really it is, this is ongoing. We're, part of just presenting is also getting your feedback and hearing your issues and concerns, and that's what part of what this is about, for me to take that back internally as well. And we are working with the PRC, and also there's a lot of efforts out there on wildfire. So it's just about making sure that we're all working together and have a collaborative effort to have better preventive measurements in place. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other further questions? I have one. Which communities do you work with who have an ordinance for underground or buried lines?
Madam Chair, and I know we spoke about this earlier, and I know it's one of those issues, especially when it comes to wildfire. Within our service territory, the city of Rio Rancho does have an underground power line ordinance. So anything that I can't remember the certain date, but anything that's any home or business or any new power lines that have to that need to serve a new business or home will have to be underground per their ordinance. And also part of that too is all new subdivisions that are built in any of our service territories have to have they're required to be underground per the developer.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and greatly appreciate your presentation.
All right, well, thank you.
Okay, we are on to, here we are. Item number 10, matters from the county manager. Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante and Commissioners. Two relatively quick updates. First, the county is hosting 4 additional wildfire mitigation community day events over the next 4 Saturdays. These are placed through or in the county's 4 fire regions. Each event will be held from 10 a.m. To noon. This Saturday will be at the county's public safety complex on Camino Justicio. On May 24th, there'll be an additional event in the southern part of the county at the Stan Holden Fire Station in Edgewood. On the 31st, there'll be an event in the Nambe Community Center. And then finally on June 7th, there'll be an additional event at the Hondo Fire Station. So we'll provide, education relative to both preparedness as well as know your zone, evacuation routes, etc. Next week on May 20th, we'll be having a special BCC meeting. We'll start out here in Chambers at 9 a.m. This is all focused around the adult detention facility. The first part of our special meeting will be to hear presentations from the Corrections Department, and then the board will actually travel to the adult detention facility to inspect the facility as required by law. So those are the miscellaneous updates that I have. Hutchie is here to answer any questions about the next item, but in the interest of time, we did provide for the board's consideration a relatively straightforward letter of appreciation to the governor and members of our legislative delegation who allocated funds to the county's capital outlay projects. Wanted to have that approved by the board in an open meeting, the form of it, since it is set up for signature by each of the county commissioners as well as myself, so we don't have any rolling quorum type issues. That's the purpose of the letter. Be pleased to hear any feedback. And again, Hutchie is here to answer any questions about the letter or the information provided relative to who actually did allocate capital outlay to county projects. So again, I moved on to item 11B, and both Hutchie and I are here to answer any questions you might have about that form letter.
Thank you. Hutchie, did you have anything you wanted to share regarding the letter?
Chair Bustamante, Commissioners. Yes, just very briefly, Hutchie Miller, Santa Fe County Manager's Office. I just wanted to point out that within the letter that's provided in your board docs packet material under item 10B, what we included in the letter was 3 key important items that we wanted to address. First was the thank you for the funding provided by the legislators and also the governor. And secondly was to invite legislators and the governor to come and look at the progress or completion of projects. So on that item, if you have projects within your district, not necessarily getting funding this cycle, but just anything that you want to highlight to your legislators, make sure to invite them, please let me know, and I can work with your liaisons to contact them and invite them out there to see these projects within your districts. Third was to invite the legislators and governor to partake in the county's ICIP process and let them know that we are undertaking this process currently, and we encourage and greatly would appreciate their input into our ICIP list that we are formulating currently right now. And with that, that's the items that I had to share.
Thank you very much. Did anyone have any questions, comments, concerns about the letter?
Specifically, thank you very much for preparing this. I think it'll be appreciated.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve?
I will make the motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Green.
Second?
We have a second by Commissioner.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much for preparing that letter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer. Well, all right. Matters from county commissioners. Let's start with Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As usual, it's kind of a busy couple weeks, and we had the Chimayo Fire Station groundbreaking. That's a new bay to the fire station up in the Chimayo Volunteer Fire Station area. Had a lot of public works folks up there, the county manager's office, and it was a really great opportunity to celebrate that and thank everybody up there. The Benny Chavez Center, also up in Chimayo, just started their remodeling, and that is great to get that started. Hopefully that can be expedited so the seniors can start getting back there, because almost as soon as they shut it down, they started saying, we want it back open, so let's get that thing done quickly, please. Met with Pojoaque Pueblo to discuss economic development on tribal land, specifically on the 502 corridor. And some other projects that they're talking about. Met with Nambe Pueblo, I think since the last meeting 3 times actually, to discuss public safety, animal welfare, and a renewable energy development that they're looking at on their tribal lands, and ways that Santa Fe County can help facilitate or sort of make things go a little smoother over there. As chair of Buckman Direct Diversion, I want to give an update that we've identified an owner's rep, and I think we approved a contract negotiations to bring that owner's rep on, and that is specifically for the $70 million fix to the system that was negotiated as a sort of deficiencies lawsuit that went forward years ago, but is finally going to be worked through and fixed in the next few years. I went to the Human Rights Alliance's new center that Commissioner Kakari Stone mentioned. I went to the VIP opening, I went to the community opening, and I also went on Saturday to the first of their community conversations for a couple hours and spoke, actually didn't speak very much, I listened a lot, to the community members up there, and was really impressed with the need for how this space is going to be a great sanctuary for them, and the need for some training really to deal with bullying and some of the offensive behavior that some of these communities face out in the wilds of our world. Went to the National spent 2 days at the Convention Center at the National Council on Competitiveness's conference last week, where economic development for our region was discussed. They hit on topics of workforce development for artificial intelligence, for quantum computing, and next generation energy. It was really impressive. This National Coalition on Competitiveness has been doing these sessions around the country, and they sort of made a remark that this is the most unique location that they've worked on with our 2 national labs and the Air Force Research Lab, as well as our universities, all sort of aligned, and with a great opportunity for our next generation of workforce, which is our kids. I have ReadyNet. We had a ReadyNet meeting last week. We had as I think I had mentioned, we had the former chair had to step away from being the chair, and as the vice chair, I assumed it in an interim position. But at this last meeting, they officially elected me as the full-on chair. And we elected Dr. Ahmed Dadzi as the vice chair from Rio Arriba County, who does the health and human services for Rio Arriba County. ReadyNet is also hiring an office manager. I went to the State of the City, where the mayor gave a nice speech about who we are in Santa Fe. And I appreciated that perspective and the contrast to some of the rest of the country and maybe some of the stuff that's coming out of Washington. So it was appreciated for that. Last Friday, I went to Los Luceros for a film industry tour and discussion of ways that the film industry can grow in the North. One of the highlights was tribal film and the work that's being done at Tasuki's Camel Rock Studios, and with Dark Winds, and that was pretty exciting. Did the ribbon cutting for the Benvenidos tourism booth on the plaza yesterday morning. And lastly, this weekend was Native Fashion Week. And that was phenomenal, like unbelievably exciting as a next generation event highlighting Native American indigenous culture and fashion. The fashion shows were phenomenal. The trunk shows were very enticing, and spent a little bit of money there too, buying some fashion. And then really the most remarkable thing was seeing a next generation of Native youth come from all over the country, all over North America. They were from Canada, from Alaska, from Minnesota, from Toronto, from all over. And they were young and they were full of this amazing energy. And it was really different than the energy you see at Indian Market. It was unbelievable. It was so exciting. And I know that Santa Fe County was a supporter of Amber Dawn's one of the shows. I really recommend that we support the next one and really help them get over the hump, because this is going to be an amazing event for us to support over the next few years. And I'm sorry if you didn't get to see it. I'm sorry you missed it. It was really amazing. So thank you very much, Madam Chair. That's it for these 2 weeks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you. Yeah, just a couple things. Well, quite a few things. We visited Santa Fe Studios 2 weeks ago, and it was an invitation for a tour, but actually they're a little bit desperate. They're empty right now. There's nothing shooting at Santa Fe Studios. There's a lull in production across the country, across the world now, and it affected Santa Fe Studios. Of course, Dark Wind is at Camel Rocks, but Santa Fe Studios, so they, if we wanted to use it for anything, I couldn't think of anything we wanted to use it for. I did talk to Jennifer Labar Tapia, and she's working, of course, to get them some business. But it's interesting, because just a few years ago they were thinking of expanding, and now they're just hoping to survive. But hopefully, I guess the film industry, like anything else, has ups and downs. I have a couple events scheduled. I have Hour with Hank on May 22nd, which will just be online for any commissioner, any constituents who want to talk to me. June 12th, we're doing a little event by an expert on how to prevent getting hantavirus and plague. Be appropriate for people who live in El Dorado or anywhere nearby where there is hantavirus and plague occasionally. I unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know, was interviewed by the New York Times on how the walk from jail out can be deadly. Now, it's interesting because I think we've done some stuff to prevent that, and there hasn't been any deaths since 2021. But I think we will want to look at that, and also I always want to look at other deaths in jail. I think Manager Schaefer has been particularly good at encouraging us to do improvements there. But anyway, that's coming up. Well, Commissioner Johnson and I were interviewed this morning by KRQE around Bobcat Crossing Ranch, so I suppose we're on the TV right about now. Hopefully they made us look good. But it's the Bobcat Crossing Ranch is generating a lot of interest, and the person doing the interview was very nice. I'm sure she's putting together a good a good story, and I think Adeline Murphy was taking her on a tour of Bobcat Ranch. So, and let's see what else. I'm on the New Mexico Housing Advisory Committee for MFA, and they did recommend funding for Nueva Sequia yesterday. So that goes to the board of the MFA for approval, but I'm sure that'll be approved. So that's good news that Nueva Sequia is getting some of the money it needs. I'm on the Coalition for Sustainable Communities, and they had an interesting meeting on Friday where we just shared different events, different things. I shared the car sharing program that we have now, and that was quite a discussion. And they're going to have an annual meeting in July, which some of us may want to go to. It may be a 2-day meeting. That hasn't been planned yet. And finally, the people with concerns about their wells, and also I met with the El Dorado Area Water and Sanitation District recently, which, you know, the real consumer of water, groundwater, is El Dorado. I mean, they're way overusing it. And they have a new director who's very interested in correcting that. So I think they're interested in letting the aquifer recover. And so that should be interesting, and it may affect, you know, some of the discussions. The people with individual wells downstream in the Rancho Viejo area are very concerned. You know, we proposed a well, as you know, to draw more water out of, and but their water's going down, and they're concerned about that. Not that that well necessarily will affect their water, but the fact that it's, you know, always going down is a concern. So I think I think we need to investigate, you know, conjunctive use and all of this, because apparently we can't easily provide public water to everybody on wells around there. So we ought to try and find a way to protect their wells. And of course, La Cienega on down to you, Commissioner Bustamante, we need to protect you guys as well. And that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Kakari Stone.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I'm still doing the cafecitos con Lisa, going around the county to communities, HOAs, other organizations, Traditional Village. We've hit Camino Jacobo twice, Aldea Homeowners Association, Las Campanas, Agua Fria, and this week on Thursday, I'm going to the Las Acequias Neighborhood Association meeting at the Southside Library. This has allowed a lot of interface and back and forth on what's of interest to our constituents in District 2. I want to just mention I do sit on the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area, and I want to give a shout out to Chair and Commissioner Bustamante for leading the letter from the county. Due to the National Historic Preservation Act, Section 106 of the National Nuclear Security Administration with LANO is required to do consultations with tribal governments, local governments. So that letter went out. I think it was really well written, Commissioner Bustamante, so thank you. The Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area Board and myself had a working group, and we did meet with NNSA on Monday. We prepared for it, and I just want to really emphasize the importance of tribal consultations, but really recognizing the cultural, the people, and the landscapes of the area of the Caja del Rio and that which affects by the Electrical Power Capacity Upgrade Project, the EPCU. And it's really important that we have consultations in addition to our Hispano traditional communities in Santa Fe County. So we had some ranchers, farmers, some leaders that have worked a long time also with Commissioner Bustamante. And these are also folks who know the land inside and out, who have 100 years or so of partnership with our Pueblo and tribal communities and live and work off the land for many generations as part of their heritage. So there were stipulations that were put out that align with other national laws and regulations. And one of them was they proposed an alternative route that would actually save Llano distance, half the distance, and work on existing work on existing lines and what's there and not have to cut through tribal and cultural land. So I thought that was important. At this point, it's a lesson in being invited to the table too late. The message these folks got was, it's already a done deal. We already have a line, a line that we're going to run through. We have a route, but there is some opening for negotiation, so we're meeting with them again this Wednesday. So I just wanted to share that. And then again, to thank Andrea Ladd and her team with growth management, with myself and Kim Vigil, my liaison, and based on the lack of knowledge and awareness on the sustainable land development codes, as well as other overlays and other regulations and codes. They put together a beautiful training, and which is capacity building to start the conversation, to help build more awareness of their role, their rights, their obligation, as well as community organizations to partake in new developments, affordable housings. And I think it was an excellent training, and I just want to thank the team.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had a meeting of the North Central Regional Transit District. I was also interviewed about the executive director search to replace Director Mortellaro, who's done an amazing job. There'll be big shoes to fill. The other interesting update is on the Taos facility for that transit district. Looks beautiful, and I look forward to seeing it in action, even though it's not directly in Santa Fe County. It'll be a great asset for the NCRTD. I met with the founder of Teen Court and learned a little bit about the evolution of that program, and I have some on the books to understand what kind of an asset it can be to restorative justice in our community. I met with our sustainability team. I learned a little bit more about our EV transition and the 2050 climate action plan. We learned a little bit about that in our budget hearings, which no one has mentioned yet, but we spent a lot of time doing that also. The assessors gave me a tour of their shop. We also heard from them today, so I sort of got a double dose. And I met with the New Mexico Climate Investment Center, which is a green bank, and learned about some of their struggles sort of getting their shop open because of pauses on federal funding. So that's something that's on my mind. I do want to acknowledge, as Commissioner Hughes mentioned, that there was a big article on accidents along Highway 14, especially among walkers from the jail. Something that we should certainly consider. As Manager Schaefer mentioned, we'll be visiting that facility soon. So I think this is, ripe opportunity for the commission to discuss that with the warden and with the crew at the jail. And then finally, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. And that's all I have, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Mine will be very, very brief. I'm grateful for the opportunity to meet with the folks from NNSA and the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area regarding the power line. I appreciate the acknowledgement of the cultural assets of that area and what it has meant to many people over generations. But first and foremost, the top of mind, and it was when I was still working with the Workforce Integration Network, when we were employing people coming out of our jail that I learned of people being released at 3 in the morning in the dark, and I spoke with the manager, and now I learned from Commissioner Hughes that this has been a conversation and that there have been ideas to do this, to do something about it, and to see it in the New York Times with a former commissioner saying, and we still haven't done anything about it, really leaves that opportunity for us. So I appreciate that Manager Schaefer has stated that when we have our visit to the jail, we will be live, so it will be projected, that we will have a prior conversation, a conversation before we actually get to the jail, to really talk about what those issues are and what it means to the county, because we've had conversations about, well, once they're out, they're out. When one of my constituents said, "This is inhumane," and then sent me the article, maybe they are out of our hands at that point, but I think we have a social responsibility to assist people. We have heard before that people want to, have an opportunity to stay longer in the facility. So in other words, you can stay until daylight and then work with someone. And I've yet to meet someone who wants to just spend another minute in jail if they've been there. So that doesn't seem to be like a plausible option. But in the biggest picture, when we look at some of those programs that have helped people who get out of incarceration, are those landing spots, the social landing spots, and the alternative to being in a different system. And I encourage us, as we look at who would be, and I've heard both the sheriff, someone sent me a CSP, and it turns out it's CSP is a community, maybe it's a CTS. Anyway, it's a community trained person. And because I said, I don't know what that acronym means, but to have someone in the community go and assist this. But where are our navigators? I know people have their case manager when they get out, they have a parole someone, but a navigator to start giving options and working with an individual. We just have to think a little more broadly about this. There are successful programs in this country who work with people who have been incarcerated and get them into training if that's what they want to do to get a job. And there are people who have been successful doing that. So that's top of mind, and I wanted to make sure that I stated out loud that we will be discussing that further on the day that we will be traveling to visit the jail itself and having our meeting first in these chambers. And I'm going to ask Manager Schaefer, because I don't have my calendar right in front of me, the exact date for that conversation will be the 25th?
May 20th.
May 20th.
Beginning at 9 a.m.
May 20th at 9 a.m. So that right now is
Monday.
That's still a Monday, thank you. But it's top of mind, and it's something that needs, it's Tuesday.
It's a Tuesday.
Thanks
Oh,
anyway.
sorry.
Well, and for anybody who's been taking his recommendations, put that one into perspective. All right, so thank you all for your updates. The next that we have, item 12, matters from the county attorney.
Chair and Commissioners, I'm looking for a motion to go in executive session to discuss threatened or pending litigation in which the Santa Fe County is or may become a participant, as allowed by Section 1015(1)(h)(7) of the Open Meetings Act, to discuss potential breach of contract action against county vendors. And I've conferred with the manager, and we will make this a quick executive session, 15 minutes.
Thank you, Attorney Boyd. Before we go, I failed to ask if there were any other elected officials who have comments, and I do understand that we do have a comment from the county clerk's office.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioners, good afternoon. Rosangela Ortiz. Our county clerk has a few announcements. We would like to let you know that on May 22nd, we're having a meet and greet, which is kind of like an open house. While things are changing federally, our commitment to our community and democracy has not and will not. And so we want to basically let the community know that we're here to support, we're here to let you know about all the resources our clerk's office has, permanent absentee, ranked choice voting, education, all of that's coming up in the November election. In addition, if anyone's planning to get married, do it now, because the price is still $25. The county clerk affiliate this legislative session did a lot of legwork to get that price increased. So it's now going to be $55 and it's going to change June 20th. So on June 20th, that price will increase. That means that $20 will go to the Children's Trust Fund, $20 will be kept by the county clerk's office for document preservation purposes, and $15 will go to the county general fund. So this change will be happening statewide at all 33 counties across the state. We also wanted to let you know that starting in June, we have established, actually starting now, but we will be starting these advisory boards in June. So we have the Youth Engagement Advisory Board, the Spanish Language Access Advisory Board, the Native Advisory Board, the Disability Access Advisory Board, and the Veteran Services Advisory Board. So if anyone knows of anyone who can serve on these boards, please refer them to our website. We're taking applicants now. We're going to start to meet and discuss anything in relation to the upcoming election, and then moving forward to the primary and general election. We also continue to do outreach work with our senior centers, and we have increased our number of permanent absentees since the beginning of the year from 5,000 to 7,000 now. So we are, going to all the parties and all the dances and, sharing meals with them, making sure that they know that we're here, that their voice matters and continues to matter. And those are all the announcements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other elected officials?
Chair Bustamante, I do see Treasurer Montanata is online, but she is not indicating that she'd like to speak.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion to go into closed session with Attorney Boyd?
Move to go into executive session.
We have a motion from Commissioner Johnson. Do we have a second?
I will second.
We have a second from Commissioner Green. All in favor?
No,
Aye.
roll call, roll call,
Roll call.
Okay, roll call. Chair Camila Bustamante,
Yes.
Commissioner Lisa Kakari Stone,
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Adam Johnson.
Yes.
We will be back. Won't be a very long session. Thank you.
Everyone can serve on those boards.
Thank you all. We will be back in session. And if I can get a motion, Commissioner Green?
Sure. I will make a motion to come out of executive session stating that we only discussed the items that, that the attorney told us to discuss and that we went into the session for, and no decisions were made.
We have a second. Commissioner Green has made a motion to come out of executive session, that nothing was discussed other than what was provided by the attorney. A second?
I second it.
We have a second from Commissioner Kakari Stone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we are back in session. We are now at public hearings. Case number 255030, HomeWise, Inc. And we have the case manager, Kenneth Quintana. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to get a resolution number that was not provided before we broke, and that would be for item number...
Chair Bustamante, that's item 7H,
7H.
resolution number 2025-054.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Alex and Kenneth.
Good evening, Chair Bustamante, members of the commission. Tonight, since you've heard the staff presentation and you've read the report, we won't go back through it, but I did want to just point out a couple of things that are new in the packet since the last time the case was in front of you. And also just in addition to Kenny Quintana, who's the case manager, we have with us Nate Crail, one of our community planners. We are, of course, well represented here at the meeting tonight. But just quickly, on page 3 of the staff memo, we added a section that discusses the overview of the overlay standards for the Agua Fria traditional village area. And I think it refers to a table which provides some of the dimensional requirements for the district, as well as discusses the zoning requirements. This project, as you all know, is served by community water and sewer, so it's allowed to have a higher density. But there were questions brought up last time about exactly how that density works. And it's a gross density that is set for these properties, not a per lot density. So that is a point that perhaps the community members were not quite understanding. But I think really, really importantly, and I want to make this point, clustering home sites, clustering lots is the number one easiest way to get to sustainability, which have a sustainable land development code and a sustainable growth management plan. These are very important values to the county. And the clustering allows for less undeveloped land to be disturbed. It uses resources and infrastructure more efficiently. And in this case, it allows this property to preserve over half of the property as open space, which will be both an amenity for the residents and the surrounding areas. So that's one update in the staff memo. The other update, we added an Exhibit K, which discusses the community planning process and the relationship between planning and regulation. So plans set out the vision, regulation is the tool for implementing the vision. And we have a couple ways in which these two processes talk to each other. The Sustainable Growth Management Plan is our visioning document for the county. Within that plan, there are several community plans. So these are documents that communities have put together specifically for their geographic areas. And then likewise, the Sustainable Land Development Code has overlay districts which take the planning vision from the community plans and codify them into the standards that will result, if all future and current development adheres to these standards, that will achieve the vision set out in the plan. And so each of those overlay districts is a section of the land use of the SLDC. I think the other update is since the last meeting, our staff met with the Agua Fria Village Association and some other community members and kind of talked through how they, as specifically if they're a community organization, how they can participate. They have many rights as parties of standing under the code, and our community planners worked pretty hard to put together a technical assistance presentation, but also to hear from the community where it's working, where it's not working. And the end result was that our staff is going to make some procedural changes to how communications with the community groups work, make sure that the only way of notifying community organizations in the code right now is by snail mail. And we've had some community groups who are like, yeah, we set up a PO box for this group, but nobody ever checks it. So we will go out of our way to make sure that email correspondence is also going out, as well as notifying the community organizations if there's a project in their planning area at the staff, even pre-application phase. So when staff holds its technical assistance committee, which is not a public meeting, but we felt like it was important for community organizations specifically to get upfront information about proposed projects. Some projects that go to TAC never even turn into projects. So it's, but it's just a way to improve and increase communication. And with that, I think those are the highlights. We'll probably just, as staff, stand for questions as they come up during the presentation, if that works, or we can, it's up to all of you if you want to hear the staff report again.
I think we can continue to move forward. This is a relatively recent hearing, and I think that what we can do is see the presentation and then have any additional questions at that point. Thank you.
Hello, Chairwoman Bustamante, Commissioners, thank you so much for having us here this evening. My name is Johanna Gilligan. I am the Deputy CEO at HomeWise. We really appreciate the opportunity to just give a little bit of an overview. We thought it would be good, I think commissioners know our work, but we wanted to kind of refresh. So we are HomeWise is a nonprofit that's been working in Santa Fe and across the state for over 30 years. In that time, we've helped thousands of New Mexicans to become homeowners and have built or renovated over 900 homes. And we do this because our mission is really focused on helping people build stability and wealth through homeownership.
I'm sorry.
Do you need to
couldn't
swear me
catch you
in?
fast enough.
I'm so
May I
sorry.
swear you in?
Yes, please.
Do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be the truth?
Yes.
And your name and address again?
Johanna Gilligan, 1232 Vitalia Street. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. So, obviously homeownership and just housing expenses have gone up, and so our mission, I think, is just increasingly important. As a nonprofit developer and homeownership organization, I wanted to just take a few moments to share some of the ways that we operate with the benefit of community at the forefront of our minds. First, we really do take listening to residents seriously. For the Envuelo development, we met first actually with the community at their own Agua Fria Village Association meeting, then held our required pre-application meeting, which had 7 attendees, and then have since met with the Village Association and Mr. Me as its representative since our last meeting with the Board of County Commissioners. We do take community feedback seriously, and we solicit it regularly to understand the needs not only of residents adjacent to our project sites, which are important, but also the residents who will benefit from our projects. So that's a real part of our DNA as an organization. We also approach our developments holistically, thinking about how we can deliver things like walkability and open space, connectivity, in our projects, and we appreciate the Commission's focus on these matters as well. we really ensure that we're focusing on connectivity and multimodal transit, creating high quality public open space, in addition to obviously the development of affordable housing units and homes in each of our projects that exceeds whatever is required. One example of our focus on connectivity is this project here, which is at Mays Road. So for many years, it was a city priority that the Acequia Trail connect at Mays Road. It was a critical junction for northeast-southwest connection. The trail previously stopped here, and riders and walkers, myself included, would need to either go to Cerrillos or Agua Fria to get through, which is a harrowing ride. So we coordinated two facets of connectivity here. One, we connected PNM with the city and delivered an easement to the city on their property. And then we purchased a triplex that had been a investment property, tore down one of the units, and converted the other 2 units into a single family home in order to connect the trail through to Los Hermanos Rodriguez Park. So that's one example of an area in which we really have tried to go out of our way to ensure that we're thinking and supporting connectivity. Another example is we recently purchased 22 acres from the county to develop a subdivision called Los Prados, and there we are creating the park that you see here, which has been designed with significant community input and will be home to the city's first mini pitch court, which is actually a soccer field that's very popular with kids and young adults. This is the youngest part of town where this is located, and also the part of town with the least access to park space. So we are raising $3 million to create this public park. The money that the county received from the sale of this land from us has also helped to fund the River Trail extension, which we think is an amazing project that the county is doing incredible work on. And this project is adjacent to the Acequia Trail connection, and eventually these 2 trails will meet. So we're very excited about this as open space and connectivity programming. We also know that there are concerns about the quality of HOA-managed open space and parks. We share those concerns. We really don't think of open space as an afterthought as a developer. We really want to make sure that it's used and it's beneficial to residents in the homes that we sell. And so a couple examples of HOA managed open space here. The top 2 images on the left is kind of a park and small playground for children at El Camino Crossing, and the top right image is actually our stormwater retention pond, which we landscaped and also creates nice green space for the residents there. On the bottom are 2 images of open space and trail system at Desert Sage, and all of these spaces are currently managed by our HOAs. And of course, the housing itself and the affordability of that housing is critical and is why we do all this work. So all of our developments include homes affordable to low-income residents. These homes are priced to match the income and family size of the client and can sometimes cost as little to the buyer as $140,000. We use revenue from our market rate homes to cross-subsidize the affordable homes and consistently work to exceed the required amount. We also make housing affordable through financial tools like 0% down payment assistance, accessible mortgages. For example, we have an ITIN mortgage product that helps clients without a social security number to own their homes. And we can and do provide free financial coaching to anyone. So a couple of examples, we have a down payment assistance program specific for educators that offers up to $40,000 in 0% interest down payment assistance to anyone who works with children in public schools in Santa Fe. We also have similar programs with employers where employers help to match savings accounts. And so places like La Fonda and St. Vincent's, Christus St. Vincent's help their employees save money, and then we help them with additional down payment assistance and mortgages. And this is not just for like nurses or managers. We're helping janitorial staff, we're helping house cleaners, really ensuring that everyone has the ability to access the opportunity for homeownership. So, we are very excited to bring the En Vuelo project to the community of Agua Fria Village, to Santa Fe County, and to provide residents with the chance to own their own homes. We're very excited about the opportunity of extending special outreach to residents and getting those folks into our coaching and financial support services early so that when these homes are built, they are ready to buy. And we also are very excited in response to Commissioner Green's comments and others to think about connectivity, and Jennifer Jenkins will present. We have adjusted the sight lines to connect through to the HOA adjacent park, and are excited to think about how to make sure that we're enhancing wherever possible walkability. We're proud of this project, and Vuelo exceeds open space requirements. It's 100% compliant with the code. It exceeds affordability requirements and has been recommended for approval by county staff. And we really appreciate the opportunity to present the work that we're doing and how we see ourselves as very committed to community benefit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jennifer.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Jennifer Jenkins, 130 Grant Avenue, and I can confirm that I'm under oath. So, good evening, Chair Bustamante and Commissioners. I just have a few brief little things I want to touch on following our hearing last month. But again, happy to respond to any particular questions that you might have. And I have the whole deck here to refer to. So a little bit of background, and I believe that Ms. Ladd provided a little bit of this information in her follow-up memo to you, but I'm just going to touch on a few points here. The community plan was originally developed in 2006 for Agua Fria Village, and in that plan, it was acknowledged that a portion of the village lied within what was defined at the time under the county's general plan, or what they call the county's growth management plan, is the urban area. And the urban areas where higher densities can be achieved with urban services and urban amenities, and future neighborhoods can be planned and developed. So even in 2006, this concept of more urban or suburban scale development was contemplated, as long as they had the proper amenities and infrastructure available to support that. So then in 2015, the plan was updated, and this update superseded the 2006 plan. And this update was done as part of the Sustainable Growth Management Plan that was being developed at the time. So the planning department at Santa Fe County worked with all the various communities, Tesuque, La Cienega, Agua Fria, to make sure their community plans aligned with the Sustainable Growth Management Plan. So they wanted to make sure that there wasn't any disconnect there. So these plans were allowed to evolve, which I think we can all agree is important, that any planning practices, any code provisions need to be allowed to evolve to recognize the needs of the community. So, the Agua Fria Village Community Plan was updated in 2015, and just as one little excerpt, it states that there is potential for increased density within the district with community water and sewer connections. Clustered development should be allowed in order to support continued farming or ranching, conserve open space, or protect scenic features in environmentally sensitive areas. So that component, that was a pretty big pivot for Santa Fe County at the time. So the Sustainable Growth Management Plan took a very different approach to how do we grow in a sustainable way. And so after the SGMP was adopted, as Ms. Ladd pointed out, that's the vision. It does not actually have the force of law. You have to codify it to give it the force of law. So then we move to the SLDC. So all of that work that was put into the SGMP now becomes codified in a brand new land development code. And the clustering of homes and lots is probably the most paramount and significant thing in the code as compared to the previous land development code. So, and they dedicated an entire chapter in the SLDC to these community plans and created these community overlay districts. It's the largest chapter in the entire code. I actually have a separate bound copy of it in my office because it makes the SLDC too fat and it's kind of unwieldy. So we have a separate binder just for Chapter 9. And in Chapter 9.12, which is the Agua Fria Community Overlay District, it states, clustering of structures is encouraged to preserve natural open areas. So with the adoption of both the SGMP and the SLDC, the county no longer regulates lot size. It is nowhere. They regulate some dimensions. You must have 50 feet of frontage on your roadway, so your lot must be 50 feet wide. They regulate other dimensional standards, but size is not one of them. But what it does is regulate density. It absolutely regulates density and encourages the clustering of lots. So there is a requirement for 30% open space throughout Santa Fe County. It's 50% in the community college district. So if you do the math, you can't provide 30% open space unless you shrink your lots and you cluster them, unless you want to stick an open space easement across everybody's backyard, which really doesn't benefit anybody. So, following our hearing last month, Commissioner Green requested that we create the opportunity for a potential pedestrian connection to our neighbors to the west. So the planned south here is actually our west boundary in the Vista Aurora community. So we moved the lots around a little bit and we created a corridor here that would provide for that future connectivity. So just wanted to point that out. So we have modified the plat and we have submitted that to Kenneth in growth management. So I believe, yeah, that's really all I wanted to, that's all I wanted to touch on. And so I'd be happy to stand for any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Do we have anyone from the, in the chambers who would like to speak to this matter?
Do I ask?
2 minutes each, please. Thank you. So each person, you will have 2 minutes. And we can swear you all in at the same time. And then you'll state your name when you get to the microphone.
Okay, everyone, if you can raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. And then for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
All right. Thank you, Chair Bustamante and Commissioners. My name is Brandon Vela. I'm at 652 Galisteo Street, and I am under oath. I support the HomeWise initiative to develop the Envuelo subdivision. I do not support the unreasonable delay of this project in the face of an application that has met and in many cases exceeded minimum requirements. There are several processes and policies that have been navigated and adhered to by HomeWise. The County Code for Subdivision Applications, affordability requirements, Sustainable Land Development Code, and the Community Plan, to name a few. Loads of time and effort were put into developing these guiding codes and processes, so why not follow them? If the community association in question believes that they were not sufficiently consulted in the process, their issue is with the process, not with this application. It seems inappropriate that the application should foot the bill and suffer the burden for private grievances with established code and processes. In April, William Mee was quoted as stating that the proposed development would be limiting the lifestyle and quality of life of people by having these smaller lots. I say that more than a lack of a home garden space or jumbo slides, not having a place to live limits people's lifestyles and quality of life. There are nurses, teachers, service workers, and other contributors to our county that would much rather have a home that they can afford than room for a personal jungle gym. County Commissioners, I encourage you to reflect on the responsibility that you have to county citizens from all 5 districts, not just the one in question, to honor existing processes and make decisions based on their impact to the county and its residents' best interests, and not show disproportionate or out of process deference to the minority that makes the most noise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mary Hall, address 202 Avenida Vista Grande, and I am speaking under oath. Madam Chair and Commissioners, I'm going to speak to you from the heart. You have the facts and figures, you know. My children did not grow up with a jumbo slide in their yard, something that a previous speaker thought was really important or maybe critical for family life. But they did grow up with something much more important. They grew up with the security of stable housing that came from the family owning our home, or at least making monthly payments to the bank to eventually own it. And we grew up with my kids grew up with a community park where there was more than just a jumbo slide. There was a playground and there were kids. They made lifelong friends. They watched their parents talking to other parents, making friends. They learned how to share and take turns because there was that community park. So I am really excited for this opportunity before you. I think the Envuelo community offers families the opportunity to purchase a home, and it offers the chance for the neighborhood and the greater Agua Fria Village to continue to build more community. I encourage you to approve Envuelo and give Santa Fe residents a place to plant roots of stability, of home ownership, and community. As you know, these homes and the park are desperately needed here. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is...
My apologies. I need to ask someone to close the back doors. There's a glare and I can't see the faces of the speakers. I appreciate it. Thank you. My apologies.
My name is Jordan Young. I live at 652 Galisteo Street, and I know that I'm under oath. I reviewed the last meeting, which I was unable to attend because I'm a working person who can't always make it through these marathon meetings. And I was dismayed to see that the commissioners decided to delay the project, which of course results in more fees for the developers. It was really interesting then how there was a question from the audience about affordability. Are developers expected to lose money? More expenses, of course, makes the housing more expensive and makes it harder to build units, market rate or affordable. I'd like to remind Commissioner Bustamante, who says that nobody is against affordable housing, that blocking and delaying the development of new housing inventory is indeed blocking affordable housing. Delaying projects because, quote, the process is unequal and with an admitted lack of knowledge of the land use code is an action against affordable housing. I find it questionable that commissioners ask for new items to be added willy-nilly to the project as if they don't cost money to plan or execute. If you read and study affordable housing, about affordable housing, blue cities like our own with lengthy processes and community engagement processes required for development struggle to provide adequate housing supply. This meeting is one of many steps that the applicant has already followed, often with unclear rules and timelines. There is a direct connection here between long, expensive processes and our city's lack of affordable housing. I urge you to please approve this project and break ground as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dante Gonzalez, I live in 4501 Morris Street, Northeast. Good evening, Santa Fe.
Excuse me, Mr. Gonzalez, if you can make sure that you're speaking into the microphone. Thank
Okay.
you.
Good evening, Santa Fe County Commissioners. I'm speaking to you today to respectfully request your support for the HomeWise as Envuelo housing development. As a young professional working in and around Santa Fe, I have seen firsthand the challenges our community faces due to the shortage of housing. The continued rise in housing costs has made it difficult for many, including myself, to live in the city where we work and contribute. Currently, I commute to Santa Fe because I cannot afford to live here. It is my hope that with projects like Envuelo, more people like me will have the opportunity to call Santa Fe home and continue to invest in its vibrant future. I sincerely appreciate your time and your consideration of this much-needed development. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
My name is Terry Brown. I live at 1226 Calle de Comercio, Unit C. Madam Chairman and Commissioners, please approve this project without any further delays. We really need this project. A few years ago, several years ago, I had to move out of a house that had apartments in it. I was renting, and because the landlord was selling her house. Well, after that, I had no idea how much the rents had went up. Little did I know that they went up significantly, almost twice as much as what I was paying. I would like to get into an affordable home. Projects like this one would help, not only me, but others. So I thank you for voting this and approving it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marcia Emerton. I live at 2826 Vereda Oriente, and I am under oath. I have this whole list of things I was going to say, and most of them have been covered. What I would like to bring forth is if any company, developer jumps through all the hoops it takes in Santa Fe to do anything these days, and as a 51-year resident of Santa Fe, and the whole time been in some form of real estate, either building houses here, remodeling houses, or doing property management, they deserve a chance to have their project brought forth. And if we don't approve things like this, people are going to stop trying. They can't afford what it takes to even get to the point that HomeWise is at now. It's a tremendous amount of cost. So please approve this, and let's get this train running for housing. Right now, we're stuck in the mud. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Dolores Shapiro. I live at 1438 Miraceros Loop South, and I realize I am under oath. I got to get my glasses on. Let's see, and hopefully I can read my own writing. Thank you very much, Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak on this very important issue. As you probably know, 30% of all essential workers are living outside of Santa Fe County, and many are because they can't afford to live in the county here in the city. As a registered nurse for coming on 58 years, I cannot emphasize enough the importance of affordable housing for people like myself and those who teach, the children of the community, those who protect us and provide health care. I can't speak for the other occupations, but I know there's a shortage of registered nurses here in the city of Santa Fe. And this project would certainly facilitate housing nurses and others to be able to come here and work. So please take this information into consideration in your deliberations and decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Ann Watkins. I live at 2138 Candelero, and I am speaking under oath. Madam Chair, members of the commission, thank you for your attention to this important issue. I'm a member of the City of Santa Fe's Community Development Commission, and I'm not speaking on behalf of that commission, but as a member of that commission, I am very painfully aware of the desperate need for both affordable housing and workforce housing in our community. The Envelo project will provide 30 new homes and needs to be quickly completed. It meets all of the requirements of the Sustainable Land Development Code and requires no variances to comply with that code. Construction costs, as of course you know, are rising daily, as are additional challenges to building any such project. Unnecessarily delays to well-planned projects like this will only exacerbate our already existing housing shortage, hampering the ability of Santa Fe and the community to house its workforce and increasing the commute costs of needed workers who have to live elsewhere. I urge the Commission to finalize the approval of this very important project tonight. And thank you all for your time spent as a commissioner. It's very important to the community.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? Anyone online?
Chair Bustamante, we currently have one user raising their digital hand.
Thank you. Please allow them.
Daniel Berman, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, good evening.
Daniel?
Yes.
Just one second.
Daniel
Before you begin.
Berman.
Hi, Daniel. Please raise your virtual right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for the testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Daniel Berman. I live at 4715 Contentia Ridge, and I am aware that I'm under oath. And I just want to say good evening, and that I think we can all agree that we need more housing now. Certainly, it's a serious concern for all of us. We can't keep pushing people out of the area because of a lack of availability and economics. The project for Agua Fria has met 100% of the county requirements and goes above and beyond what is required for that area. And I just really wish to encourage the county to approve Envuelo without any more delays. Longer we wait, just the more expensive it gets. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel.
Chair Bustamante, we do have an additional user online. Sarah Goldstein, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Sarah, before you begin, please raise your right hand. Do you
Hi,
swear
good
to tell
evening. Yes,
Sarah?
go ahead.
Yes. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And
good evening.
for the
My name
record,
is
before
Sarah.
you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Sarah Goldstein. I live at 2554 Camino San Patricio, and I understand that I am under oath. I just wanted to pop in and let you guys know I'm a hospital project manager who lives and works here in Santa Fe. And I was really excited to hear about this sustainable and affordable development project in the village of Agua Fria. It's a really beautiful area where many people would love the opportunity to own an affordable home. My understanding is that the proposed project meets all land and building code requirements, but there has been a concern that there is not public support. In my opinion, expanding housing development here is really essential for creating inclusive communities. And by supporting housing growth, we can ensure that there is an ability to attract and retain the workforce that is vital to Santa Fe. further delays to build more housing really just impedes our ability to ever get ahead on our critical housing shortage that we have. So I really encourage you to improve the Anvuelo project and create more homes for working citizens who are contributing to our beautiful city.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Chair Bustamante, there are no more users online indicating that they'd like to speak.
Thank you very much, Daniel, and everyone who spoke. I just want to be very clear, and I understand the sense of urgency, and I don't want any more delays, but I hope that you respect that the commission has to do its due diligence in answering any questions or issues. And one of those that is incredibly important to me are the traditional villages. I understand what it takes to become one. So understanding that, it took some more information to make this night possible. It was not going to happen that first night. So for whatever it's worth, if someone says we just need more housing and do it right now, there will always be a list of questions that need to be answered prior to that. The other thing that we get asked constantly is, where's the water coming from? And the last question I was asked at a recent meeting is, you know, do you in fact get asked or told where the water's coming from, et cetera? So there's due diligence that has to happen here. So I'm grateful for the work that you all have done, that we've heard now from people and understanding where the community stands and the extra time that was spent talking to the community. But you know, don't wait on housing isn't going to necessarily mean never mind, let's just open the gates. So please understand that. Respectfully, we want housing. We want to be able to have people live where they work, especially, and we also want to have those who live here know that we're doing our due diligence. So respectfully, are there any questions from the commission? Commissioner Kakar-Stone.
Sure. First, I just want to thank everybody for your testimonies. The space to have public input and to have your narratives and your stories told are really important. So I just want to thank each of you because you took the time to come out. I just want to recognize, I think each of my colleagues here, and I'll speak for myself, understand the merit of both housing and affordable housing in Santa Fe. And I don't think that's ever been in question. And I don't believe in all good fairness that there's ever been an intent to purposely delay processes and incur more cost or deter people from investing, especially organizations like HomeWise that have been around a while. But I want to reflect as an elected official our role in terms of our obligation and the due diligence of civic engagement and deeper community processes, particularly traditional communities. And as a result, what I heard tonight was very positive. I gave you kudos, Alexandra Ladd, and your team. I was the one that asked and initiated, due to several questions and many questions that were very confusing, to community organizations for the training, and it was excellent. What we did together as a result of just having a couple more weeks, and what I saw was the strengthening of communications and capacity building and empowerment of local actors and communities. And we already have a hard time of civic engagement these days, especially post-COVID. So I think you came up with some creative opportunities. There was bi-directional, respectful, and insightful solutions-oriented discussions that are internal reflection as a county where you're able to make changes right away. So I want to say that was an added value. Jennifer, I really appreciate your presentation. I appreciate that you were listening, and it looks like what you've developed was the innovations that you could create, including, an access point between the two communities. That's an added value. None of what happened was negative, and what we're going to have as a result is a more sustainable, cohesive inclusion process and potential impact for communities. Now we know you're already doing the 20% instead of the 15%, so we're going to get 6 affordable housing units, and then there's going to be the other portion. I don't know what the cost will be, but I think that living in the area, I want to see people be able to own their homes. We know that home ownership is about social mobility, and social mobility is the pathway out of poverty. And the pathway out of poverty is intergenerational education and opportunities that people have. So all in all, I just want to reflect back and thank everyone. And I want to just say, as an elected official, I don't see that this process has been, has undermined or put a pin on making something even better. So I think we need to have kudos on everyone all the way around. And it also makes us as a county, again, I want to say that internal reflection. And when community leaders who come from hundreds of years of intergenerational communities say, I feel more engaged. I was invited to this committee. Alexandra had invited them to. That means something, because we're changing around empowerment and inclusion. So thank you.
Commissioner Hughes?
I agree that we postponed it because of concerns we heard from the traditional village of Agua Fria. And so sounds like those have been addressed. At least there was no objections tonight. So if everyone's okay, I want to make a motion to approve the conceptual approval of preliminary plat and final plat for 30-lot residential major subdivision known as En Vuelo subdivision with a total of 10.6 acres, which is within the traditional community zoning district within the village of Agua Fria Community Overlay District.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hughes. Excuse me, we have a second from Commissioner Johnson.
Under
Do
discussion.
we have anything substantial for discussion? Commissioner Green?
So maybe it's not substantial, you guys can decide, but I do want to thank the folks to come out. I do want to thank HomeWise and the designers for putting that little trail there. At the end of the day, I know you guys make a good product, and you showed that you know better, right? You did this at Maze Road, and you actually do a great job with your product, and when given the opportunity, maybe the city told you to do it at Maze Road or you did it on your own. This was a great opportunity for you to do it proactively, even if our land use code didn't say you needed to do it. That's a problem on us. We get it. We've been advocating for updating the land use code, at least as long as I've been on this board, which is coming on 2.5 years now. So we need to expedite that. This is part of that conversation here. Clustering doesn't only mean clustering housing, it also means clustering open space, right? So you can have cohesive parks that are not just a patchwork. So I do want to acknowledge that you guys took some comments, we need to work on our land use code to make it for fast, expedited housing, but with quality design at the urban design level. And I do want to give a shout out to HomeWise for having your fellowship series that is going to focus on urban design as one of the aspects. So good for you. So anyway, thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chair Bustamante,
Yes, sir.
Commissioners, I believe the application also included a request to approve the affordable housing agreement. So I don't know if you want to clarify if the motion included that or have a separate motion to
I will make the
approve
motion
affordable
to-
housing
I'm
agreement.
sorry, we have a motion. If we're going to include it in the first proposal, or if we have a second,
I'm fine including it in my motion.
okay, so we would add the approval of the, and I'm not seeing it in the recommendation, final subdivision.
I didn't read the last part of it.
Okay, so we are adding that to the original motion. Is that friendly amendment acceptable, Commissioner
Yes,
Johnson?
it is.
Yes, okay. So the motion stands. We have recommended the final subdivision plat amendment for Arroyo Hondo. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. I'm sorry, hang on. Yes, so we have determined the application for conceptual plan, preliminary plat, and final plat for En Vuelo. We have the conceptual plan, the 5 years and less, the boundaries, the approved stormwater pollution prevention. Each item 1 through 16 that are noted in the packet. And I want to make sure that that's clear to anyone who is questioning whether or not we know what we voted on. So everyone's clear on that?
Take another vote.
So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we're on the next one, case B. Thank you very much. And thanks to HomeWise and all your good work. Sincerely, it always is. Onward ho. Case number 255110, Global Partners LLC. Kenneth?
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Tonight before you, we have Global Partners LLC, the applicant through its agent, Jenkins Gavins, Inc., request approval of a final subdivision plat amendment for Arroyo Hondo Phase 2 final subdivision plat. The proposed revisions are 1, to change the approved number of lots from 70 to 68, 2, to reduce the size of the total area of Phase 2 from 31.59 acres to 27.79 acres, and 3, to adjust the open space from 17.5 acres to 14.75 acres, and finally, to add an additional roadway to the southeast connector south of the roundabout of the northeast connector. On April 30th, 2002, the EZA granted a master plan approval for a mixed-use development formerly known as Oshara Ranch. On October 28th, 2004, the EZA granted a master plan amendment to the previously approved Oshara Ranch project in order to change the original phasing granted for the project. On January 11th, 2005, the Board of County Commissioners granted preliminary and final plat and development plan approval for Phase 1 of the Oshara development. On October 26, 2017, the applicant presented its request for a conceptual plan amendment before the SLDC hearing officer. The decision of the hearing officer was to recommend approval of the applicant's request. On December 21st, 2017, the applicant presented its request to the Santa Fe County Planning Commission. The decision of the Planning Commission was to recommend approval of the applicant's proposals. On October 13th, 2020, the BCC approved a utility line extension agreement for the project. On April 13th, 2021, the BCC approved a conceptual plan amendment to modify the previously approved Oshara subdivision. On September 14th, 2021, the BCC approved Ordinance 21-04, an ordinance amending the Sustainable Land Development Code, Ordinance number 2016-9, to amend and reinstate Appendix F, Maps 2 and 3, and to reflect the changes made by the conceptual plan amendment. On October 14th, 2021, September 21, the BCC approved an amendment of the conditions of approval imposed by the BCC at its April 13th, 2021 meeting, and to correct an error in the final order for case number 16-5280. On March 8th, 2022, the BCC approved a preliminary subdivision plat and site development plan for Phase 2 of Oshara. The approval included a preliminary subdivision plat with 250 residential lots in 5 subphases. On October 10th, 2023, the BCC approved final subdivision plat for Phase 2A of the Arroyo Hondo de Santa Fe subdivision. Phase 2A currently comprises of 70 lots on 31.59 acres, a community center, and 17.5 acres of open space. On May 8th, 2025, Santa Fe County Public Works submitted their memorandum with conditions of approval. The applicant's agent is working on revising the traffic impact analysis to reflect the comments provided in preparation for today's meeting. Staff's recommendation. Staff recommends final subdivision plat amendment approval for Arroyo Hondo Phase 2A final subdivision plat to change the number of approved lots from 70 to 68 lots, reduce the size of total area of Phase 2A from 31.59 acres to 27.79 acres, adjust the open space from 17.5 acres to 14.75 acres, and add an additional roadway to the southeast connector south of the roundabout on the northeast connector. Madam Chair, may I enter the conditions into the record?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I stand for any questions.
Do we have any questions for Kenneth at this point?
One.
One question from, okay.
Um,
Commissioner Green?
Thank you. Thank you, Kenneth. I was a member of the commission when we approved this 2 years ago, and the additional road connection, there was a ton of pushback, but I advocated for it at the time, and I was told that our roads division or somebody said that it was impossible and unnecessary and everything. And so has there been a change, or like this was, I was told it was impossible and now it's being proposed, which I agree with, but it seems to me that I was fed something that wasn't necessarily set in stone, and how did that change?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, if I can have and see if Ryan Ward from Public Works is available to go ahead and speak on that behalf.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, I can't necessarily speak to what the concerns were from 2 years ago. My review of the final plat was, there was a couple things that I'd noticed in regard to the road. The Rabbit Road piece to the north, I believe in Phase 2C, will have a roundabout. There's a second connection, which is required by fire code in the first two phases. My comment on that particular, which is right above the Oshara roundabout, my comment on that was, per fire code, you typically can do some sort of access point for emergency use. That's an improved surface. And so having that connection right above Oshara, but having it removed was my comment once the Phase 2C is implemented and that roundabout is installed. So I don't know if that goes along with your comments or.
I mean, it sort of does. My point is that there should be three. I mean, it was, I think, 4,000 linear feet of road. And if that is viable in our code, that's the code again, we need to rewrite our code. 3 connections over 4,000 feet, one at the middle, sort of more or less, or kind of in the middle, is much better. So thank you. But inconsistency when people tell me 2 years ago, no, Public Works does not allow this, and now Public Works says, actually, this is a better idea. I think I was right 2 years ago, and it would have been better, but thank you. That's all for now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there
Thank
any
you.
other questions, comments, concerns? Do we have anyone from the applicant who would like to speak? Jennifer. Thank you, Ryan.
Hello again,
Hi.
Chair Bustamante, Commissioners. I am still Jennifer Jenkins, and I'm still under oath, and I am here this evening on behalf of Santa Fe Global Partners in request for a amendment to the final subdivision plat for Phase 2A, which is the first subphase of Phase 2 of Oshara Village. So I'm just going to go through the presentation and touch on some things, and also, Commissioner Green, I'll be able to speak a little bit to your commentary as well. So we have a great consultant team. It takes a village to put these projects together, and so our team consists of locally Lauren Trick Architects, who doing all of the design and the planning and the homes. Souter Miller and Associates is our engineering firm. Traffic engineering by Civil Transformations, and landscape architecture locally by Root Studio. So I'm going to touch on some high level, because I know we have a couple of new commissioners who have not had exposure to this particular project before. So as we all know, the Community College District, for the most part, comprises all of SDA 1, which is Santa Fe County's primary growth area. And you can see right under the 300 in blue there is Oshara Village. And that is the boundaries of the Oshara Village master plan, as you can see, is in SDA 1. So here is the community college district zoning map, and you can see Ochara Village there kind of at the north central edge of the community college district. And this is the community college district zoning map, so you can see all of Ochara, and then up in the northeast corner is phase 2, which has sort of been rebranded as Arroyo Hondo. And then you can see here in the lower left the existing phase 1 of Ochara Village, which is built out, and it has a thriving neighborhood community there. And then you can see just up to the northeast is phase 2. And this is the overall phasing. So Ochara Master Plan has a total of 5 phases. And so, so in the southwest, we have phase 1, the northeast, we have phase 2, and then kind of going clockwise around the rest of the project is 3, 4, and 5. So the property is currently undeveloped, and on the west boundary, you can see this Google image was taken while the Falcon Way was under construction, the southeast connector and the northeast connector. And so this is our existing sub-phasing plan for phase 2. So we have it broken down into 5 smaller chunks, 5 sub-phases. And so phase 2A, our initial phase, so there is, you can see the top roundabout is the main roundabout where Falcon Way and Rabbit Road come together, which is brand new. And then heading south, you get to what we call the Ochara roundabout. And that is the front door, the main access into Arroyo Hondo. So you can see phase 2A is right there, just off of that roundabout. And the original approval also included a connection up to Rabbit Road and this kind of circuitous roadway here to get a secondary connection up to Rabbit Road. So within the SLDC, anytime you have 30 dwelling units or more, you need to have 2 access points. Right, so this is our current approved plan for the phasing. And so this is the amendment that is before you, is what we are proposing. There are not a lot of changes internally. As we have finalized the home design, we realized that we needed to make some of the lots a little bigger to make everything work better. So we actually are reducing the number of lots down from 70 to 68 in this phase. So the acreage has shrunk a little bit and the open space shrunk a little bit. And but again, those are pretty subtle, pretty modest changes. And we proposed a secondary connection here, basically just halfway between the 2 roundabouts. And we worked with the Public Works Department on this additional connection to serve phase 2A and phase 2B. So our approach is we kind of had a modified access plan where we would have an additional connection out to Falcon Way, and then the north connection up to Rabbit Road would actually get built in phase 2C. We did an updated traffic analysis to confirm that the roundabout and the new proposed access point would have acceptable levels of service, serving our 2 initial phases. Levels of service were A, doesn't get any better than that, so it worked really well. And so, so now with that, basically, phase 2A includes some open space and trail improvements here, but the roadway improvements kind of stopped just north of that additional access point. And so this was phase 2A as approved, and this phase also includes a beautiful park plaza area and a community center. And you can see the roadway kind of snaking around here. And then as the proposed amendment, you can see that the roadway improvements would terminate at just at that new access point. But then, of course, open space and trail improvements in that northwest corner. So in comparing our existing approval with the amendment, you can see that here, the going, 2 lots are going to move to a future phase. Acreage went down slightly, open space went down slightly, and then the affordable lots also went down just by 1, just because of the math. So we, in working with Public Works, originally the access over to Falcon Way was designed as an open access point, just as another roadway that would serve the subdivision. After Public Works further review, the request came back that they would prefer that access point to be for emergency vehicles only, and it would be temporary, so we would gate it. And then when we do build that north connection up to Rabbit Road, that secondary emergency access would basically be removed. And so what we did once we got that information back from Public Works is we reanalyzed our traffic, because if that connection is not going to be open to vehicles regularly and reserved for emergency vehicles, then we had to make sure that the roundabout was adequate to serve these first 2 phases, right? So we reran the numbers. Still, we have a level of service A. It works just fine. There are no issues with traffic circulation in that regard. So we wanted to provide this information. I also did provide this information to Public Works as well. And that concludes my presentation. So I appreciate your attention. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jennifer. Do we have any questions for Jennifer before we ask for comments from public? Okay.
Jennifer, so I think you need to keep that as a permanent connection. So that is going to be my amendment to this. If it's good to start, it's good to stay, and people will appreciate it. A 4,000 linear foot snaky little road is way too long. And so that, I hope you're amenable to that in this conversation. And Ryan, I hope you're amenable to this from the county's perspective, but I can't imagine once it's there that anybody's going to want to see it closed. So plan on keeping it.
If I could, Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, the reason Public Works looked at it from the standpoint of emergency access being temporary, I believe long-term, our goal is with the roundabouts and being a connector, hopefully at some point, based on traffic volumes and how that area develops out, it will ultimately be an arterial of some sort, whether it's minor, major. Having minimal access points will create less accidents and less delays over time. And so that was what we looked at as far as from a traffic engineering standpoint in that instance. So
I understand. We have planners. Mm-hmm. Planners are not urban designers. We have traffic engineers. Traffic engineers are not urban designers. If we're trying to build communities that are easy to get to, interconnected, and have alternative routes, if one of those roads is blocked for any reason, to drive a mile, basically 3/4 of a mile, just to get out of your subdivision when you could cut it in half, makes sense. And maybe you're going to say, oh, it's an emergency access, but once you abandon it, it's gone. So I hope you plan on keeping it, because better urban design. This is not the best plan ever. In fact, it's pretty terrible, but it meets the code, and it should have an extra entrance. And thank you for incorporating that and encouraging them to put that in there. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Any other comments? No? We have motion? Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, I just want to say I agree with doing away with the extra road when it's developed all the way up to Rabbit Road. I think Ryan Ward made a good point that it's safer that way.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes. Do we have anyone here to speak in favor or against this project? Do we have anyone online? Nope. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions, Jennifer, Ms. Jenkins, if you would indulge me. So thank you for the presentation. I like the drawings. It's helpful to see this, kind of the vision flesh out a little bit more into the future. Okay, first question, very, might seem strange. I live in Arroyo Hondo, and so this is a neighborhood that's also called Arroyo Hondo. I'm wondering about the name change. I'm not in love with it. It's a small point, but I live in a neighborhood called Arroyo Hondo.
Sure. Yeah. It is something that I can, definitely revisit, with my client. We have not generated any collateral or, it's more of an internal thing because as through your neighborhood, the Arroyo Hondo goes through this neighborhood. And so there was just, it's just a desire for some fresh branding, for the project, but we're happy to revisit.
Sure. I appreciate that. There's no connectivity between Arroyo Hondo and Arroyo Hondo de Santa Fe. So I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Next question is, actually, it seemed like the community center was an open space on one rendering, but then a second actually showed it as a center, as a building. Is that accurate, or is it actually an outdoor space with a barbecue and a pool?
Oh, the amenity center?
Yeah.
Yeah, the amenity center is a building.
Okay.
It's going to have fitness and a lounge area and gathering spaces. It's going to have a pool. It's going to be really, and it kind of is perched up and it looks over the Arroyo Hondo. I mean, it's spectacular. And then there's the adjacent kind of park plaza outdoor gathering area.
Okay, thank you. So when you subtract one affordable unit, does the math still play out across the whole range of phases where that affordable unit is taken out?
It gets recaptured in a later phase.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
overall, across all the phases, the affordable housing is not changing.
No, sir.
Okay. This is a question for Ryan, probably. And and thank you, Ms. Jenkins. When you remove a road, what does that look like? Is it, I also see that you'll be removing the old Rabbit Road connection to Oshara. So what are we talking about there?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Johnson, great question. Typically, when I was discussing earlier with Commissioner Green, the tie-in in the middle, if the road comes in and it's a emergency access point or temporary access point, the removal will just be base, the tie-in right at the pavement where it ties into Falcon Way, all that would be removed back out. Everything would be regraded back if it needed to be as far as for drainage. Minimal impact, because I think our goal is from Public Works always, especially on a new road like this, you don't want the impacts of having construction set up out there on a lane and try to tear stuff out that's built in permanently. And so there's, delays to traffic. You're blocking lanes, back to the safety factor. As far as Rabbit Road, the construction of that, there's other alternatives to get to that same location. It would be, our goal would be probably where that Rabbit Road roundabout would be, to try to maintain best you can, even if there's some sort of temporary around it, to keep at least traffic moving through there when they construct that. Currently, and I think it's identified clearly in the plat, that northern piece and that road segment that exists today on Rabbit Road, once it meets the design criteria of the county, can then be accepted for maintenance with the adoption of the plat as well. So, there'll be impacts to build the roundabout. If the road is not temporary and becomes permanent, then obviously that's not getting removed, so there won't be any impacts. But if it is temporary, it's fairly easy to remove that when the Phase 2C develops out that roundabout.
Thanks for that. So what is the condition of Rabbit Road? If we're looking at this one, it's the sort of swoop, right, that comes down that would be removed, and it seems like the subdivision will eventually take over part of that road. I mean, so yes, this map has that erased, right? But say what?
Sorry, it's already gone. That portion that was on the plat before, it has already been moved already with Rabbit Road and Falcon Way.
Right. I think I see that. I mean, if I understand correctly. So I guess but that road currently exists.
Currently exists, that's
Okay.
correct.
And the condition of it is?
The condition of it is to be determined. That's one of the factors for us as far as the county to take over maintenance and public works of that road. Similar to what we did on Dinosaur Trail, we will need some reports on, width, the coring of the road to make sure it meets our design criteria before we can take over maintenance. If there's some upgrades needed, then that's something that will be identified at that point.
Okay. I'll leave it there for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Anyone else? Okay.
Can I make a motion?
Yes, please, thank you.
I move to approve case number 25-510, Global Partners LLC applicant through Jenkins Gavin agent requests final plat, subdivision plat amendment approved for Arroyo Hondo Phase 2A final subdivision plat to change approved lots from 70 to 68, reduce the size of total acres for 2A from 31.59 acres plus to 2.79 acres plus, adjust open space from 17.5 acres to 14.75 acres, and add an additional roadway to the southeast connector, south to the roundabout on the northeast connector. The property, I don't think I need to read the rest.
Second.
I'm
We have a
sorry, Chair
motion.
Bustamante and the maker and seconder, and that's with staff conditions.
Yes,
Yes, including staff conditions.
And I want to be clear, this says that road is there's a connector. It does not speak in this motion to the removal of that road. Is that one of the conditions that the removal is? So under discussion, I'd love to remove that condition, because that is, the architect in the room says that's a better thing. That's a bare minimum, and it was an issue 2 years ago. It came up now. It's on a half-mile stretch.
so the motion was made by Commissioner Hughes. Do you, so the conditions include, so it has the subject to all other final order conditions recorded February 1st, 2024, as well as applicant must comply with all review agencies' comments and approval conditions. Do you accept the amendment to remove the road?
And not remove the road.
Not remove the road, I'm sorry.
It's not either way, is it?
That is the discussion that you concurred with Ryan on earlier regarding
Yes.
the keeping the road.
Yes, I did concur with Ryan to remove the road.
So the second, you still second it as it is?
I knew that I was seconding that, yes.
Okay, so we have the motion to approve this case with all staff recommendations as well as agency comments. The friendly amendment has not been accepted to keep the road, to remove the road, I'm sorry.
Keep the road.
Remove the
Keep-
road.
Not remove the road.
Not
It doesn't
remove the
sound
road.
negative.
So the motion is to not remove the road and all the other conditions. All in favor?
I just want to be clear. I'm sorry.
Please help
I'm
me.
really
Yeah.
sorry.
It's late.
I may have misheard you, but I think it is to remove the road. And you may have just said that and it's late.
The
so-
road will be removed.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm saying it correctly, because I know
Okay,
the road
thank you.
needs to be removed per the recommendations from Public Works. If I said anything otherwise, it's because after 9 o'clock, I should be in my pajamas, or 8 o'clock, I'm sorry, 8 o'clock. But my apologies, and to anyone who's rolling their eyes at me.
Yeah,
right
so
now.
that's part of my motion, apparently,
Okay, to go
to
with,
remove the road.
the staff recommendations. Correct.
Can I ask a clarifying? Okay. But it says to add additional roadway, so we're removing the temporary access
yes.
road, but adding the additional road.
Yes,
Perfect.
that was a condition.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
That's me.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. All right. C,
Can I add a sense of humor here?
please.
So Arroyo Hondo, right? It was originally a Tewa, and then it's your neighborhood. So it's Deep Creek, right? So maybe it should really be, since with climate change, do we really have a deep creek out there, or do we have a agua poco profunda? It's a little bit of water. So as you rename it, maybe think about, is it really a deep creek?
And the Deep Creek is at the Pueblo site, which is in my
Right.
neighborhood. Yes.
There you go.
But I'm just saying we want to honor that, but also rename it.
Or
Poco
Arroyo Seco.
Profunda.
Dry
Arroyo
Creek.
Seco. We already have
Second
one of
and
those
third.
too. All
Mas
right.
Seco.
Item C, case number 255130, Santa Fe Land Partners LLC. And Kenneth.
All right. Good evening.
Good evening.
Before you for the last case of today, we have Santa Fe Land Partners LLC. Applicant through agent Jenkins Gavin Inc. requests preliminary and final subdivision plat approval for proposed Essentia Development Phase 3, subphases 3A and 3B of the 4-phase Essentia development. On September 13, 2022, the Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners approved the conceptual plan for a 710 lot residential subdivision to be completed in 5 phases on a total of 277 acres. On April 15, 2024, the BCC approved an agreement regarding road improvements. On July 8, 2024, a conceptual plan amendment to allow subphasing was recorded with the county clerk's office under instrument number 2037145. On August 13, 2024, the BCC approved subphases 1B consisting of 102 single-family residences and 15 affordable dwellings, subphase 1C consisting of 78 single-family lots and 12 affordable dwellings, and subphase 1D consisting of 84 single-family residences and 13 affordable dwellings. The applicant is now requesting preliminary and final subdivision plat for the proposed Essentia Development Phase 3, subphases 3A and 3B of the 4-phase development, totaling 118 lots. Subphase 3A comprises of 68 lots with 10 affordable lots. Subphase 3B comprises of 50 lots with 8 affordable units. The applicant will also request approval of the affordable housing agreement at the next regular scheduled Board of County Commissioners meeting. This has been added as a condition of approval for tonight's hearing. This application has been reviewed for compliance with the applicable standards as set forth in Chapter 7 of the SLDC as follows: access, fire protection, landscape and buffering, lighting, signs, parking and loading, water supply, wastewater, and water conservation, open space, protection of historic and archaeological resources, terrain management, flood prevention and flood control, solid waste, and affordable housing. Staff's recommendation. Staff recommends approval of the application for preliminary and final subdivision plat for the proposed Essentia Development Phase 3, subphases 3A and 3B of the 4-phase Essentia Development, totaling 118 lots. Subphase 3 comprising of 68 lots with 10 affordable units, and subphase B comprising of 50 lots with 8 affordable units, Staff recommends approval of the applicant's request subject to the following conditions. Madam Chair, may I enter these conditions into the record?
Please, thank you.
Thank you. I stand for any questions.
Do we have any questions for Kenneth at this time? Commissioner Green?
So if I remember correctly, when we had this before us, when this phase was going to be built, the park was going to be built as a condition of this. Is this going to trigger the park being built?
Madam Chair, hearing officer, Madam Chair, Commissioner. Yes, they currently have a current application in for permit for the improvement of that park, and a part of this is the remaining portion of that park to be completed in this phase.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions for Kenneth? Do we have any questions from the applicant? let's hear from the applicant. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank
And I was
you.
only kidding about the pajamas at 8. Let's just do this.
Let's do this. So it is, I confirm that I am still under oath, and it is my pleasure and my honor to be here this evening on behalf of Santa Fe Land Development Partners in request for preliminary and final subdivision plat for Phase 3 and 3A and 3B of the Esencia de Santa Fe community. So again, the owner, developer, and applicant this evening is Santa Fe Land Development Partners. Also, Price Development Group is the entity within that entity. Engineering services provided by Bohannon Houston, and landscape architecture by Yellowstone Landscaping. So we are still in Sustainable Development Area 1 within the Community College District, the county's primary growth area. And you can see we're kind of right in the middle. We're sort of like in the heart of things. You can see the little white box over here on the blow up. And here is the Community College District zoning map. Again, I guess we're a little more on the central west side of the Community College District. And here's a vicinity map. So we are adjacent to the Rancho Viejo community. Rancho Viejo is to our east and to our north. And you can see that the north portion of our property is the terminus of Avenida del Sur and the intersection of Avon Nupo, and to our west is Vista del Monte that leads out to Highway 14. So our conceptual plan has been approved for some time, and we have Phase 1 is up here at the north. We have leapfrogged Phase 2, and we are here this evening in request for plat approval for Phase 3. So overall, Esencia comprises 277 acres. We are within a village zone in the Community College District, and we have village, neighborhood, and fringe subdistricts. The project is approved for up to 710 dwelling units, 200 of which are proposed multifamily units. The project will be developed in 4 phases. Of course, we have 15% affordable housing, so 78 affordable homes, which is really fantastic. Over 50% of the property is being preserved as native open space with a robust trail network. And the project also includes 4 small kind of pocket parks, as well as almost a 7-acre community park, which will be constructed in Phase 3. So where we are right now, so 1B and 1C are currently under construction, which is very exciting. We have started the infrastructure work. What you see here kind of in the peach color is what we call Phase 1A, which is the backbone infrastructure. So, we have the internal infrastructure for those 2 phases, and then we have our backbone infrastructure, which includes Via Esencia, which is our primary north-south roadway, and also we have a significant sewer line extension that runs all the way here across the state land, all the way out across Highway 14 over to the Quill wastewater treatment plant. So that is a significant piece of public infrastructure that is being constructed as part of this project that is also under construction right now. And as you can see in yellow here, we have Phase 3 kind of in the south central part of the project. So this is Phase 3. We're breaking it up into 2 sub-phases. And we have, this is our internal roundabout at Via Esencia. And so we have a really nice connected roadway network here that will connect to Phase 4 over to the east. And we also, in this phase, in addition to traditional single-family detached homes, we also are doing townhomes that back up to an alleyway. So kind of fronting on the park here, which is going to be really great. We have townhomes fronting on this roadway here, right across the street from the park, and they will have access into their garages from alleys that run behind the units. And so we have the same pattern over here in phase 3B, and then kind of wrapping around these areas, we have our, like I said, more traditional single-family detached homes. So there's a nice variety of housing types here, which we are really excited to bring this type of product to the market. Just zooming in a little more, this is phase 3A, which comprises 68 lots. And then phase 3B to the east comprises 50 lots for a total of 118 in this phase. So these are just the metrics for this phase. And as I mentioned, the park is actually already under construction. There's kind of a portion of the park that's being constructed as part of the backbone infrastructure. And then the balance of the park is being constructed during this phase. So in accordance with our conceptual plan approval, we update our traffic study with every single phase. Every time we come in to plat a new phase, we come in with an updated traffic study with updated traffic counts. So this shows the intersections that we analyze, which is pretty extensive and far-reaching. And for this update, we added, at the request of Rancho Viejo, we added the intersection at Avenida del Sur and Cañada del Rancho, which is right here, number 7. In addition to Richards Avenue and Avenida del Sur, Rancho Viejo Boulevard and Avenida del Sur, we have Rancho Viejo Boulevard and Highway 14, and then of course Highway 14 and Vista del Monte off to the west, and then of course our access point here. And the county has a project that is ongoing and underway to extend Avenida del Sur from its current terminus all the way out, which is something that has been contemplated by the Community College District Transportation Plan for 25 years. This was really a key roadway improvement and connection for the Community College District and all of SDA 1. And that project, I believe, and I think Ryan can speak to it, but it's designed. I think they've hit 100% plans, and it's going to be going out to bid soon. And so it's a very exciting improvement for the district. So as I believe everybody is aware, have had some exposure to this, especially our new commissioners. I'm sure you've seen this. But when we do traffic studies, it's really a function of how do our intersections perform? Because intersections are kind of the choke points in any roadway network. If you're just cruising down the road, no intersections, I mean, you're going to get to your destination pretty quick. And so we grade that by, it's called a level of service. So as we analyze intersections, and there's different standards, whether it's a signalized intersection or an unsignalized intersection. And the level of service is based upon how much delay does a vehicle experience navigating a particular intersection? How long does it take them to get through that intersection? So obviously level of service A is as good as it gets. It means minimal delay, less than 10 seconds to either get through a signal or go through a stop sign. And then it progresses from there, B, C, D, E, and F. F means you are at a failing intersection, and there may need to be additional roadway improvements to mitigate that failure. Maybe there needs to be, something needs to be widened and you can build a dedicated right turn lane, for example, or maybe the signal needs to be optimized, or, you know, some other type of improvement. So these are the levels of service from our updated traffic study. And so what we show here is we show existing conditions. We show at the phase 3 build out, which is assumed to be 2029, and then the full build out of all of Essentia in 2033. And what we look at is we look at the peak hours, the AM peak hour, or what you would just consider the rush hour, and the PM peak hour. And that's actually not just 1 hour. It's usually, it's actually a couple hours. And so the vehicles are counted during those peak traffic times. And so you can see the existing conditions, great levels of service, A's and B's across the board. You look at the phase 3 build out, still maintaining really, really good levels of service. What we run into is at New Mexico 14 and Rancho Viejo Boulevard in the PM, we're seeing a degradation of level of service there. But our traffic engineer ran analysis, and with some pretty straightforward signal optimization there, we could actually achieve a level of service C. Without really having to do any improvements on the ground, but just tweaking that signal would accomplish that. And the same is true in the full build. We could, maintain that level of service C at that intersection with some tweaks to the signal. So, the recommendations of this traffic study update. So in 2033, at the intersection of Avenida del Sur and Rancho Viejo Boulevard, assuming Essentia is fully built out at that time, and assuming that La Entrada, which is the most recent phase of Rancho Viejo approved by this body, I think it was just a few months ago, that is fully built out as well. If both of those things occur as contemplated in the traffic study, then by 2033, there will need to be some improvements to that intersection in order to maintain acceptable levels of service, probably looking at either a roundabout or a signal. In 2029, again, assuming the build out of phase 3 of Essentia as well as La Entrada, we're looking at also potentially a roundabout at Avenida del Sur and Cañada del Rancho. So this is based upon, with traffic studies, you project into the future, you make certain assumptions, and you try to look at a worst case scenario in terms of La Entrada is 100% built out, all those cars are on the road, right? Essentia is 100% built out, all those cars are on the road. But one thing that we can't analyze yet is what is going to be the impact of Avenida del Sur. That is going to be a significant improvement, a significant roadway connection. We don't really know how that's going to impact traffic patterns until it's open and we can get out there and count the cars. So that's what we look forward to the opportunity to do. Maybe by the time we're here for our next request from this body for our next phase, Avenida del Sur is open and operational, and we have an opportunity to really understand how traffic patterns within this area are impacted. It's very possible that it's going to pull enough cars out of those intersections that we're seeing that are potentially going to need some improvements, that they may function okay. We won't know until we know. But this is what we know today. And but with respect to phase 3, we are maintaining adequate levels and quite excellent levels of service for all the intersections that were analyzed. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to stand for any questions. Thank you.
And thank you. Are there any questions for Jennifer at this time?
Oh, do you know what? I'm not quite done. My apologies, Chair Bustamante. I did have one other member of my team I wanted to invite up. Matthew Dyer is with Price Land Development Group and Santa Fe Land Development Partners. And Matthew is managing all the construction that we have underway at Essentia right now. And I'm going to invite him up to share some thoughts. Thank you.
Matthew, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Matthew Dyer, 6213 Buenos Aires Place, Northwest, and I am under oath today. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I just wanted to stand before you today as boots on the ground, working closely with all the construction activity that we have on site, and answer any questions, speak to the recent rain events that we had this last week, and our response that we've made as neighbors to address local residents and any adjacent properties that could have been damaged, utilizing our resources and stepping up to the plate when needed and when called. So I stand before you all here today to answer any specific questions, if there are any.
Do we have any specific, Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, I wondered, it says no mass grading, but it looks like you are doing mass grading. Is it possible for you to do a little more temporal grading or something?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Hughes. So when 50% of the property is essentially being left undisturbed, you can't call it mass grading. 50% of the property is being left undisturbed.
Yeah, I said it looked like. I didn't say it was.
So we have to grade out the roads. We have to grade out the home pads. That's what we have to do. These homes are 10 feet apart from one another. So if you just think about, so we're grading the pads because it is it's way more efficient, because if I have built this home and I've built this home, but I haven't graded out this pad, and I'm coming in to build this home that happens to be between these two homes that maybe are already under construction, it's going to be very challenging to do that work. So we are grading out roads, we're grading out pads, but again, 50% of this land is essentially being left undisturbed.
Well, I guess, and the concerns were about dust. So is there any way to reduce the dust?
Yep. Yeah, we were having some issues. We have for construction water there, we were having some water pressure issues, and I think Matthew can speak to that. And so we were, but the county made some tweaks and with our hydrant, and they were able to get that modified, because we were having a little bit of challenges but we got that addressed, and now the water pressure is way better, and so I think we're on top of the dust for sure.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Jennifer, Commissioner Green.
So can you explain, sorry, I didn't quite understand what the issue was that you have stepped to the plate to remedy? Explain.
Yes, sir, Commissioner Green, thank you. We had about 4.3 inches of rain in a 4-day period last week from Sunday night through Wednesday evening. There were some runoffs. We had a series of controls that breached due to the amount of rains that we had. Historically, the water flowed through adjacent properties, and there was some runoff, and there was some damage that was that occurred to the private road section of Vista Del Monte, as well as some adjacent properties. So we immediately responded Tuesday morning, the day after the major rain event. Met with residents, some stand here before me, behind me as well, and utilized our current resources that we had on site with our contractors to repair, fix, maintain roads, reinstall base course, those types of things. I mentioned of us utilizing our resources without really even batting an eye, understanding the community presence that we've brought, as well as just kind of addressing it immediately following the rain event when the damage occurred.
So your SWIP, your stormwater plan, kind of failed just because of the amount of water that we got in one?
Yes.
You only got 4 inches. You're doing great. I got over almost 6 at my house. So.
Yes, sir. We had various BMPs installed, best management practices, in multiple locations that breached due to the amount of rains that we received Monday evening. That rain event totaled almost 2.5 inches in a 3-hour period. We had post-rain inspections. We've installed additional BMPs, as well as property cleanup as well. So.
And so to ask about Commissioner Hughes' thing, have you put some silt fences and some additional stuff to sort of, break up some of the dust issues? Are you if this is a concern, are you putting more than what is required? I get you need to grade it. I don't disagree, but you can silt fence it much better, at least in a temporary, more affordable way, to make sure that it cuts down on some of the dust.
Yes, utilizing silt fence, dirt berms, sock wattles. To Commissioner Hughes's point about the dust control, we have 2 10,000-gallon vertical stand tanks that are fed off of a fire hydrant on site, and we have 4 large water gallons from 5,000 up to 8,000-gallon water wagons that are on site that are specifically there to keep dust down and condition the soils as we compact both the grading and the infrastructure portion that we're doing on site. So,
because now we're going the other way. Now it's like probably not going to rain for a month, and it's going to like, so, you know, if you can make sure that you wet everything down on Friday afternoons, right? And so that it lasts through the weekend and people don't go to sit outside in their yard and just eat dust. Those considerations make it a little bit more livable. Nobody wants to live next to a construction site. Worse is one that blows.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yep.
Can I continue with some other questions here? So I saw in one of the drawings there that there was a sewer line, and you started pointing something out, but the drawing somewhat contradicted maybe, or maybe I didn't understand.
Here, I'm gonna
but it showed
go-
the sewer going to
Here's the sewer. I think that was it. Yes. So coming out of our southwest corner, we're constructing a sewer line across the state land. And then it kind of does this little circuitous thing just to deal with terrain to get down. And we're going to cross Highway 14 right into the Quill wastewater treatment plant.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't going down Camino Vista Grande, because I saw that little spur that's
Yeah,
at the
it does,
backside
because
up there.
it hits it, but then it goes south.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
exactly.
You know, when you're building 700 homes, and I know people argue that it's not going to sustain a market of any size or any amenity of any, like, quart of milk, 6-pack of beer, pack of diapers, whatever, and you have affordable houses, and you say that somebody can't get to these things without owning a vehicle. There's going to be no mass transit here. You know, one of the things that I had brought up on the earlier version of this Phase 3B, when we did it the last time, was, wouldn't it be nice if some of those townhomes that face the park had the ability to be somewhat mixed use and allow for a commercial store, coffee shop, co-working space, something that is sort of communal and commercial. And so somebody's passing something out,
Passing
so
something
you've
out for
already
you. Okay.
like.
So, thank you, Chair, Madam Chair, and Commissioner Green. So we are not experts in the commercial space when it comes to commercial development. My client is in the residential business, so we said we need to educate ourselves about this. So we reached out to who we believe is the foremost expert in our community, is a commercial real estate broker, Ty Bixby. He is a colleague of mine that he's kind of my go-to if I have a question like what's going on, I call Ty. And so we asked Ty's, help us understand, is within this community that we are developing, is it viable that, for something? And it is important to point out our current conceptual plan approval does not contemplate commercial use. That's an aside, but so right at the moment, we would be precluded from incorporating that based upon our conceptual plan approval. But just setting that aside, we asked Ty to, analyze this particular community and what is the reality of something being economically viable, because that's the bottom line. Build it and they will come? Not necessarily.
So I'm going to stop you there because I know what you're saying, and I'm going to say that that is not what we're here to build. We're not talking about a 40,000 square foot Albertsons. We're talking about a 5,000 square foot small market that serves a community of thousands of homes that are within a half mile of you.
And I specifically asked Mr. Bixby to make sure he addressed small scale, because I said, we're not, and he includes a lot of data here just because he was being thorough, but even a neighborhood cafe or some sort of neighborhood serving retail, in order for that to survive and hopefully thrive, 10 to 15,000 vehicles a day have to drive.
His calculations are wrong. I don't need to hear that. Thank you. I mean,
Okay.
that's just like, that's not, then 15,000 vehicles is, very few roads in Santa Fe have 15,000 vehicles. Cerrillos has it. St. Francis has it. Agua Fria doesn't even have it, right? You know, and that's a pretty.
I believe Agua Fria does have it.
I
believe
it's in the
Agua Fria
11,000 range, where I have some property pretty close to downtown. So anyway, I hope that we start to learn about community building and not just housing building. If you leave 3 pad sites in this, that someday when this gets built out, people say, man, wouldn't it be cool to have a little market or a little cafe or a little restaurant that somebody in the neighborhood might even want to do because they want to support their neighborhood. But if you preclude it by designing a master plan that doesn't include it, I'm not saying you have to build it in the beginning, but you should preserve these. And when we have, again, our plan documents, growth management plans at all levels, do not build communities. Right now, we are selling our future for traffic and for big box stores, which is going to be all we got. And so I hope we change this. This is really important to me. I hope it's important to all of us here. All of our communities in the county are basically going to spend their money in the city. It's fine for the city, I guess, but it's going to be traffic on Highway 14, on Cerrillos Road. It's just going to be not a very quality community. It's going to just be traffic and that. So let me ask one last question about the roundabouts or these connections at these things. Like, so you said we know what we don't know, or you used an expression, and I would say you don't know what you don't know. That if the traffic doesn't go to the east and does go to the west, then suddenly intersection number 1 over there on Avenida del Sur, you said, oh, well, we won't know if it's needed over at 6, 7, and 5 because they might go the other way. Well, then if they start going the other way, then maybe intersection number 1 is going to be the overloaded one.
Sure.
So I guess my question is what recourse does Santa Fe County have in terms of, at a later date, we can make this decision? We don't know what we don't know right now, but are you putting up some sort of bond or road improvement that gives us an opportunity in the future not to come back to you and say, now you got to choose one or the other, but $1 million to build any sort of improvements when we figure how this all works out?
So the short answer is no, because it is not the practice. The practice with financial guarantees and bonding for improvements is the improvements required today for a particular project. And we bond for those infrastructure improvements to guarantee the county that we build them in accordance with our approved plans. It would be highly irregular to bond for a maybe in the future. But we update this study. So let's, as an example, we come in with our next phase, and it is determined when that phase is built out, there's going to be an issue at any one of these intersections that Ascensia is contributing to that. So the practice is that we look at the particular intersections like, yep, once this phase is built out and based upon what else is going on in the area and other development, we're going to have an issue here. And Ascensia, you're 20% of the traffic at this intersection. So we would likely, at that time, a cost estimate be prepared for the new roundabout at Avenida del Sur and Rancho Viejo Boulevard, which are county facilities, county-maintained roadways. And as a condition of approval for Phase 4, we have to contribute those funds to Santa Fe County toward the improvements at that intersection.
And we got a screwed up system because you are going to contribute now, whether it breaks down to this level of service issue, you are contributing. And at a certain point, it just might not be financially viable for you to finish out this development and just to leave it there just so you don't have to pay for the for that. It happens in some places. Economic cycles happen. There's lots of different reasons why this may not go that way. You may already have developers, you know, whether it's D.R. Horton or whoever you're going to sell these subplots to expedite this faster. But we're just hedging our future right now just to sort of say yes to this. And so I'm disappointed. Go ahead.
I just wanted to add, if I may, Commissioner Green. So based upon our traffic study update, the phase that's before you this evening, we are maintaining appropriate and adequate levels of service in the network. And if my client goes away and decides not to build Phase 4 or not to build Phase 2, those are cars that are not on the road, creating additional impact. So,
but you've already created an impact.
We've
with
created
half
the impact,
development.
but based upon the study, the impact is an acceptable impact, and we are not degrading the levels of service based upon this phase.
So sort of, you have two intersections that have a marginal solution that just a traffic light or something might work, right? Because again, you said we don't know which way these cars are going to go, and so leaving.
So that's why we
don't know.
study it. We have to rely on the data. We have to rely on the studies, and that is why we are required to update our study every single time we come before you. And so all we ask is that you require us to do the study.
I know. I'm going to say that we should be starting to do these studies. We know what this road network. Santa Fe County knows that this is a growth area, and we should know what the impacts are and know what kind of road network we are going to need when this is all built out. And to depend on you to say piecemeal by piecemeal by piecemeal, it's not. Oops, it's too late. Is not the way that we should be doing business here. Anyway, but thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Green. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I wanted you to show me where the multifamily was on that.
Let me back. Okay. So the multifamily is the white in kind of our southwest corner here. That is Phase 2. And we are in communication with developers on, so we're not sure which is going to come next, if it's going to be Phase 2 or Phase 4. It's a little bit of a question mark right now, but that's where the multifamily is to be located.
Okay, so Phase 3 doesn't include multifamily.
No, it includes townhomes, and single family detached. That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Do we have anyone from the public in the chambers who would like to speak to this matter? Okay, if you will all stand up, we will swear you all in. When it is your turn to speak, you will state your name, your address, and that you understand that you have been sworn in or you're speaking under oath. Okay?
Commissioner Chair Bustamante, would you like a timer?
Yes, please, 2 minutes each. Thank you.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid. Thank you.
Good evening. Buenos noches. I'm ready for bed too. I'm Mark Citibaca. I live at 4 Lewis Lane, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87508. I understand I'm under oath. Currently, we are affected by the subdivision. We see the traffic every day. We've been in cahoots with Price to slow down their traffic. They've made efforts. They've applied stop signs. Unfortunately, the stop sign only stops the driver that decides to stop. There's numerous employees and contractors that continue to run through our intersection. It's unfortunate that we have to police our intersection. We have to send videos to Matthew, which is their head of operations. He's taking the efforts. He's trying to slow down his guys. But unfortunately, this is just at our intersection. We have neighboring subdivisions that are facing the same problems. Everyone's coming off of Avenida del Sol from Highway 14. They're probably running a good 35, 40 because through the paved road, that is the speed limit. And when they hit the gravel, it should be 25. Unfortunately, they're still continuing to speed through our intersection. We've made a lot of complaints to Public Works. Now we're here addressing the county and its commission. We'd just like to get some effort and some slowdown in our neighborhood because this is our main concern. My family leaves our neighborhood daily. We leave at the same time daily. We don't want someone to be T-boned at our intersection because someone failed to slow down. We've made this pretty evident to these guys. We're trying to get their assistance. We've asked for a camera. We haven't got answers, but we're going to provide one privately and just for proof to slow everybody down. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Tracy Church. I live at 119 Vista Del Monte. I know that I am under oath. Thank you, Madam Chair and the commissioners. I want to acknowledge that last June, we are a property owner on the north side of Vista Del Monte, directly across on that map where the number 6 was. So we exit out that number 1 onto 14. We received a letter from Lawrence and Brescia from the County Public Works Department informing us that the county was seeking to acquire a portion of property we own, needed to build the road to connect Avenida del Sur with Vista Del Monte as part of the new Essentia development. We've met with Lawrence, who's been very helpful and responsive, and others from the county in order to express our concerns around the proposed road and its impact on our land that has been in the family for 5 generations. While we support the development, the proposed road improvements and the implications from an expected right-of-way request are very concerning on 3 levels. First, safety. We need a plan that will provide us with safe and appropriate access to the road and all utilities both now and for our future generations, to include meter stubs on the north side of the road and 3 driveway aprons installed across our frontage property line that spans almost 3/4 of a mile over our 35 acres plus another 35 acres on the east side of us that our cousins own, needed to prevent us from being landlocked now or in the future by the new road or the development. We need sound abatement for the much needed water catchment and sound buffers via berms, fencing, and other solutions, given the traffic patterns that we just discussed and the 500 homes that will be going in across the street. And we need a solid offer for what would be about 1 acre of our land for the right-of-way. We were here last November. We asked for help. We still don't have an offer. We have no details about a proposed right-of-way request. What we do have are renderings of the proposed driveway. We are told that the superiors at Public Works did not approve the 3rd apron, so our eastern boundary and our cousins to the east of us will have no access. We don't think that's fair or reasonable. We came here a year ago to retire. We don't want to fight with the county, and certainly not publicly. So we're here to ask again for your help. Ask the county to meet with us, to inform us of their request, and to treat us fairly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ed Church, 119 Vista Del Monte, and I am under oath. Mine is simple. We've talked all of these roadways, and we use Avenue de Sur. Now, Avenue de Sur on my side, which is the 14599 intersection, is about 2,000 feet of unoccupied road. The other side is in Rancho Viejo. My question is, if it becomes Avenue de Sur for the entire route, there's no one in Rancho Viejo, there's no residents on that road. There are no residents on mine on Avenue de Sur. There are a minimum of 11 residents on Vista del Monte after it makes the bubble back up. Is anybody going to compensate them for changing their driver's license and any of those matters that take time and effort? Nobody's addressed. We haven't heard anything from the county, so half the people on that street don't even know this is happening. So you guys are in charge of the county. Everybody with the county has not communicated with us. One neighbor gets a letter, one neighbor gets, we have to make calls to find out what's going on. So that's all I need to address is the communication. The subdivision people are actually wonderful about communicating. The county, not at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Church.
My name is Tom Church at 108 Vista del Monte. I was just going to defer my time to them. They've said it all. Commissioner Green, I just wanted to thank you for finally identifying an issue I've been trying to make as a former transportation secretary of the state of New Mexico for the past 3 years. This subdivision is not an Avenida del Sur Rancho de Vallejo issue. This is a new bedroom community off I-25 and Highway 14, and you will see the traffic impact immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Warren Thompson, 50 West Saddleback Mesa, Santa Fe, and I am sworn. I wanted to address this Avenida del Sur extension. There's a conditional dedication of the Avenida del Sur right-of-way from Avanupo over to the connection. And that conditional dedication is based on any impact that the new development that utilizes that would have on Rancho Viejo Boulevard, Avenida del Sur, or Richards Avenue. We know from doing the traffic studies that we have done that the roads begin to fail with our plan development and adding Essentia to it, and their traffic studies confirm that. So what we're asking is that the improvements get made with the Avenida del Sur extension, so that the roundabouts are in at Cañada del Rancho and Rancho Viejo Boulevard before the traffic becomes too heavy. We know it's coming. And we don't want to go down the road and not have the funding to build the roads when the development's already done. So that's our concern, and we don't know how to address it. We don't want to get in a fight with the county and say you have to meet these conditions, but we want to find a solution to the problem.
Understood. Thank you, Warren.
You're welcome. And if I could just address Commissioner Green, there's a village center located at Rancho Viejo Boulevard and Avenida del Sur. All four corners of that intersection are commercial, and that will get developed. So there are areas in the community college district that are laid out for these commercial pockets.
I commend you for building a community.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And we have someone online? Okay.
Chair Bustamante, we do have one person raising their digital hand. Christy T, please unmute your microphone.
Christine, can you hear us? Christy T. We can't hear her. Okay. All right. We were not able to hear Christy T., but we appreciate the effort. Do we have any questions for our applicants? We have the gentleman who already spoke in the back. We don't usually reopen it. You would have to come to the microphone, and you can go ahead and do that if you will.
Wanted to speak for Christie, isn't here. I know we're all facing the dust from the subdivision that was mentioned originally. That is a constant. We've tried to get them to stop the dust on our road as well. You know, we've made suggestions. Our suggestions are not being listened to. We suggested they water the road frequently during the morning, during the afternoon, when they leave in the afternoon. Simple request to keep our dust waste down. That's been a major issue. Obviously, they spoke of their levee breaking on the subdivision. When that broke, it flooded my property. They tried to make efforts to resolve my problems, but unfortunately, they didn't respond promptly enough for me. So I took the actions and I resolved my problems by creating the grading and drainage to allow the water not to flood my driveway again. So just on that end, it was a matter of a lot of dust being accumulated, and the slowing down of the traffic has helped, but again, the policing of it is going to be crucial. You know, we've talked to Public Works, and they've recommended contacting the SO. The SO doesn't listen to the public. Obviously, we need someone higher up to contact the SO, possibly sit there, flash their lights, do something.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any comments? Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone who spoke and to the presentation. I don't have the perfect solution for this, but I take my daughter to work every day, or to school. I'm going to work on Old Santa Fe Trail across from Thrive, and there is twice a week a sheriff's deputy posted up there. And so the complaints about speeding in that area clearly clearly resulted in the sheriff's office responding to that. So I would, want to inquire if we could have a similar situation of sort of regular police presence to monitor traffic. That might be something that would help in the short term, and just because I'm very aware psychologically that there's going to be a cop there. And it's not every day, but it does slow people down. So that's just 2 cents.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Green.
So I don't know if one of our road engineers are here, but what is a roundabout, or what is the, to Mr. Thompson's concern, what is that cost more or less at this point? $1 million? $5 million, $20 million. I know it's not that number. I'm just going to.
Apologies, Chair Bustamante and Commissioner Green. Could you repeat the question, please?
So the fixes that Mr. Thompson was bringing up that were a concern. So just so the newer commissioners can hear, here was a concern, and it was part of the issues that we wanted addressed the first time through. The concerns seem to still be real, right? Maybe the first time Mr. Thompson was somewhat, okay with it, but he's back, right? And you're back. And so what is the cost of this? Like what, if we were going to say, fix this, do this roundabout, deal with it proactively ahead of this, what's the right number?
I think a roundabout right now is probably in the neighborhood of about $500,000. Depending on a lot of factors, utility relocates and, other situations. I think that's probably in the ballpark.
Okay. Are you down with contributing to that now?
No.
Well.
But I would like to remind this commission that this commission approved a roadway improvement agreement between the Ascensia developers and Santa Fe County regarding the Avenida del Sur project. We are contributing $2 million to the Avenida del Sur extension. We've already spent $500,000 of that to engineer the roadway. So we paid directly to design that extension. We are absolutely committed to paying our fair share. We are do not believe it's appropriate for us to make assumptions about a future that none of us know. We don't know what we don't know. We are making assumptions. It doesn't feel appropriate to have a developer pay towards something that may not come to pass in the way we think it will. And we're just starting this project. We are back before you again and again with updated studies so we can make decisions based on data. We're required to do these studies. We should also be allowed to rely on them. If we don't rely on the data, what is the point of doing the analysis? So all we are asking of this body is to rely on the data, rely on the recommendations of your staff recommending approval of this project as presented, and we absolutely are prepared to contribute when it is clear that cars that we're putting on the ground as part of a particular request are creating a problem. We're not there yet. We are not there yet.
Okay, so as a follow-up to that, as a sort of accepting that, and accepting us as the next, you come back to us. What I would propose for us here would be that no further phases be approved before the Avenida del Sur is 100% complete and a traffic study is performed based on the completed road. I'd say you should have most of the houses built before you do that, but I'm going to let you go with that. But I'd say we need to let that road get finished. So maybe Mr. Thompson's concerns can be allayed.
Mm-hmm.
You should buy these people some driver's licenses. That would be, it's probably an order of months, really, that might delay you in this. Your houses won't be built per se, but maybe they are. And then we can see what we don't know.
So I would ask to be indulged if I could confer with my client.
Of course.
But we don't control the Avenida del Sur project as a developer. It is a Santa Fe County project. So we have no control over the schedule. We have no, so I just wanted to make sure we were all clear. We are contributing significantly to the effort in any way we can. It's been actually a very productive partnership with Santa Fe County and the Public Works Department on this project. But I would like to just pause and confer with my client if I could.
Like we should. Manager Schaefer, while we're waiting, I would like to request that Public Works, whoever, possibly Ryan, meet with the neighbors in the area and evaluate the impacts of the project to those in the surrounding area other than what is being proposed here, just to get an understanding of what the county's role may be in addressing these issues.
Chair Bustamante, we will do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to thank you, Chair Bustamante, because that's something I was going to recommend. You know, I heard tonight, thank you all of you for staying in this late hour and testifying. Again, this is an important space for public testimony, and I honor that. We honor that. You know, I heard safety was an issue. I heard some short-term solutions. I heard residents going way out of their way to try to fix it themselves. And development shouldn't totally interrupt the quality of life of existing residents. It's about community. That's what I heard tonight. So I just want to say thank you. Traffic is a red hot mess. These TIA reports, traffic impact assessments, I have a lot of questions myself as an elected official. Who does them? How much are they paid? Who contracts out with them? And we keep coming back, but I want to say there's data, and as a social scientist and scientist myself, but there's community science and data. And so we have to also stop and pause, and I'm glad you asked for that, Chair Bustamante and County Manager Schaefer. We do need to see and take a pause on this. I don't think tonight we heard about 1,400 new units coming forth. I have a lot of questions, and this isn't had to do with you, Jennifer. So overall, as a county, are we really thinking through water sustainability, the traffic, the human impact? We ask for economic impacts. We ask for environmental impacts, traffic impacts, engineering reports, but we never asked about the human impact reports. And this is in all 5 districts. I hear a common theme sitting here just since January as a newbie. And I think we need to really rethink all of this and put it all together in one big piece and puzzle and kind of assess. And I support Commissioner Green's questions because he's asking some hard questions. Again, that doesn't have to do with you particularly, Jennifer, but that's been my reaction tonight. And mostly I'm very, there's a lot of sensibilities to community testimony, and I want to really reinforce and honor and support that community science is just as important as any other research reports, even though we require those, and we need to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do we have an answer? Before I give a big lecture on how relying solely on data may not be the best way. And I'm going to say this from a perspective as an epidemiologist in environmental health. Data goes so far, but there are other considerations. But I respect what you're saying, and now I don't have to say anything further.
Yes.
What is your answer?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, so with respect to our next phase that may come before this body, what we would like to offer is that since getting a plat approval doesn't put cars on the road, creates no traffic impact. Doing infrastructure, extending a water line doesn't put cars on the road. What put cars on the road is houses. So we would be amenable to a condition of approval that no building permits for homes can be issued in our next phase until, in our next subdivision, until Avenida del Sur is open, operational, and has been studied.
Thank you. You know, I actually think the houses are the right answer to this. Sorry. Yes, Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, I couldn't tell if you were talking into your microphone.
Sorry. Yes, I think I am. So I think that that's fair enough. If you do come forward with a future phase of this to get it approved, that no building permits would be allowed.
Great. Until
without all of that.
I think
future assessment.
that is acceptable, Commissioner. Thank you.
So that's a meet me halfway. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're
Yes,
welcome.
You're welcome.
Great.
Do we have a Commissioner Hughes?
Well, also at the same time in the future, would you, given if your study shows an impairment at one of the intersections, would you then contribute money toward improving it?
Sure. I mean, that again, that is the protocol, is when we realize that the cars being generated by our community are creating an impact, then we assess and quantify that impact. And then we work with whether it's the DOT or Santa Fe County Public Works to do that and to contribute to that effort. Absolutely.
Okay.
Further discussion, questions?
So just to, if I may, one little thing.
Commissioner Green?
So based on houses and the traffic study based on future houses, not necessarily cars that don't exist yet, right? So if you only have 50 houses built and the traffic study says things are fine,
No, we
but
assess
it's like we've got 700 houses.
The proposed houses, yes.
Right. You know that there's 14
Exactly.
times more homes.
And we look at that within our own community and in the surrounding community in terms of like our current traffic study update assumes La Entrada is built out.
Okay.
So, great.
Better than nothing. Thank
Great.
you very
Thank
much.
you.
Am I hearing that you're prepared to make a motion?
You going to make a motion, or you want me to? Well, it's in my district. I'll go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I make a motion to approve the preliminary and final subdivision plat for proposed Essentia subdivision Phase 3, subphases 3A and 3B of the four-phase Essentia development, and also approval of the affordable housing agreement.
Did you
And
want
I will
to add-
second with
wait,
the subject
Yes, we just had a conversation about their amenability to doing further studies upon the building permits. Did you want to add that to your motion?
I thought that was just going to be part of the next phase.
No, this
So
would be a
it's part of the
condition for the next
All right?
phase.
We'll make it part of my motion.
And,
Say what it is.
Chair
So-
Bustamante and Commissioners, just to point of clarification, the affordable housing agreement will come forward at the next BCC meeting, so it's not currently available for approval. You are right, it is in the caption, and staff mentioned that in the staff report. It was additional condition that was added, so
Okay,
the
but
affordable.
don't include affordable housing improvement.
Okay.
Okay.
If you
And
could state the-
yes, and with the further, we'll work on this together.
Yes.
With the further condition
That the
that all
next-
future phases
Yes.
will, for infrastructure will be, and for plating will be approvable, but no building permits will be
Issued.
without a full traffic study assessing the full,
Avenida
without
del
Avenida
Sur
del Sur being
is
100% complete.
operational, right?
Operational, and two.
And it is analyzed.
And analyzed, the traffic study reanalyzed based on the complete build-out of
Correct.
the development.
What he said. That's it.
Okay.
Yes? You understood that? Did you hear that? Okay, thank you.
Okay. So,
And that's my second.
and that is your second, and to be clear, because we do have the requirement to state this so that everyone understands the conditions, is that we are going with a staff recommendation to approve the application for preliminary and final subdivision plat for the proposed Essentia Development Phase 3 subphases, 3A and 3B of the four-phase Essentia developing totaling 118 lots, as stated in the recommendations provided in our packet, with the added condition that all future phases will be reviewed, but that no building, upon the request of building permits, no building permits will be authorized unless a full traffic study has been completed.
And that Avenida del Sur is 100% completed.
And Avenida del Sur is 100% completed.
And of course, all of the staff
Yes,
recommendations.
I stated that with all of the recommendations
Okay.
provided in the packet. Do I have a second? So that motion was made by Commissioner Hughes, a second by Commissioner Green. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Okay, any concluding business? Commissioner Kakari Stone?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Bustamante. And I know we're all at the final hour here, but for the record, since we never get to meet as a commission until we're here in public, and for the public record, I want to ask Chair Bustamante, the county manager, and us as a commission to consider revisiting what the traffic impact assessments are. Who does them? Is it typical contractors? These are questions the community has, and I think it's good for transparency. We saw the table tonight from Jennifer, but I have questions on, are we meeting standards nationally? Are we consider forecasting of additional units? Or is it in the present moment at different times of the day? I think these are important things on what's involved in a TIA. And I think we need to bring that to the public. The other thing is, as an elected official, people are asking, where's the water coming from? Right? Where's the water coming from? I've seen a lot of analysis and reports, and yeah, the data looks great, but we have to be able to answer that question to our communities. And we could do it all at once. We can balance housing development with sustainability of water. That's the job we have, is to figure it out. And so I have questions around ensuring long-term water supply security. How do we do that? And to map out not just the county new developments happening, not piecemeal, one vote at a time, one resolution at a time, but if we could look at a map of everything happening, what's happening in different phases, and answer the question for the public. As for me, I want to be an accountable elected official of where is the water coming from. I think that's an important question. I ran on that. People have those questions. They still do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Kakari Stone. Just for the opportunity to discuss this, that information is readily available to you and anyone else who wants to see what we have as far as surface water and groundwater and where our water comes from.
Yeah.
It is in the reports that are provided, and I ask that we all familiarize ourselves, and as projects come, we know what that source is as it is, as well as inviting you to attend, and I'm just doing this in general, to the WPAC as these questions. This is a conversation that we have regularly with the Water Policy Advisory Committee. So it's
Right.
not to bring it down, because the question comes up every time we pass something.
Right.
So it's important that
Yes.
it becomes palatable and available to our public.
Chair Bustamante, I read a lot, and I've gone through all the reports, and I understand that. I've gone to talk to experts. I listen to the county. I meet with the county manager. I've looked at all of these reports, but what I'm saying is we need to answer that for the public.
So if I may,
Okay? And I think that's important every time we consider a development. So it's more transparent and more explicit.
so I appreciate the idea of going and reading the reports from the WPAC. I also have heard presentations from Travis and our water team. And there were a lot of loose ends in the data. And as we've seen with the affordable housing numbers, that data was wrong. We needed 5,000 homes, and now it's 900 or 400. And there was one of those issues that I think, to Commissioner Kakari Stone's point, is that we have commitments way beyond our resources. And that is a concern. And so if everybody takes us up on those commitments, we may be short. So
Commissioner Green, I couldn't agree with you more. And I'm not saying that all the reports from the WPAC give everybody all the information. Literally, the last part of the conversation that we had on Thursday was exactly to the fact that we don't have anyone who has a crystal ball by way of what climate change is doing to a fact that we don't have snowpack this year. And, you know, my close relatives are hydrologists, my sister and her husband. The reality of the day is there are people who say, and we have water. And the reality is we don't have the snowpack we had last year. And every time that varies, there is nobody who tells me that they have the science behind them to assure that maybe let's go with how many, 10 generations ahead, we'll have the water that we need. And when people say it's not going to drop the water table, I ran too on in La Cienega, we've watched the water table drop. So I hope that we keep these. I'm not shutting it down. I'm saying first, let's get to know exactly what we have, where we have it, because we do know that. But what are the overall impacts on an uncertain climatic environment that none of us have lived in before, and what it really means to approve something to say yes, so that people can live here in the future if we don't know that water is going to be here in the future. What does it really mean to our communities? Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I think we're having a presentation on water next meeting, and a good time to continue that discussion.
Absolutely, but I appreciate
before 9
bringing it up.
o'clock.
No, I'm sorry. This is important enough, and I do appreciate bringing it up. I don't want to push it aside given the hour. In fact, if it were 10:30, we would continue. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, of course.
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Adios.
Thank you.